Here, sir. Follow along. Wonderful.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you to the Board of County Commissioners special board meeting. We are doing a strategic planning session today, and we're really excited to dig into these big conversations on where we're going to move with Washoe County and what the board would like to do on these big issues that our community is facing. We will start with a salute to the flag. If veteran Cindy Martinez could please lead us in the salute to the flag. Thank you for your service.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into the roll call. Madam Clerk.
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Vice Chair Jean Herman. Here. Commissioner Clark is absent. Commissioner Garcia is absent. Commissioner Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Assistant District Attorney Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And just for the record, Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Clark reached out. They are running a little bit late, so we will move into our public comment and our minutes and the recap. And then if they still aren't here, we'll take a little break so we can make sure that they're part of all items as part of item 6. I also would like to note for the agenda, I'd like to move 6A to after 6F, just because we're a little concerned about making sure we hit all these really major topics. And then we'll move into cabs at the end of the agenda, the discussion agenda. So thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll now move into item 4, Manager Brown.
Item 3, Madam Chair. Public
Excuse
comment.
me. Item 3, Manager
Okay.
Brown. Thank you.
I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person, and the comments are to be made to the commission as a whole. Virtual public comment eligible when facilities are available. Public comment is welcomed during public comment periods and is limited to 3 minutes per person per public comment period. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers. A speaker's viewpoint will not be restricted. However, reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant statements, unduly repetitious statements, and personal attacks that would objectively antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. The Board of County Commissioners carries out the business of Washoe County and its residents during its meetings. The presiding officer may order a person be removed if the person's conduct or statements disrupt the order or safety of the meeting. Warnings about disruptive conduct or comments may or may not be given prior to removal. Furthermore, certain disruptions of a public meeting are criminal acts as defined under NRS 203.090 and or NRS 203.119, which may result in prosecution in appropriate cases.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Cassandra Potts, followed by Heidi Soper. Right here. And for the record, Commissioner Garcia is present.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Do I speak to you or?
You speak to the board.
Okay. All right. I am here for the fire in Callahan Ranch, and the home that was lost was mine. And that started, of course, down or back behind me and came over the top. My house was not on fire. It burned down because they didn't do their job. And I've asked them, I've asked the power company, you know, what time did you have that power shut off up there? Because my house is right at the top of a canyon there, Galena Canyon. So down in Pleasant Valley, it was right up. So mine was the first house in the line. Then I called, I had gotten from Sabrina Braswell a lot of information of who to talk to. There's 12 of them that I talked to, and not one of them ever called back. None of them resolved anything. None of them even tried to help you. The power company did not and will not even talk to me. All I did was ask them, what time did you cut that power off? If they would have done that, there wouldn't have been a fire there. Then there's the power company and the energy company, Nevada Energy. And that was, yes. And on this here, it says, because, oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. But,
You're doing great.
But the Nevada Energy has a natural disaster protection plan, and old rate, I guess, and a new rate. I called everybody on this list, and one of them, taxes, a rebate. I was told that I can't get a rebate because it was already paid. Well, the house burned down completely in November. I paid taxes in August, and I paid a full amount. So there should be a rebate on that. I spoke to the fire department. I never got a call from them to tell me my home burned down. And when I asked him, I finally reached somebody through Truckee Meadows. He simply said to me, well, I don't have time to look for people's names or whose house is burned. Well, that was 4 days after the fire. They should have been able to have or provide me something. And it just has gone on and on. One of them that I called, his was, he won't be back till July. You know, these are the kind of things that they have really pushed back on me. The power company won't put me through to the ombudsman because I was gonna ask him some questions. And they just give me numbers and then they go away. And that is in both power and fire department. And then there was a Ray, Dale Ray, an investigator that I talked to.
Ms. Potts, I'm so sorry. We only have 3 minutes, but I would like to follow up with you, yes. If you could leave your contact information with the staff. We also will have the assessor's office reach out to you on the rebate for the property tax, and then we'll see what we can do on the TM Fire contact and NV Energy.
The two comments the fire department made to me was, I don't do that, and we went through, and at the end, he said, well, call me next year.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Potts. I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry. We will follow up with you, and I apologize. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming down.
Next up, we have Heidi Soper, followed by Alana Fitzgerald.
Good morning. I'm Heidi Soper, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Sun Valley Cab. You're going to hear negative comments about the cabs today from the Commission support staff, but hopefully they'll give you the positive comments from the December Reimagine meeting as well. And I have positive information. But first, your description of the cabs online is: citizen advisory boards are organized meetings held on a regular basis for the purpose of bringing community members together to discuss topics of interest within their neighborhood, express ideas and concerns to Washoe County staff, and hear from subject matter experts. Washoe County wants you to voice your opinion and take the opportunity to make a difference in your community. That's kind of hard to add to, pretty standard. We do want to add something, and that's returning the cabs back to an advisory board, not just an information board. CAB members prior to a few years ago had a voice in the master plan, development of the valley, developer meetings, voting in favor or not for the developers' plans for schools, roads, etc., and forwarding all the gathered info to the county commissioners, planning commission, and/or board of adjustments. CABs create a venue for citizens to review and provide feedback on certain development projects. CABs give the community the opportunity to gather and motivate people to become active and drive positive change in Sun Valley and bring ideas to improve our way of life. They allow face-to-face conversations instead of impersonal conversations via Zoom. I personally have worked hard finding topics of discussion for our meetings, and I believe when a citizen requests a topic, it should be honored even if it has been discussed in another CAB. Communication with our citizens regarding the CAB meetings is very important, and I'm trying to come up with ways other than the computer to do that, even going so far as to distribute printed agendas to various popular locations in the valley myself. Despite popular belief, not everyone has a computer or a cell phone. I believe changing the meeting dates would be detrimental, as people know where we are and when we meet. I'm very honored to be a member of the Sun Valley CAB. It gives me a voice and makes me able to stand up for my community. As our taxes pay for the CABs, I really hope that our opinions are listened to and seriously considered before you make your decision. It would be a loss to lose something so simple to do to keep the community engaged. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alana Fitzgerald, followed by DeAndre Burleson. There is no overhead today.
Oh, there is no visuals. So.
If you give it to the clerk, then she will send that to us, so sorry about that.
I'll hold it up a second.
Okay.
Okay, so Alana Fitzgerald for the record, and thank you, Madam Chair and trustees for the opportunity to speak. I'm a constituent in District 1, and I'm thankful to the board for the work done on behalf of that district and the county as a whole. Knowing the budget talks are coming up, I wanted to briefly discuss some of the services that our libraries do that specifically tie into the Washoe County 21-25 strategic plan. I believe that this one speaks to the strategic objective, vulnerable populations, specifically seniors. All of the branches do so much every day that goes so far above and beyond lending books and videos that it can be overwhelming. So I wanted to bring you just one story today, raising awareness, educating. I have a friend who is in the early mid stages of dementia, and at this point is living in a group home for 24-hour care and oversight. I know that she gets home delivery from a library branch near her, and that prompted me to visit one of the branches near me, the Sierra View branch, to ask about their home delivery and how that works. That conversation led us to a display on memory care kits. And the signage says, kits designed for individuals experiencing memory loss or other cognitive issues related to dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and other memory disorders. Now, these can be used also for someone who just wants to keep their brain sharp, or to share with caregivers of people who need some help. I'm bringing one of these kits along with a visit with my friend later this week. And I'll also share it with the caregiving staff there at the home where she resides, if they want to use it and make it available, the books and the games, to others who live there. What a gift that something like this is available for free to our community. And again, I just bring this up to raise awareness around the wonderful things our libraries do, and hope that as we move forward in the future around budgets, this is all remembered. Thank you.
Thank you.
DeAndre Burleson, followed by Lawrence Dodson.
Good morning. My name is DeAndre Burleson, RTC ID number 20162066, Nevada ID number 080-605-4026. I am currently homeless, and I was a client of the Reno Housing Authority, client number 070927. I was a resident of the Park Manor Apartments, and I went to take a trip to Walmart and ended up being incarcerated for over a year. And I was not reinstated. I wasn't given any explanation in regards to why my voucher was revoked, why my Section 8, why my public housing voucher was revoked, anything of that nature. So at this point, I proceed to go to the Housing Authority, and she told me that the decision was final, whatever that decision was. So at this point, I am homeless in the sense of I don't know where to go, I don't know what to do, there's no other options, and I know that I was in good standing. And so I went back to the Housing Authority, and I felt that I had recourse in the sense of what you're saying or stating to me is not acceptable, but I would like to respond. Or what is my rights to say that I'm not happy, not happy with your choice or your decision. And so I watched the Washoe County Board of Commissioners, and so the last information I get over the what he said, the screen, the meeting, was that I was possibly reinstated, but I'll give you more documentation on that later. So at this point, I'm at a loss because I'm tired of being homeless, I'm tired of carrying bags, and I know that I had Reno Housing Authority, I had a public housing voucher, and I had a Section 8, So what do we do? So I guess I'm coming to you in the sense of what? Help, assistance, because I don't want to be on the streets anymore. I did talk to the Housing Authority. They gave me this answer, that answer, this answer, that answer. And so I've heard different scenarios of what the possibility could be. So at this point, I guess I'm at the mercy of the commission to find out what I need to do to get my housing reinstated, my public housing, or my Section 8 or whatever. So I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Burleson. We have staff here who will connect with you. We actually have housing staff here, and we'll see what we can do to help you. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Thank you.
Last up, we have Lawrence Dodson.
Hello, my name is Lawrence Dodson. I'm with the Lived Experience Advisory Board here in Washoe County. And I'm here to support the permanent supportive housing. I would like to read something to you. The importance of permanent supportive housing has become increasingly evident over time. Permanent supportive housing is essential because it provides stability, which has been proven to help clients move forward in their lives. With a roof over their heads, they can seek decent jobs that may not completely lift them out of poverty, but will at least enable them to contribute as productive members of society. Without this stability, clients live in constant fear of losing their housing, much like a professional entertainer pulling a tablecloth from under a stack of dishes. Research indicates that providing permanent supportive housing is more cost-effective than incarceration. For example, 4 months in jail can be equivalent to the cost of 1 year in permanent supportive housing. Furthermore, the expenses incurred from clients frequently visiting hospitals instead of having stable housing can be significantly higher. The method of offering housing alongside supportive services has proven effective. It alleviates the fear and financial burden associated with unstable housing, allowing clients to focus on improving their lives through employment and family connections. This holistic approach provides them with a clear direction for personal growth and stability. In summary, permanent supportive housing is crucial. Studies have shown that with permanent supportive housing, clients gain stability from having a consistent place to live, enabling them to search for better job opportunities and actively participate in society. The financial implications of providing permanent supportive housing far outweigh the cost of incarceration or frequent hospital admissions, making it a sensible and humane solution for addressing housing instability. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay. We will now move into item 4, Manager Brown.
Item 4 is approval of the minutes for the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting of December 17, 2024.
Okay, looking to the board to see if there's any questions on the minutes? No, or comments? Looking for a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Andreola.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. We have a motion and a second. Any questions on that motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye, and it's on your screen. And, not yours? Oh, I think you have to get out of the workshop.
I can just take the vote.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to need to, and I've got something weird going on with my screen as well, so, thank you, Josh, sorry. Okay, so that motion passes unanimously. We will now move into item 5, Manager Brown.
Item 5 is the strategic planning recap and updates to the board. This is a workshop item. The purpose of the strategic plan workshop is to discuss matters from previous workshops. Topics of discussion include the following from previous strategic plan workshops: infrastructure updates, updates on senior services enhancements and facilities improvements, behavioral health, an update on the regional economy in relation to housing, including in the current housing inventory and services.
Thank you very much, Manager Brown, and looking to you for a staff report on this.
Madam Chair, before we move on, I need to note for the record that there was no public comment on item 4.
Was there any public comment on item 4?
There
Or
was none.
You were noting that. Okay,
was noting.
thank you very much. All right, Manager Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I should probably introduce Erica Olson, who is the CEO of On Strategy. And for those who don't know, On Strategy is the county's long-term partner in our strategic planning process. They are engaged with us around the year in working with our county departments and with our strategic plan goal teams on making sure that we're going through an objective and productive goal-setting process and then following up on the proper actions to meet those goals, which is largely what we'll be reviewing today. So Erica, thank you for being here. It's Erica's job today to keep us on track in terms of the strategic planning process, and so we'll be working together to do that. I would also start by saying I consider this to be one of the most important conversations we can have during the year. The strategic planning workshop is a rare opportunity to step outside of our normal Board of County Commission workshop meeting format and actually have conversations with each other about what you see as the key priorities for the county looking forward, and also an opportunity for staff leadership to hear what you have to say. We have many department heads who will be here today, off and on, some of them presenting to you. And this provides an opportunity for them to hear from the elected officials, the folks who represent the people, what you see as the key priorities. So with that, I'll get started with the review of what's occurred over the last year since we last convened a workshop. Yep, that's me. Since last year, and I'll go through the topics as they're set up within the strategic plan. One of the key areas, of course, has been seniors. On the left of these slides, you'll see notes from last year's discussion in terms of the direction the commissioners gave to staff about your observations and what you'd like to see happen. And then on the right, you can see the list of achievements that have occurred. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on these because in the presentations that are to follow today, the respective departments are going to drill down and give you a better understanding of what's going on. But you can see with seniors, we've been busy with the PEARLS implementation and interns. We've had facilities updates and improvements. I think you're all aware that we're going through the first phase of our senior center upgrade here across the parking lot. We have hired an activities coordinator, and that was in response to feedback from the board that you'd like to see improvements in the programming, not just the facilities, but what we do when folks are in our senior centers, as well as safety improvements and coordination with regards to our homeless populations and how they may be impacting the environment, particularly here on 9th Street, but at our other senior centers. You'll hear more about that today. In the area of mental health, again, the commissioner direction from a year ago on the left. On the right, some of the achievements that you're going to hear more about in more detail today. The sequential intercept model, or SIM, which is we've done a community inventory of and completed a strategic framework for how we think we should proceed with that. Julia Ratty will be here this morning to talk in more detail about that. Speaking of Julia Ratty, we've hired, at your direction, a behavioral health administrator, which is Julia, and we've also retained a management analyst to assist in moving those initiatives forward. And last but not least, the renamed West Hills Hospital, which is now and forevermore Washoe Behavioral Health Center. There's been a lot of work done with the provider community and with our facilities team to begin preparation for how we move forward there. In terms of our CIP, our capital project priorities, you gave us clear direction a year ago what you felt the key priorities would be. You can see them in the upper left. That's downtown judicial center, finding a manner of funding for the judicial center. You're going to hear this afternoon some very compelling arguments for how to approach that through public-private partnership for the courthouse, and as well as for some of the other initiatives that the county needs to pursue. West Hills we talked about, and the TB clinic, as well as the detention center and infirmary. Mr. Solaro will have an update for you on that this morning. On the right, you see the achievements. There has been some valuable work done on funding mechanisms for the I can't say that word, center, and the other two items as well. These last few slides are really more of a more recent update. These weren't topics that we necessarily addressed a year ago. There are things that the goal teams have been working on this fiscal year, so Q1 and Q2. The first of note is a risk portfolio is in progress to review funding sources for our staffing. This was in advance of knowing the election outcome and what's going on today, but I know a lot of people are concerned this morning about the executive orders that announced the freeze of grant funding. In advance of that, we were in the process of evaluating how are the county staffing positions set up with regards to which ones are tied up with grant funding versus other sources of funding. That is in progress. This is, suffice it to say, we're continuing to monitor the current situation, and we will have updates. I know a lot of department heads are checking in today to find out what's the story with my grants and what's my status. We don't know yet, but we're on top of it, and we will get you information as soon as we have it. We've submitted over about $4.6 million in grant applications year to date from our community reinvestment group. That's Gabrielle Enfield and her group. More to come. And then our PT25 radio addendum was approved and by the board and is currently being worked through the partner agencies to obtain their approval so we can move forward. In terms of economic impacts, you all know we've been working on the zoning amendment packages to try to address the need for more affordable, and in particular the missing middle housing options. Our climate action plan has been completed and is under soft release. The committee formed to address, we have formed a committee to address policy practice variances in the county and statutory services survey. So an objective look at, are we adhering to the policies and practices that are on the books for county employees and agencies. Under vulnerable populations, no surprise, a lot of work going on. We're addressing the high demand winter capacity at our shelters. You've heard permanent, we know that permanent housing exits continue to be a major challenge. We have a lot of folks who are ready to go to permanent housing, but we don't have any affordable housing enough affordable housing options to address those needs. And Dana and her team will be talking about that later today. Supportive housing and tenancy support programs are delivering very low recidivism. So there's some promising results there. But again, the challenge is having enough supportive housing to meet the needs. We've started, as I said, construction on the senior center, phase 1 with the kitchen and other enhancements, and then upgrading our programming activities, which Ryan and his team will be talking about later. All of the preparation work, you'll be pleased to know, is done on the Crisis Care Center, and opening is anticipated here in Q3. We've completed inventory of our community's current SIM-related efforts. I mentioned that earlier. Julia will be talking about that later, and then as well as the Behavioral Health Center. And then finally, under innovative services, it's interesting, from the 2 graduating classes of the Washoe County Leadership Academy, about a third of them have applied to participate in Washoe County boards and committees, which is a very telling statistic. That's one of the primary reasons for creating the academy, was to create a pipeline of informed citizens to apply for our boards, committees, CABs, et cetera. We're going to have an update later today on CABs. As you all know, bless you, we've been working on that. Our budget software and election system updates have successfully been implemented. We are undergoing a space study and master plan update. Those are on track. We're going to start with the Edison Way building and also be working on an RFP for Building C. And then finally, language access resources have been implemented, as you all know, and more work to come on Title VI plan compliance. Okay. That's the update on what's transpired since we were together last year. Again, more detail to come in the ensuing presentations. Erica looks like she wants to say something, so I'll defer.
Maybe. Or not.
Yep.
Hot, okay. Would you like to pause until Commissioner Clark is here?
Yes, I think that would be appropriate. I think he was confused about the start of the meeting time. So what we could do is, are there any questions on this update from the last year from the board before we do that? I'm not seeing, oh, Commissioner Andriello.
Let me just look at my notes really quickly.
Yes.
On the economic impact slide, you mentioned that a committee was formed and is evidently in the process, or maybe has been formed, to address policy practice variances, statutory service review, scheduled for launch to department heads. How is that? What is the process behind that? I mean, it's clear that the department heads are sharing and they're reviewing, and then what happens? What's the next process? How does that get vetted? Does it go through the DA? Does Nate take all of his time and review every single word in
No.
that? That might take a little while.
Yes, it would. No, the legal team is a participant, sort of like the Workplace Violence Committee. They're a participant in the process to make sure that from a legal standpoint and statutory requirements, we're not doing anything that we shouldn't be doing. But it's also an opportunity for the department heads to participate in a discussion and awareness of any policy issues that are not being adhered to.
Great. And then, may I have a
Yes,
follow-up,
of
please?
course.
You mentioned on the fiscal sustainability slide that the gold team is working on it. What do you mean? Is that the great team that you have in Washoe County? I don't know what the gold team means.
When we say gold teams, Commissioner, we're referring to within the strategic plan. There are a series of goals, and
gold.
I didn't enunciate properly.
I thought you
GOAL
said
team.
The color,
no.
GOLD,
They're
and I
very
thought,
shiny.
wow,
It's
who
my
is
southern
the gold
accent,
team?
yes.
Because I'm sure there are people sitting in this room that belong in that category. So I apologize, I
No.
misunderstood.
No, I'm glad you
further
asked the question.
explanation needed, but I know that you agree that there's a gold team. So thanks for highlighting that. I'll just make a comment in terms of having a little bit of time. On the slide for accomplishments, on the senior slide, I'm wondering if there may be opportunities, and I know we'll probably get into this, but I'm going to use it while it's fresh on my mind. One of the public commenters, Elena Fitzgerald, mentioned about the memory kits, and I thought that would be a great opportunity in terms of leveraging. Sometimes I think everyone's so busy and doing a great job, they get in their lane and they stay there. And I wonder if there's maybe an opportunity with the memory kits and then how they can be available, and then that posted at the senior center, and then vice versa. All of the senior centers then could share, for instance, some of the library programming and those
Right.
memory kits availability. So I think there's a cross-pollination opportunity that that may have already been thought of. I thought I would just bring that up. But that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to the gold team.
I know. I mean, I'm really excited. I think there's a lot to commend the team on pulling together these major new projects for Washoe County and being innovative on places where no one is stepping up to help our community except us. We are the mental health, we're stepping into that mental health field because we see that there's a need, and we hear from our community that we need more of that work being done. And so I'm just really proud of the team and excited to see the work as we move forward. Vice Chair Herman, did you have anything else? Anything? Okay. With that, we'll take a little break. We'll start again at 10. And thank you, everyone, for your time.
the slide.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if the clerk has noted that Commissioner Clark is here.
Noted, he arrived at 10 a.m.
Thank you very much. And so we will move into item 6A. Apparently, I had said that the cabs were item 6A, and I meant 6C. So we will move those until after 6F. So thank you, everyone, for letting me clarify that. And we'll now move into 6A. Manager Brown.
Item 6A is within the Washoe County Strategic Planning Priorities Workshop, including but not limited to board discussion and input on, in this case, capital facilities update and presentation on the county's infrastructure scorecard and state of infrastructure. The infrastructure scorecard is a color-coded visual representation of the status of the various types of county buildings, facilities, and other capital assets. And we have Assistant County Manager Solaro and Director Crump here.
Thank you. And before you launch in, gentlemen, I think Erica is going to help us with a little bit of setting the table before we start our strategic planning discussions.
Let's do that. Okay, we're officially kicking off. Good morning. Glad to be here.
Ms. Olson, I'm sorry.
All good.
Casual.
Thank you. Awesome. So glad to be here. Our annual retreat, Chair, as you teed it up, as well as Manager Brown did earlier today. Just wanted to stitch together how we're spending our time in the conversation. So as always, as we've done this a couple times together before, this is styled as a conversation, not necessarily moving towards action or decision. So to allow us the time to go deeper, to ask questions, to dig in a little bit, more conversation, less presentation. That said, we have a lot of material to share with the commissioners today. It is a continued conversation from the last retreat. So the three big topics from the last retreat were capital projects, right? Seniors and mental health. So this morning you'll get an update on the progress in a deeper view than Manager Brown's highlights from each of the respective folks that are leading that on behalf of the county. So that's the morning, and then the afternoon we have a couple of deep dives specifically around public-private partnerships, around housing, in a couple of different fashions. So really, the intention this afternoon is to go deep in those strategic conversations where there has been energy and intention from the commissioners about where are we going next. That's the conversation that is styled for this afternoon. For each of the items, we have a really clear outcome. So just know that anchors our brains in terms of where we're trying to get with the conversation or the direction we're looking from the commissioners. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. And because of the slides we have up on our screens, I cannot see when you're signed in because I'd have to toggle between two programs. So just call out, raise your hand, et cetera. I will make sure folks are getting called on. So thank you very much. And now we'll pass it over to our speakers.
Good morning. For the record, Dave Solaro, Assistant County Manager. With me is Eric Crump, CSD Director. We are part of the Platinum team. I just thought I'd go ahead and take that opportunity this morning.
I thought it was gold-plated streets.
Well, we're
Oh, boy.
well, that could be hair color as well. I'm getting there. We wanted to take some time this morning just to have a conversation with you a little bit about some of the, at least one of the capital projects in depth. And then you'll hear about two of the other ones, the Washoe Behavioral Health, as well as the courthouse project later this afternoon. But we really wanted to focus this morning on the infirmary project, give you an update, kind of where we're at, what's transpiring there, and then also roll into the infrastructure scorecard. So as you recall, this is a pretty powerful tool that helps us understand the health of our assets. And when we make budget decisions related to those assets, what the outcome is going to be in an effort to be most judicial with our funding that we've got available to make the biggest outcome for our assets so that we're not spending too much money, and at the same time, we're not spending too little money, because the assets are worth something to our taxpayers, they're worth something to our community, and they provide services to all of our residents. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and jump in a little bit on the infirmary project. So I will give a little bit of a background on the jail itself. So in 1988, the detention center at 911 Par Boulevard was originally constructed. It hummed along for about 10 years before we expanded it the first time, and then about another 10 years before we expanded it a second time. And so we have done, over the years, master planning associated with the jail, the overall population, the needs of our growing community, and the jail itself. So most recently, we have completed a space study in 2017 that identified the highest priority need for the detention center was an infirmary to keep up with the medical needs of the population that we're seeing within the jail. And so we started planning and doing some work specific around the infirmary. In October of 2022, the board accepted a community project funding grant from the United States Congress through the Department of Health and Human Services Administration in the amount of $2.335 million. And that grant was really there for Washoe County to start the design process and really understand where to place this infirmary project up at the site. I know you've all taken tours of the jail, and when you go in the front doors, you kind of get lost in a maze of all the different places within the jail. What you probably haven't done, though, is taken a walk around the building on the outside and understand that the topography of the property out there is quite constraining now that we've expanded the property or the project a couple of times. And so we've got a big mountain to deal with, and we've got some other things. And so part of the work is to site the building, the new expansion location up there. And so we've done that, and we are really moving forward with a design of the project. So in November of 2024, this board approved the design contract for Arrington Watkins to start the design of the process, utilizing those federal funds to really site the building and get the construction documents nearly complete. We're trying to work towards near completion. I say that because we're in the process of going through a code change for the building code in the community. And so we want to make sure that we use the next building code, because that gives us a little bit more time to sort through funding and really understand how we're going to pay and sustain the new building. Because not only is it a new building, but it also includes staffing for that building. We can build buildings all day long, but we also need to make sure we've got sustainable funding to ongoing maintenance, operations, all of those things. And so there's a staffing study component to this as well to make sure that we have the right number of deputies up there and the right contracts in place, as this is an infirmary project. So right now, the project includes architectural and engineering services to develop a 225-bed infirmary project. That's really what the core of this is. Roughly a 3-story facility, has some locations for other items that are necessary to operate for our jail system. And so we're moving along that process. So in December, we had a kickoff meeting with the consultant team, our internal capital project staff, and the sheriff's office to really get this project moving. We did a GIS drone survey in December, so we understand what everything looks like out there on the site, topographics, everything we need. We have kind of landed on a location for the infirmary, and a location that allows all of the access around the building that is necessary to make sure that the Reno Fire Department or in the sheriff's office can get all the way around the facility, all the safety aspects there, and that we're not impacting other parts of the exterior operation of the facility. So Washoe County here last week was provided with at least an interior layout, kind of the space planning portion of that piece first, and so we're going through that process right now. This week we are doing the geotechnical work, so we're coring out on the site to make sure that we don't have clay issues or rock issues or anything subsurface. We're trying to make sure that we understand all of those things on the site. There are some areas up on the hill where the building is that are known for clay, and so we want to make sure we avoid that, because again, hopefully this project will last well past our lifetimes. And then let's see, we are headed towards a June completion of this phase of the project, of the design. That's when our funding source runs out, so we need to make sure we are fully expended on that. And so that's where we're at right now, is to have this roughly 40% construction document package ready to go in about June. That will again take into account next year, or the code change that is supposed to happen probably this year. It'll give us about a 6-year window with this design to be able to come up with the balance of the funding, not only the funding, but the operations as well for that facility. So we're making some really good progress, moving right along. The consultants and the staff are understanding of your direction, that this is one of the priority projects for Washoe County, and we're running ahead with that to make sure that this works out really well. So don't want to just talk to you all day, so if there are any questions or concerns you've got with specifically the jail project, I can take care of those, and then I say we'll get into some of the other ones a little bit later, and then we can move on to the scorecard if you'd like.
Okay, well, let's see if there's any questions on the infirmary. Commissioner Garcia.
Oh, let's see, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Dave. Can you orient us on what side of the parcel that the new building would potentially be?
Yeah, so the new building will essentially kind of run to the north, we'll call it the northwest, close to the freeway. It'll kind of back up a little bit more to the freeway. And I can send you all the document as well, but it's really, if you're familiar with where all the housing units are in the facility, it's directly to the north of those housing units.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Andriola.
Thanks for the update. Obviously, now that you're well underway in terms of not only identifying a location, but what the parameters are in terms of the project, and then the federal funds or the grant that came in to help provide that. Do you have any idea what it's going to cost now that you have identified location, essentially, I'll use the term, a rough architectural plan of what that looks like?
So you could say I purposefully did not get that information from my design team, because I want to make sure that we do, what is necessary in the facility as far as programmatically. We are looking at all kinds of things to make sure that this is an efficient building. So they're also looking at prefabricated cells as an example, some of those things that help us save costs. So I'm not saying we're going to just go out there and build, hey, whatever it is, but I'm cautious after doing this in the public setting for the last 23 years or so about putting out a number, because we want to make sure that we understand fully what the needs are within the building and how that lays out. So as soon as I have a better understanding of what that number really is, we'll make sure we share that with you. But I want to be cautious. The space plan has a bunch of different numbers, but even since the space plan was done, the inflation on materials and just construction costs have gone up quite a bit. And so I want to make sure we nail that down pretty good before I share a number.
A little bit of cost, but concrete,
yeah,
steel.
All of those things. I think
all
Eric
those
will talk a
things.
little bit about that with.
So thanks. I'm not
scorecard.
trying to have you narrow in 100% on something that you're still essentially framing, but is there a time frame possibly?
Yeah, we'll definitely have something, by June at the
Okay.
latest.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
And Commissioner Clark? No? I have a few. It seems like everything costs more than $50 million, so I'm assuming that that's kind of what the cost will be.
It will be
but-
north of $50 million.
Yeah, that's what I figured. And then the infirmary, I love our sheriff. I wish he was here, but the infirmary for the general public, he had talked to me about that, about being open to also hosting the general public in the infirmary for vulnerable populations who cannot afford, that couldn't fit necessarily into our new Washoe County Behavioral Health Facility. So I don't know if those discussions are being had.
Those discussions are being had,
Okay.
and part of it is access to the facility and
Sure.
the location that now that it's been cited, so we can go through and say, okay, how do we get people in there so it's not in a detention setting? So
Yes. Okay, I'm glad that that's being considered. And our current infirmary, I'm sure there's thoughts on that and costs for what that could be turned into. And I know we were expanding into a new, are they called dorm facility where the library was. And so I don't know if those are happening concurrently, those discussions.
So those discussions are happening concurrently, and that was all part of the space plan that was done in
Great.
2017. So if you open this, then what happens with all
Yes.
of the ancillary parts that need to support that? So, from parking to locker room space, I mean, all of
Yes.
those things are being
Okay.
considered.
Okay, well, looking forward to seeing that because maybe there's more we can be doing for rehabilitation for folks in those spaces. And then the third story on the infirmary, we're thinking will be the competency court still, or is that not part of this discussion?
No, so that is part of the discussion
Okay.
that is ongoing and trying to figure out, okay, is it the first floor, is it the second floor, is it the third floor? How do we get access? All of those things are taking place.
Okay, great. All right. Any other questions from the board on this? Not seeing any, so I think let's look at this fun scorecard.
There you are, one slide.
All right.
Yeah.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to present on the infrastructure scorecard again. This is really exciting. Just for some context, infrastructure scorecard tool, it's used actually around the country to illustrate kind of the state of public infrastructure by assigning a letter grade used based on a variety of criteria. So in our case, we use it, well, I should back up. It was originally designed by the American Society of Civil Engineers to apply kind of objective benchmarks and metrics. So we started using it, adopted the methodology, and developed a county's infrastructure scorecard several years ago to reflect the state of various asset types that we maintain. Specifically, those are road pavement, stormwater, parks, facilities, fleet, sewer collection, our reclaimed water and sewer treatment assets. I think it's important to note kind of the scale of these. So these assets represent a value of approximately $3.6 billion. So this is no small thing. Each year, since we've adopted the scorecard, we update the scorecard based on the most recent information we have, decisions and budget policy that's been handed down from the previous fiscal year. So based on the strategic direction we received through the last time this was presented and the resultant budget policies, a whole team of people, both in the CSD and outside of the CSD, have been working on kind of moving the needle in certain areas. So this morning, I'll provide an overview of the scores and highlight some of the changes to the scorecard based on that prior direction, and then some of the other trends that you all need to know about as policymakers. The first two asset classes I'll cover are parks and buildings or facilities. The overall grade for both of these asset classes actually improved slightly over the last 2 years based on some budget policies that have been put in place over the last 2 years. Parks overall grade has improved to a C based primarily on some additional staffing resources and investment in our capital replacement, primarily playgrounds. So we had a lot of very, very old playgrounds, and it seems like a small thing, but you can't touch a playground for under $1 million. Yeah. So we've done a good job at replacing many of those old playgrounds. There's still some work to do. Our parks O&M budget hasn't fully recovered since the cuts of the Great Recession. We're roughly at about 65% of pre-recession levels. What's interesting is the parks budget also represents an incredible value for our community at roughly $18 per year per citizen. So think about all of the things that, the access that our citizens can have between our trails and our parks for basically the cost of a movie. And so I think we have a truly dedicated parks team that we can thank for that. Shifting over to Washoe County buildings, that score's improved slightly as well. That's primarily due to investment in our capital investment program, replacing roofs, HVAC, some of those very high dollar type infrastructure. And our facilities team also continues to focus on sustainability measures to basically reduce the overall operational cost for those buildings. The next group of assets are our road pavement and stormwater infrastructure. It's important to note that both of these asset classes are funded primarily from fuel tax from our roads fund. Some important statistics about fuel tax. Over the last 10 years, we've only seen an increase in fuel tax of roughly 5.8%. So it's been relatively flat. And we all know the cost of increases that we've seen in materials in double digits. So it's unsustainable at this point. Both of these assets' overall grades have declined over the last couple of years. Really, the root cause of that is that flat revenue source that I talked about and the age of the infrastructure. Over half of Washoe County roads were constructed more than 25 years ago, and the average stormwater pipe or culvert is roughly about 50% of its useful life. So both of these asset classes unfortunately score an F for future funding, as the current funding stream and strategy, which is fuel tax, is insufficient to keep pace with kind of our current service levels and, more importantly, future needs. What's interesting is we're not alone in this. This is a challenge that we're seeing across the nation for agencies that fund road maintenance primarily through fuel tax. So we're seeing vehicle miles traveled, but our fuel tax is flattening. That's primarily due to EVs, more efficient vehicles, which is a great thing. But we just have kind of an antiquated system, how we currently fund our road system. To kind of compound that problem, the status quo, or do nothing, kind of results not only in near-term safety issues and a decreased level of service, but down the road, it costs a lot more money. Maintaining good roads in good condition is far less expensive than maintaining roads that have completely failed. To wrap up the roads fund, it's important to note that all the activities within roads are funded through that roads fund. And so I'm gonna talk about those activities specifically because a lot of people don't understand this. So basically everything that occurs in our right-of-way, that's from sidewalk to sidewalk or storm drain to storm drain and everything in between. We've got pavement maintenance, signs, striping, snow removal, ditch cleaning, street sweeping, and the compliance with our Lake Tahoe Clarity program that is all funded through fuel tax currently, primarily. The last four asset classes are fleet, sewer, and recycled water. They all share high grades due really to how they're funded. Each of these asset classes have dedicated funding sources paid directly by their users. With that said, I did want to highlight a few things for some of those asset classes. In equipment services, it's an internal service fund, and we currently have a pilot for a fuel type diversification program where we're piloting the use of different types of electric vehicles, kind of track the cost over time to see if there's truly a return on investment. And signs so far show promising information about lowering life cycle costs for certain types of fleet. And then switching over to our sewer and reclaimed water facilities, our South Truckee Meadows, or stormwater facility, is wrapping up a multi-million-dollar expansion that will address our region's needs out to 2040. We are also expanding the use of recycled water to areas like Hidden Valley, and we're also investigating we call it the westward expansion, and bringing that effluent in to the west inside the McCarran Loop. So once again, I really appreciate the opportunity to present this infrastructure scorecard. It's interesting. I had no idea this would grow the legs it did when we originally put this together, and my team and many other departments within the county use this on a daily basis to kind of determine how we're going to allocate our resources that we have, and I'm hopeful it provides you all as policymakers some information. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Looking to the board. Any questions from members? Commissioner Andriella?
Thanks for doing this. I think it's great, right, to have a scorecard benchmark because that puts you in the gold team,
Right.
I think. So obviously the way that you started out in terms of, highlighting the instability in terms of sustainability of funding with roads, and I think it will be interesting as we continue to watch what the legislature may be doing with this as well. But my question to you, are you seeing any national trends of how other entities are wrestling with this? Because your point about it being a national trend may actually help to see what other organizations are doing to look at that. So I was curious if you could share that.
Yeah, so there are other agencies that are trying other things. Our folks over in California to the west are looking at a vehicle miles traveled, both in kind of the commercial vehicle, semi-truck setting, and normal residential cars, that type of thing. I haven't seen anybody who's just completely gone away from fuel tax. They might be out there. It's interesting, you talked about the legislature. So in 2017, I believe the legislature had directed, at that time, NDOT and a committee to take a look at how the state, and that ultimately trickles down to us, how the state funds their O&M. And there was some recommendations in that report. And I'm hopeful that will gain some traction. So, some of those recommendations, we're starting to assess some type of fee to electric vehicles. Electric vehicles currently pay $0 for the use of our county roadways. And so really making that a more fair playing field. It also talked about slowly transitioning from a fuel tax-based environment to a vehicle miles traveled environment. DMV is obviously set up for that. It just takes a little bit of political will. But these are real numbers, and it's a cause for concern. Sure.
Thank you. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see what transpires, and I look forward to hearing updates. We all do, I'm sure. I'm going to move, and I know that Mr. Solero's going to smile on the sewer and wastewater treatment opportunities. I think that I've been bringing it up since 2023, and I'm going to keep on bringing it up. I think there's some opportunities for regionalization and/or consolidation, and I look forward to those continued discussions. I think the fact that we have a new administration and what that may look like in terms of land opportunities opening up. I know there's some things later that I'm going to address with that, but I would be remiss to not bring up the support I hope that we can have with those ongoing discussions with other jurisdictions about efficiency, capacity building, and getting ahead of what may be coming possibly. And so I'll look forward to those continued discussions as well. And I know it's hard balancing everything, even to your point of 3.6 billion in assets are represented on this chart, and maintaining all of that is there isn't necessarily always funding as we move forward with staffing and what that might look like. So I think anything that we can do to look at efficiency building, look at saving dollars, and looking at working with jurisdictions that are also facing some challenges, the time may be for those opportunities. So thanks for giving this, and thanks for the team for putting all of this together, right? And measuring that. So it would be helpful, just in closing, to continue to help orient us with this scorecard update, if that's in something in the gold team, opportunity checklist. So you can move from platinum, Mr. Solero, maybe to gold team. I don't know. I don't know.
I thought platinum trumped gold.
Well,
More expensive.
I think we can all figure out whatever it is. You could be platinum, it doesn't matter. I'm just hoping that we can continue to have an update, especially as the infirmary goes out, dollars are going to get tight, looking at efficiencies. So I think those discussions are going to be more on the forefront than they are waiting for a strategic planning meeting. And then we can designate platinum. So thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the foresight to you and your team to having implemented this scorecard. It's a common language that we can all use. I use this when I'm talking to my constituents. It's easy to follow the color coding. It couldn't get any more simple than this. So thank you for doing that proactive work years ago. We know that there's like a direct correlation between the dedicated funding sources that we have and the health of our assets. It's very clear. You got the funding to sustain it. You've got a healthy grade in our assets. And I have a bias. I love and believe in parks to my core. I know that there's just such a high return on investment with the overall health and wellness of our communities. It's an economic driver. I've talked about this a million times before, and I'd really like for us to continue to explore the possibility of, as conversations of consolidation keep reemerging, potentially exploring the Parks District. And you all know that this was enabling legislation that was done a decade ago. It's there, it's ready to go, and I'd really like to Commissioner Andriola's point, work with our other jurisdictions to see if that's a way that we can improve efficiencies with our parks, an asset that we all value and use in so many different aspects of our life. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And I think one takeaway from the scorecard today that I haven't had, a new lens perhaps, is I haven't viewed it as a safety issue in the past, the last couple of years. And as we're looking forward at those future needs for roads and stormwater, safety should be our number one priority. And so while I don't want to take away from the other things I love, like parks, I really do think dedicating some time and attention to our roads and stormwater is a valuable effort.
Absolutely. Commissioner Clark, do you have anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to focus on the roads and pavement. A couple of things were brought up that I'd like maybe a little bit more clarification on.
Sure.
As far as the fuel taxes are flat, is that so? Is there any way to measure that as far as, I look at just anecdotal, the traffic that we have now. I mean, that's a concern of the citizens. There seems to be more cars on the road than there was yesterday, and there's more cars on the road than there was last year and the year before. These folk, they're not all electric cars, so it seems to me that there's more gas being consumed, and I'm just wondering how it remains flat, or we don't see any growth in that. So is there some studies or something that we can use to back this up? I know we can check with the state and see how much fuel tax money they collect, but how do we have more cars and seems like we're not consuming more fuel? Just a general question.
Yeah, it's a great question, and thank you for the question. Something we've scratched our heads at, and you can't see it, unfortunately. I'm looking at a graph that was in that report that came out of the committee based on the legislature's action in 2017, and it basically shows vehicle miles traveled. You're right, there are far more cars on the road than we've seen, and we continue to see that. And then you see the fuel revenue. It's going up, but just not at the same level. So there's this disparity between vehicle miles traveled and the amount. So it's with the fuel efficiency of vehicles, and it's not an EV fault. It's traditional ICE vehicles are far more efficient than they were back in the day as well. So people have transitioned to those fuel efficient vehicles, and so there is more gas being bought, but it's not keeping pace with the vehicle miles traveled.
And what about comparing with surrounding counties? I hear a lot of folks that they go to other places to tank up. So how has that impacted our local fuel tax revenue if people are going to neighboring counties where, some days it's 80 or 90 cents a gallon cheaper down in Carson City than it is here?
That's a great question, and I've never seen a study on how many Washoe County residents are fueling up outside. I think it's known Washoe County fuel tax is higher than some of our surrounding counties, and so that certainly has an impact. I've not seen a report that quantifies that.
And I don't know if you're going to see that particular report, but you could compare county revenue to see over the last 4 or 5 years if Carson is getting more. So I'm concerned about escaping revenue in addition to flattening revenue.
Sure. The report that was done by the state was statewide. I was in a couple of meetings that were, we had county representatives from all over. I can tell you everybody is feeling this. Carson's in a world of hurt as well. Based on this, they actually don't index their fuel tax, where Washoe County does index their fuel tax, which has certainly helped us. But the escape piece is, it's a thing, and I like I said, I haven't seen any kind of report that quantifies it, but I'm sure it happens.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions as well. So, as you know, I have brought will ask constituents who bring me safety concerns on county roads to your team, and you have that form that folks fill out, which I think is great. I was curious, as part of this matrix, if you, and I know it's the future need, which is really making our roads safer. So we have changed how we look at designing roads, and we have seen that we have to go back to old roads and make them safer for pedestrians, and so I'm curious if that is built into the future needs column of, we have all these requests for safety improvements and we don't have the money. Is that something that you're thinking of when you put this matrix together?
So on that particular one, it's probably negligible. The future need in terms of why it's scored so low is really the how we're currently funding it, knowing that we have all of this deferred maintenance. We know that, you know, our roads are 25 years plus. And so just for comparison, so to maintain, like, we'll do a surface treatment on a road, we call it a Cape Seal. We might do it after 5, 6, 7 years or whatever, and it costs pennies per square foot, as opposed to a reconstruction is $6 a square foot. So that's kind of that inequity we see, and there's no identified funding source for all that reconstruction that we see coming our way.
Okay. I think it would be helpful for me to understand, of those public safety requests that the community brings to your team, and you have seen, okay, yes, this is warranted, what are we able to even invest in those requests, or are you just, you've got it on this list of yet another thing we don't have the funding for? And so that would be helpful to understand a kind of a general idea of the cost of what that would look like, because those are concerns that I hear in my district, and I just want to make sure on county roads, we try to do what we can for RTC and regional roads, that we are addressing those safety concerns.
Right. Right. So we did allocate, and I'm going to forget the figure, but there's a certain amount of budget within the roads fund now for those specific safety improvements. Is it sufficient? Certainly not.
Okay.
But as those requests come in, our traffic engineer and our engineering term evaluate those requests and determine, is it warranted? Is it needed based on studies that they do? And then that project is prioritized. If it's something that can be done within that budget, and when I say it's like $50,000, but
Yeah.
it can, you know, for traffic calming, that type of thing, we can deliver a few of those projects per year. And that's been a huge help for those kind of very specific challenges that we have in, say, a residential neighborhood, and some, you know, the old design of streets that were just straight and wide, and people want to go fast on those. So we learn things over time, and we've been able to tackle some of those.
Okay. Yes, so we are keeping up with those requests is essentially what you're.
Generally.
Okay,
yes.
great, that's good to hear. And I think Commissioner Garcia brings up a great point of, when you have a dedicated revenue source, you look at the grades you get. And
Yep.
so the legislature did give this commission an opportunity to enact a tax, and I know we're not going to have that discussion today, and I don't know what year they did this, but it's called SGST, and it was for roads, and we have yet to enact that tax, and so I think that could be a discussion that we have in the future for this board, at least to understand what that means and some background. So maybe that's something we put on a future agenda, just as discussion. On Hidden Valley recycled water, I know we didn't receive the grant request we asked for to pipe recycled water to Hidden Valley. Is that, or is that still in the?
The appropriation.
Yeah, the appropriation.
Yeah, no, we are still moving forward with
Okay.
funding source out of the sewer
Okay.
utility, absolutely.
All right. What's the timing on that?
I believe actually the pipeline is under construction.
Okay.
I mean, there have been some portions associated with that. The question now becomes, you know, storage and some of those other things at the end of the line. We're reengaging with the residents related to that, given the thunderstorm that occurred last summer. So want to make sure that the community's understanding of what our plan is and what it looks like. And so there's a little bit more discussion going on as far as that goes.
I guess what I'm getting to is like westward expansion to go to our golf course, for example, and get
Yes.
that purple pipe going.
Yeah.
Is that something we could see in the next 4 years, or is that something that you see that would be?
So first, I'll tackle Hidden Valley. So Hidden Valley is definitely still in
Okay.
the works. We've secured the easements to get through the private property to bring the effluent line into Hidden Valley. We're still kind of evaluating exactly what that means for Hidden Valley, and that'll determine tank size.
Okay.
Originally, there was some recommendations to do RIBs, and analysis determined that might not be the best approach. So we're kind of evaluating that'll determine pipe size. At the end of the day, there will be effluent at Hidden Valley to irrigate Hidden Valley, which will be
Wonderful.
Yeah. The next piece of that, like I talk about, and I didn't coin the westward expansion phase. That is our county engineer, Dwayne.
Yes.
But I love it.
Yeah.
So the westward expansion, he recognizes there's a whole host of potential customers that would benefit greatly from the use of effluent, both in the park side,
And we'd
our
benefit.
Washoe Golf Course, yes, all those types of things, and that is certainly so. He and his team are looking at ways we can bring that in. It's a little more challenging. We're bringing it in through, very, very built-up environment
Right.
versus Hidden Valley. It's not yet. So it's got some challenges, but we know that's the next piece.
Okay. So more than 4 years? Who knows? You can't speak to that. Maybe we get a presentation on that down the line.
We can do that.
Okay, that would be very helpful. And then on the Parks District, the study, are we moving forward with that regionally? Do y'all have that information? And you probably-
Yeah, so thank you for the question. I actually was working with City of City of Reno staff. They have solicited for that study. We want to partner with them. We anticipate partnering with them. And just for clarification, so the legislation that was enabled to allow for park districts, the very first thing to form a park district is there's a study required. And so City of Reno and Washoe County, we're moving in that direction.
Okay, wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. Any other board questions on the?
I do.
Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to refocus again on roads. I mean, it seems to be a top-of-mind awareness for a lot of our residents here. So can you explain we've got an A for capacity, and for future needs, we get an F. So how do we go from capacity to future needs? Can you explain and compare and contrast those two
Sure.
categories?
So each of the criteria you see on the top, there's a definition for each of those, and I'd have to go back, so I'm going to go off my memory.
Sure.
Capacity is basically current state. Like, are we able to provide capacity? And remember, these are Washoe County unincorporated roads, so they're not things
Right.
like 80 or Pyramid
Yes,
Highway
yeah.
or something like that.
County.
The vast majority of Washoe County's roads are residential in nature. And so the answer to the capacity piece is, are we able to meet the current capacity needs? And so that's why that scores so well. The future need piece, again, is that funding source. We recognize there's a future need both in deferred maintenance and O&M and reconstruction and all those types of things. And the funding mechanism we have in place today will not meet those future demands. So that's why.
And that's just paving the road. So future need is infrastructure for new subdivisions coming on board, or widening of roads to existing subdivisions or apartment complexes or warehouses, heavier truck traffic.
Right.
I know certain county roads have kind of narrow, but a lot of big warehouse, a lot of big trucking going on around
Sure.
there. In addition, with commingling in with the neighborhood residents
Right.
on the same
Right.
narrow roads.
Right. Great. I appreciate that question. That's a great opportunity to kind of talk about how roads are initially funded. And so development pays for development, right? Up until a time where 35 years from when that road was built, it's going to need reconstruction. That's kind of what we're looking at right now. So development pays for development. They build those roads. They widen the roads. If we're bringing in a commercial area and roads need to be widened based on their traffic studies, that is a condition of that development. They build it. we accept it, then we're responsible for maintaining it. What we're seeing, like I said, we accepted a lot of roads a long time ago, and the horizon to reconstruct those roads it's at our doorstep.
So the developer builds a road initially.
Correct.
10, 15, 20 years down the line, when there's other things happening in the community, who's responsible? The county responsible at one point in time? Are we ever responsible for widening the roads? Or are we just responsible for paving and maintaining the roads?
It's pretty rare that we would be responsible for, using that example, widening a road. If there was a new use that was going on in that area, and let's say based on that use, that developer wants to do something, or developers want to do something in that particular area, basically, typically a condition of their development would be to make those improvements to the roadway, or to put up a traffic signal, something like that. So it's based on what they plan to do in that area and the impacts of that development. They're conditioned to pay for those improvements.
Sure, and I'm not on job sites looking at this, but as I drive by a certain area, let's say Mount Rose in South Virginia, that was widened for maybe half a mile on each side, but after that it constricts back down to what it used to be. So, it just moved the log jam down the street a little bit, and that's the question I'm trying to get to the bottom of.
Yeah. A lot of what we see are on those intersections where it might be an RTC road or a state road. We work very closely with those partners, just like they work very closely with us on impacts to roads that are multi-jurisdictional. And we'll come up with a certain set of conditions. Their RTC and specifically NDOT are slightly different in the sense that they really look at that capacity. What does that traffic pattern look like based on Washoe County's build out, or City of Reno's build out, or City of Sparks build out, and they plan for those, so they're styled slightly differently than how we develop our roads.
Sure, and I know the example I gave was state roads, sure, that intersection. However, when that bottleneck moves back, it impacts our roads, our county roads that feed into that. And that's what I'm getting at is how do we keep the constriction from happening on our properties when it's impacted by the state? And then just a comment, yeah, thanks.
No, certainly the comment's a good one. Again, we partner with the state and RTC and the City of Reno and Washoe County, and City of Sparks when there are impacts to any of those jurisdictions. So we're at the table. We can, identify those concerns. Does it always work? Probably not, but we do our best.
Sure, thank you. And then one other comment, not necessarily to you, but to staff, if I can get some information about the road tax information that the chair referred to as information about the ability of the county to increase the road taxes, or exactly how that plays out. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
May I just take one moment just to verify with this board that you're still cool with the direction that was given in the past of the theme is to raise the grade?
We got to raise that grade.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Looking around and seeing some nods. Okay. Any other scorecard questions from the board? Not seeing any. Thank you both, and looking forward to getting A's in all of this. We're above average in Washoe County. Yeah, let's get that platinum. And so we'll now, if there's nothing else, we'll now move into 6B.
6B is an update on senior programming and facilities enhancements and upgrades during the past year, and updating the board on upcoming enhancements and upgrades. And we have Director Gustafson and his team here this morning.
On the left, yeah, better sit over.
Okay. Sit in the middle. Welcome.
Okay, good morning. We are super glad to be here, and we're here to talk about Senior services and, oh wait, do we have a PowerPoint? I don't want to click the wrong thing here. Hold, please.
That's okay.
While Josh works on that, I will introduce us. My name is Ryan Gustafson. I'm the Director of Washoe County Human Services Agency, and with me I have Kara Powley, who's a Division Director of Senior Services, along with several other programs, and Abby Bottolato, who is our Coordinator for Senior Services. And perfect timing, thank you, Josh. So we are going to start and just talk real quickly about what we want to get out of this conversation and sort of some takeaways. And so really the organization of this talk is to just do a quick overview of what we had talked about in October of 23 when we had our last meeting, when we really started some pointed focuses on senior services, and then to give some updates as well on current programming, current data, current projects, sort of where we're at with that, and some program updates, and then to get some feedback to ensure that we are going in the appropriate direction. So real quickly, and I just got a couple of slides, and then I'm going to turn it over to the team. As you recall, in 23, when we had talked about senior services, there's a significant focus on how we're going to address increased population over the next 5 to 10 years for seniors, which we know in Washoe County specifically, it was growing faster even than the national data was showing us. And so we had talked about doing some preparatory work for that. We had talked about mental health needs. We had talked about isolation needs. We talked about transportation. We'd even gotten into conversations around potential legislative action. And so with that, and you can see some additional ones here on this slide as well, tied into our facilities and some of the things that were low-hanging fruit, things that we could move on quickly, and things that were larger project-based approaches for us. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Abby to start getting into some of the update data.
Good morning. All right, last time I did the clicker, I went all the way through the slideshow, so hopefully I don't do that. All right, so I'm going to talk about some of the trends we're seeing from last year to this year. Our congregate meal usage, we saw a pretty significant increase. And in the next slide, I'll look at the data a little bit more. We've been seeing increases year over year. We saw a huge decrease, obviously, during COVID. We were closed, but then even that first year or so that we reopened. So it's good to see that these numbers are increasing, along with the participation of unduplicated clients who are new and coming in. So we're getting new people coming in. Home delivered meals has not grown the same way. That took the other direction, that when we reopened our doors, our home delivered numbers started going down, but we're starting to see those numbers start to creep back up. But I think a lot of those individuals had been on congregate meals, then went to home delivered meals. So that's why those numbers aren't seeing the same increases like congregate meal. I do want to highlight that that 21% is kind of a weird. Under the home delivered meals, 21% of our meals are delivered by volunteer drivers, and so that's the representation of what that cost savings is. For our homemaker services, we've seen a 67% increase in unduplicated clients just in the last year. 2 years ago, we had a wait list over 400 individuals. Once we brought on our own homemakers, we got to see that wait list drop significantly. At one point, we were, for a day, at 99, and then we've been creeping back up. And this is a true wait list. These 214 people on the wait list have all been vetted, and we do have regular contact with them. And then for representative pay, we've also increased that by 30%. We actually went from having 40 slots to 80 slots in this last fiscal year, and we're also forming a wait list for that program as well. It's the arrow, right? Okay. All right, so this slide, this is just, I'm not going to go over each piece of it, but this just shows the trends over the last 5 years. We have been growing the program. 2020, obviously, there was a lot more meals being served. We put a lot more people on home-delivered meals, but then the last 4 years, you can see that the trends are growing again. And just some more trends. But I really want to highlight our homemaker program. We now have 10 of our own homemakers that are in-house. This is new. This has only happened in the last couple years. So that incredible increase from 22 to 24 of 180. At any given time, we were serving about 120 people, and 180 was within that year. We're now serving actually about 342 at any given time, and so we've leveled out. We have filled up caseloads, so this is going to be probably flat numbered in the next couple years. And then again, I talked about representative payee. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Kara.
Thank you. All right, I get the good news part on this slide. So, well, before I even get started on this slide, I want to give an update that today we are serving hot meals again and soup. So that's an exciting development because it was a difficult transition going to our temporary food delivery. So that's one piece of good news today. Some of the other updates that are underway with our capital improvement project in conjunction with the Community Services Department are listed here. The dining room we anticipate is going to look entirely different. It's going to have more of a warm and welcoming look to it. We're putting better signage up so people know where things are and how to access it. So we're excited for that. We're also getting a new stage, because the stage that we have now has been there since 1978, and it's shaky and in need of some safety updates as well as appearance. The bathrooms are going to be getting into ADA compliance and have a facelift as well, because those have also not been updated since 1978. And then you could see the other areas that are getting redesigned to create better efficiencies and safety with the fencing and patio area. We are planning to have a grand opening of all these improvements in April, and this is in conjunction with a partner of Nevada Arts Council who is loaning us some of the art that they have for people around the state. So we're excited to work with them to launch that and make it a real special celebration. So we'll let you know about that as a date is set. Work to date and programming updates. These are some of our partners that are listed here. It's certainly not exhaustive, but Commissioner Andriola, you mentioned earlier the memory kits, and we do have those memory kits in the library at the senior center. So that's something that is already happening, and we have other partnerships with the libraries as far as our technology and offering computer classes and many things. They've been excellent partners for us, and it's nice to have the library on site. So we see that that's pretty much full every day. People love going to the library. So our activities coordinator that we've been able to fund through our ARPA Innovative Grant with Bill Cerro. I don't know how many of you have met him, but he's wonderful. Just has done an excellent job for us. He works 25 hours a week, and this is a listing of some of the things that he's initiated. He's really been focused on our outlying sites, not the Sparks and Reno Senior Center, so he's really done an excellent job of engaging with people, finding out what they like to do, scheduling different events like craft fairs, and some of the other things that are listed there. But I can't say enough about him and the things that he's got going. We're currently working on getting pet therapy started when the building reopens, and he's working with Paws for Love to get that going. So he's done a great job. So the next program I want to talk about is our mental health program that we've piloted, and it's called the Program to Encourage Active and Rewarding Lives, PEARLS. And this is an evidence-based program through the University of Washington. The whole focus of the program is to reduce isolation and depression, and they have research that shows that it's been effective, and it's been implemented in 26 states around the country. We've had caseworkers, myself, and 2 master's level interns through the University of Nevada trained in this model, and they are the primary people that are administering it through the agency. We've had 40 people referred to date, which we haven't even put this out to the whole community just because we have such small numbers of people that are providing the service. And some of them either declined the service because it's based in the agency and it's not home-based. And then others just were eliminated because they had more significant mental health concerns and were referred to mental health providers. This is not a clinical therapeutic program. It's focused on problem-solving techniques, which will make this model more sustainable because more people can provide the service. We do have an APRN and a medical nurse who has her RN providing oversight monthly. And then I'm an LCSW, and I provide regular supervision to the master's level students, and their task supervisor, Cindy, is one of our supervisors with senior services. So we feel really optimistic about continuing this program, and Abby's working on some shifts so one of our caseworkers can go into homes because we've seen that as a barrier. It's difficult for people to always come into the center, so that's something we're working towards to sustain the program. But I personally have sat in on sessions, and it's very cathartic for some of the seniors because they don't have a lot of people to talk to. And it really shows the benefit of the program that they can speak and know that this information is going nowhere, nobody's going to judge them, and to become a little more active and take some risks and engage more with the population in our community has been really positive. Okay. Sure. Thank you. Okay. So some of the future opportunities, one of the big ones I'd love to talk about is our on-med care station, that we are looking at the viability of providing that at the senior center here in Reno. And that is a picture of what one of the care stations looks like. And it's a private setting where somebody can go in, and it does a lot of different types of testing, including blood pressure and other things. They would have somebody come on within 90 seconds is the longest wait, we were told, and do a brief assessment and find out what's going on with this person, and then either provide what is necessary as far as prescriptions or those types of things, or refer them out to a provider in the community. So we're excited about this potential and would love to offer it to seniors because they are a vulnerable population, and we do have to call REMSA on a regular basis, unfortunately. So this would hopefully decrease that happening. And then we've worked with the Governor's Office of Science and Technology to explore digital navigation. There are costs involved, so currently we're pursuing this with partnerships through the library and other programs because we see the value in it, but it's hopefully something we can partner with to provide this service to seniors. We're also excited about upcoming recognition events. Some of those are already happening, our monthly birthday celebrations and senior breakfasts that are sponsored by the manager's office and other entities. And veterans recognition, that's really important for us to put forward this year. We feel like we don't do enough for veterans, so we would really love to accent that and do more events for them. So these are some before pictures of some of the improvements that have already happened. That's the flooring. We had carpet before that hadn't been replaced in quite a while. It was stained, soiled, had some smells associated with it. And then our next picture is some of the after pictures that have already happened. So we're already seeing improvements. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback from seniors that are coming to the center, and we're excited for what lies ahead. It's me again. Our nutrition contract, we just went through a request for proposal, and that is complete now and was approved by yourselves in December. And so thank you, and we are excited to have a higher quality of meal to provide to seniors. We, as you can see there, have the contract that's around $3.1 million for the original 2-year term, and that can be renewed for 4 years going forward. So in order to increase our programming, we need to get the word out, and we are trying our best to find as many venues as possible to be able to reach seniors. These are some of the ways that we are doing that, and we also work with community partners such as Senior Spectrum, and we just try as many venues as possible to get the word out. And this demonstrates the Washoe County Human Services Agency engagement and outreach efforts, and Chris Ciarlo is our main lead in this. And as you can see, Senior Services makes up over a third of the contacts and media metrics that we provide.
All right, some exciting new updates. We are getting 5 new meal trucks, and this time we're taking the opportunity to rebrand a little bit better and to do something different. So here's an example, a mock-up of what our new trucks will look like. All different pictures, it's of different ethnicities, and then making sure we still have our phone number. Next slide. So 4 of those trucks were funded through grants. I know this is small, but through the ADSD Nutritional Capital Expense Hotbox, and then also for the meal delivery vehicles. So this is just a snapshot of the grant funding that we've received in about the last year or so. You can see most of them are through the state with ADSD, and many of those are trickled down through like Title III money. And these are just pictures of fun. We have a fan drive every year. The community's always been great in donating. We have 2 of our employees doing ice cream. We are actually still able to do ice cream on Friday, our birthday Friday. We have managed, we have a plan of how to make that happen this Friday. The cake, Waka Waka, that was our Halloween. And then Grumpy Old Men play every Wednesday. If you've never come to watch them, when we reopen, I encourage anybody to come watch them. It's like 15-piece band, and they are wonderful, and we have a great turnout. And with that, I think I'm turning it back over to Kara.
All right, thank you for your time today, and we are hoping that you are seeing some of the new programming and efforts that are being taken, and engagement with community partners to try to offer seniors as much as possible in Washoe County. But we would like your feedback and anything that you have that we could follow up on going forward.
Thank you very much. I'm looking to the board to see if there's anyone who would, yes, Commissioner Andriola.
Thanks for the update and all your hard work. You had mentioned on a couple of the slides in terms of the commitment, as an example, whether it's birthdays and veteran recognition and others. And also that weaved into the partners where you had shared all the information that has been disseminated in various ways and various partnerships like Senior Spectrum. And I wonder if there's an opportunity to look at bringing in more veteran representation, specifically partnering with the VA as well, and letting them know that there's opportunities and programming, but also maybe looking at the veterans themselves in terms of what they see would be beneficial Obviously, Veterans Day is recognized at a national level. We're not immune from that opportunity as well, and recognizing those that have served. But I think that there may be opportunities to explore specifically with expanding that program and also the relationship with other veteran organizations. So I wanted to bring that up. And I'll give you an example specifically on your home program. I may be not getting that right on the. Yeah, the Homemaker program, and looking at even having veterans help with that volunteer aspect may be another opportunity for veterans reaching veterans. I think that there's a special connection, being the daughter of a military career man. And not that you have to be the daughter. I mean, everyone is very grateful for everyone's service, but there's something special that happens when a veteran is speaking with another veteran, just like any other opportunity for those that share careers that and their choice to serve our country. So I would say from a senior perspective, we all know that there are a lot of veterans in our community, and I think that there may be some programming reach. I think getting feedback from them is important, and that connection and may help with additional isolation. Addressing some of the things that you have with that evidence-based program called PEARLS. So I wanted to throw that out, but I'd also like to reserve the opportunity to reach out as I think of other things, if you don't mind, because I do think that you're doing a great job. I know that the shift has been hard. The fact that the 9th Street facility, as an example, how old is that?
1978, so over 40 years old.
Okay. I wish I were born in that year, then I wouldn't feel so old. So anyway, the point is that it's a need of attention. Getting the new trucks and looking at those grant opportunities, so kudos to you for looking at that. So wouldn't it be great to see a veteran also on the side of that truck? Sorry, I'm going to keep on. I just think it's an underrepresented connection, and it's not that anyone has ignored them in terms of that body of group. I just see opportunities that we might be able to reach that body. So again, I wanted to thank you for also sharing that today is a day of celebration for hot meals. I know that I'm going to be reaching out to the constituents in my district and looking at enjoying those opportunities to meet with them, and I'll use the term break bread in the sense of having lunches. So thank you again for all your hard work and for the team that's behind you. It's not just you three, right? There's a whole team of people and all the volunteers and the hours. That's the other thing that I didn't see on here, and I'm wondering, I think that you should also look at the number of hours, right, in terms of your volunteer services as well, because those folks are giving back in terms of their time and talent, and I think that we should also recognize that possibly in terms of all volunteers. So I think there's plenty of opportunities, and did I mention I'd like to reserve the opportunity for additional ideas that I'll bring up at a later time, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And yes, you certainly advocate for the veterans, we know, and it's very honorable that you do so. And I think absolutely that I don't think that there is such a thing as doing too many things or getting our veteran community involved in too many ways. And so we fully agree with you on looking at ways to increase what that involvement looks like. I also love the idea of starting to look at sort of what that volunteer commitment has looked like. I mean, it really is, when you deliver 400,000 home delivered meals every year, like it's compared to the other Northern Nevada communities, it's 8 or 10-fold what anyone else does. And so just a quick shout out to the volunteers and to our staff and to all of the folks that get to work with Abby and her team. They do a fantastic job, and it's super rewarding, also super difficult work to do. So we certainly appreciate the recognition. Do you want to add anything?
Sure. Yes, thank you, Commissioner. And I took notes, and I think we already have some ideas that Abby and I have been talking about to increase not only recognition, but I like the idea of involvement. And I neglected to mention that we do have ideas for having more taste testing and consumer feedback for our meals, and I could see a veterans group being involved in that as well. We do have several veterans that already attend, and we talk to them, and they have valuable feedback, and we can do a better job of capturing that, I think, as well. And we did meet with the Senior Advisory Board and talk about ideas. They all committed to going and doing taste testing and bringing their ideas back, and we do have a plan in place to get immediate feedback from seniors who are having meals. So we hope to have more data for you on that in the future as well.
Madam Chair, thank you. I was going to ask about what that was going to look like, so thanks for touching upon that. So I'll look forward, I think we all will, to the immediate response, the feedback from everyone. I am an alternate on the Senior Advisory Committee, but have Commissioner Clark and his dedication of attending those meetings on a regular basis has not given me an opportunity to actually serve on that. So if you're ever absent, I'm definitely available to serve in that capacity. But I do think that it's great to look at how you're going to get feedback directly from the folks that we serve. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It might not surprise you that I have an interest in the, it might not surprise anyone that I have an interest in the food at the senior center. And I'm happy to hear we have hot meals back today. How many days was the kitchen, the portable kitchen non-operational?
11 days.
11 days, okay. So when we awarded the contract to that mobile kitchen, we spent a lot of money to be using that. Is there any type of a rebate we're going to get from not being able to use that? I mean, I almost look at the analogy, if I lease a car for a week and it's in the shop for 3 days, do I still have to pay for the time it was non-operational?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. That's something we can look into. Some of the issues were just adaptive based on the equipment that we use to make the soup and those types of things. So I don't know that it was the fault of the temporary kitchen, but there were other issues that were not communicated to us or the Community Services Department that we could check into about that.
Sure. So, again, it might seem like a broken record and me harping on this, but we had months and months of knowing that the senior center was going to be shut down. Why wasn't anybody checking in to see what we leased, if it was compatible to the facilities we have here? And, when things don't follow through and it isn't open, the rumor mills go crazy. And, what was the real reason why we couldn't open that kitchen? Several of the real reasons. Yeah. Let's get rid of the rumors, if we could.
Some of the rumors are accurate rumors, to tell you the truth. One of the issues, and thank you for the question, one of the reasons is when we initially brought the mobile kitchen in, we did have some frozen pipes right across, because we had a very cold weekend that weekend. Pipes were frozen. There was some compatibility issue with the gas hookup as well, so we had to order some parts. Then we had to order some additional parts. All of that created some delays. For all of the sort of the critique of Trio, though, and getting food in place, they were, I will say to their credit, able to pivot very quickly to be able to get other meals. I do recognize that they were cold meals in place, and then we were able to pivot again and do salads, and we had different salads every day, which actually we got quite good feedback on from almost 100% of the folks that we got feedback from. So they were able to pivot. The last thing that we would ever want to do is not to be able to feed the senior community, and we were very happy, even though there were some issues around getting that mobile kitchen operational, unfortunate issues. Again, with the quantity of meals that they're producing, this was a little unprecedented. To be able to pivot really so quickly. But yes, there were frozen pipe issues, there were compatibility issues, getting the gas hooked up, then there was getting the sign-offs from health as well, and all of that took longer than anticipated.
I'll just add, too, we were in communication with our federal grant provider, the state, ADSD, about what was happening, and they had understanding for us, and we're not going to take away any of the funding that we receive. And we do have days throughout the year that we don't have to meet the standard for quality or the nutrition value. So we took advantage of that too by offering the sandwiches and some chips and some desserts. But now we're, back to our normal pattern of serving the hot, nutritious meals.
Sure. Thank you for answering that. I just compare and contrast. That's what I like to do. How does this work, and why didn't that work? And when I see the Davis Creek fire with 7 or 8 or 1,000 firemen getting 3 meals a day in a portable kitchen out in the middle of a dirt field, and don't seem to have any problem 3 meals a day when we can't seem to get 1, it's just concerning to me. And I'm not blaming anybody, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything, and I'm not calling anybody out, but, in the future, anything that the county does, they should make sure that they do the troubleshooting before the time that needs to be enacted. When I hear about gas problems, many people in the county don't have gas. They have propane. They bring in these big tanks, and away you go. It's done. These people come in and hook you up. So hearing that kind of stuff is like, what? I mean, there's other ways to fix, there's more ways to skin a cat, I guess is the old saying. And there's other things to how to fix gas problems. So just word to the wise for the whole universe, and not just senior citizens. And yes. So that's my point, is fix things that need to be fixed and troubleshoot it before the problem happens. And again, I'll use the Davis Creek situation where they came in on a dirt field and set it up and fed 700 or 800 people 3 meals a day for several weeks. Also, I'd like to talk about the Bill, the part-time person. Just fantastic. Guy is like, just unbelievable. Work ethic is unbelievable. It really does a good job. He's committed to it. So couldn't ask for more. Back to what he's doing though is he's driving a van that was purchased by Lifestyle Homes to service the folks up in the North Valleys, they bought it before COVID. And then it went into mothballs during COVID, and then it took several months to get it back operational, and we appreciate he's using that. And I'd like to see if the county had more of those opportunities, because that's one van that hauls maybe, 9 or 11 people, whatever the number is, and that's trying to service several senior centers. And I know he's taken people to the museum in Carson City, the State Museum, and different events, and folks that have a hard time driving, that's a big help. But it's really a drop in the bucket when we've got over 100,000 seniors in the county. So that's been a good thing. And then the barbers giving haircuts. That was somebody that I knew who used to be a tenant of mine, who rented one of my properties. He owns a barber college, and I think that's a great thing. I mean, people feel good when they're groomed properly, and I understand there's women that are coming in from that beauty college to handle men and women that want haircuts. So I think that's a good thing to do. So. There's a couple of other things that you talked about. I've got a group. It's called Senior Rescue that provides seniors with money if they get a rent increase and they're on fixed income and they can't afford to make that increase and they don't want to move. This gives them about a year of an increase in whatever their rent is. It gives them an opportunity to not become residents of the CARES campus. So Senior Rescue, and then there's a new publication coming out, Senior Rescue Magazine, and maybe consider advertising or getting some public service announcements in Senior Rescue Magazine. That'll go through the whole northern Nevada. It won't just be this county, but that's ways to encourage folks to come out. And lastly, Westbrook seems to be an area that really needs some help. I mean, there's a lot of folks in the North Valleys that are seniors, and I don't know, you know the numbers better than I do, 10 or 12 people a day go there, and they don't sit, and they don't interact, and they don't get to know each other, and the isolation. I mean, it's just a grab and go kind of they don't even set up tables there anymore. I was there the other day. And we need to get more vibrancy in that particular location. And if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll be happy to get word out in that Lemon Valley. Cold Springs seems to be that's a whole different story. Everybody seems to know each other. They get together for other games. Sun Valley's another great opportunity. The folks there are really invested in each other. You see people doing things other than just having lunch. They're getting together and a little get-together. So Sun Valley seniors should be saluted as well. So thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. Any other board feedback, questions? Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much. You all have been under a tremendous amount of pressure this year. I just wanted to say thank you. I can't speak for everybody up here, but I think your hard work and your dedication shines through every single day, so thank you. You're doing the meals, the renovations, the activities, the recognitions, Older Americans Month, so much already on your plate, but the area that I'm really proud of, given our last retreat and the emphasis on mental health, is your Pearls program. As we know, senior isolation is a national epidemic. I am so thrilled to hear that you have launched that. It's small, maybe perhaps, but mighty. I love that you're looking towards possibly co-locating those resources for seniors in the homes. I think that's really critical as fuel and transportation issues continue to arise with this population. And I love that there's an added benefit for the UNR students, so thank you for taking on the extra role of supervision. So just kudos for that. And I have 3 quick questions for you. You listed state, federal grants. You mentioned that Bill was ARPA funded. How long do we have Bill till?
So we have him through December 2025, so this year, but we are looking for any kind of funding we can pull together to keep him because he does such a great job. So.
Okay, thank you. You also mentioned there's opportunities that we have volunteer truck drivers. I did not know that. How can people, if they're interested in volunteering, get involved with you?
So the best way to do it would either be to call our main number, that 775-328-2575, or email the senior info. It's on our website, the first page at the bottom. There's an email that they can do that, and it'll go through Todd Aker, and he does all the vetting of our employees, our volunteers. And just to be clear, we have 2 different levels of volunteers. We have like the basic volunteers. We actually do partner with the courts. So if somebody needs some, can't think of the word, community service, thank you. We're one of the locations that they can do it at. But to become like a truck driver, a senior ambassador volunteer, they get vetted the same way as our employees do.
Great.
Same process.
And last but not least, you mentioned OnMed. I haven't seen these. We've seen sorts of pod type things enter the county in our court system, in our libraries. So you're in the process of assessing if this would be a viable option for us at 9th Street, or?
Yes.
Okay.
At the 9th Street location. And yes, we have a meeting with them this Friday, as a matter of fact, we're going through the contracts and just getting risk management and RDA involved to make sure we don't have any areas that are not addressed. But we're hopeful that we could get that launched April or May, and we could start using that for at least a 2-year period. As Anthem is providing the funding for that, and so it comes at no cost to the county. So we're excited to offer this opportunity. And you don't have to be Anthem to access. Anybody can go into it, any age group. So if we do have people that come that are not seniors, we plan to locate OnMed Care Station right at the front of our entrance, so anybody can come and access
That's
this.
such good news. I know we talk a lot about food insecurity, senior isolation, but healthcare, we know a lot of seniors are not accessing the appropriate healthcare, so very
Yes.
excited about that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, great presentation and work. Oh, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. How many meals did you say we served annually for seniors?
It's our home delivered, Abby, first.
Delivered, whatever, you gave a number.
We have 2024 on here. For 2024, we served 435,000 total meals.
Very good. Thank
For
you.
seniors.
Thank you. thanks. And then I'm looking at the slide, it says a diverse range of senior programming activities, including boxing.
Restorative boxing, yes. Yes. So,
I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know seniors were into boxing.
yes, I think that we've had a number of people who had taken boxing or boxed when they were younger, and they were interested in doing this in a recreational way. So we started that, it's been about, what, 3 or 4 months ago now? Yeah. And pretty good turnout at each of those.
So is it
workouts.
more for exercise or self-defense? What
I think it's more exercise and balance.
And if you have Parkinson's, it's,
Right.
Yeah,
boxing's very good for
Okay,
folks
yeah,
with
I
Parkinson's.
just didn't, I hadn't heard of it before. I wasn't mocking it by any
No,
stretch.
no.
I haven't either.
Yeah, yeah. Very good. And then just to put that number, the reason I asked that number is to put it in perspective. You know, the jail here, the sheriff prepares 1.3 million meals annually. So, you know, that kind of puts it in perspective. It can be done, and it can be done with quality and dignity and nutritional values maintained. So, just a comparison. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I am with Commissioner Garcia on the OnMed. That is awesome. I sent that to a staff member a while ago, and I am glad that we're looking at that and that insurance is picking that up. That's great. On the BDR for lower age for Medicaid, who's carrying that, or is someone carrying that for us?
You know, that was an idea that was put forward in 2023.
Right.
And we don't have a BDR at this point in time, but we are working with the state to try to, you know, hear what the concerns are and how it could be more advantageous to seniors if they were able to lower that age range and that they would be qualified for more. So it's kind of a work in progress.
Okay. Great. Well, I'm sure at our legislative updates, we'll hear more about that. But great work, team.
Oh, thank you.
So impressed and looking forward to seeing all these final improvements in the new center when it's opened. We cannot wait. And you've got our support, and thank you for your hard work, you and the whole team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think so.
Okay.
All right, we got one more, Madam
Yes,
Chair,
sir. We
before
will now
lunch.
move to 6D, and then after that, we will take a lunch break. It looks like till 1 o'clock is the goal. So after 6D, Manager Brown.
All right, item 6D is an update on the Sequential Intercept Model Initiative, an effort to divert individuals with substance abuse and mental health challenges from the justice system into behavioral health care, and a presentation on and discussion of options for the Washoe County Behavioral Health Center, formerly West Hills, for possible future action by the board at a later meeting.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you for having us. I did want to just make some quick introductory comments. This is the update on the overall behavioral health part of the vulnerable populations goal. And we are going to, because you did have a brief presentation in the fall where we covered all of the initiatives, we are just going to focus on the two today, the Sequential Intercept Model and the Washoe Behavioral Health Center. I wanted to just quickly acknowledge that while you get to see me up here talking about some of these behavioral health initiatives, that there is just tremendous work, as you heard, I think, in the prior presentation about the PEARLS program from Human Services Agency, across many divisions in this space, and I'm probably going to regret this, but I am going to try to name them. On the SIM side, of course, we have our courts, we have our public defenders, we have our DA, we have our alternative sentencing department, we have the juvenile justice system, and then we have all the folks who are on the provider side, our Human Services Agency, our health district, who's been very helpful through their CHIP initiative, our public guardian, and I probably missed somebody, but I just want to make sure that you know when we're sitting up here, we are speaking on behalf of many, many partners across the county who are investing time and resources into this, and that also the county has invested in well over 30, 35 plus clinicians who are behavioral health professionals who are providing direct services within these many programs. And so when you see us, just hopefully you see an army of folks behind us that are working on these initiatives across the county and then that we are working at a policy and systems level, not only with those county folks, but also with our regional partners across the region. So just wanted to start with that. With that, we're going to start with the sequential intercept model, and I'm going to turn it over to Judge Walker to kick us off.
So good afternoon, or good morning still. It's a pleasure to see you all again. I come really with three topics I want to broach with all of you. First is accountability. Make no mistake, I am very conscious of the fact that I called you all out at a strategic planning session not too long ago, and I said, give me an FTE, right? So I'm here to report back to you what you're getting for your money, and I hope you'll agree with me that you're getting an awful lot. I want to talk about some successes and some continuing challenges, and then truly, this is a message of hope. In a career, let's get that ugly picture out of there. In a career now approaching 35 years in criminal justice in Northern Nevada, I have never been so invigorated in my professional career as I am currently by what's happening within our county. We really agreed at some Tiger Team meetings almost 3 years ago now that Manager Brown and others attended that we were going to own this problem in Washoe County and that we were going to create a Washoe County solution. I'm here to tell you we are. Now, that broadly, the sequential intercept model is a model of how do we find the right service for the right people at the right time is the way I boil it down. I'll let Julia talk more about the specific details of the sequential intercept model, but I want to give you an example of really intercept 3. I can't really use the pointer, but that's the intercept that I have the most interaction with as a judge. And in particular, I want to talk about, or really I'm going to let Julia and Zach talk to you about the results of intercept 3. But before we go there, I'm going to call a few people out in ways that aren't on the agenda. Poor Julia, whenever she builds an agenda, she has to deal with this guy who does whatever he wants. That would be me. And what I want to do is call out some heroics that are happening in the county. And heroics is not hyperbole. This is not overstated. First, you would not believe what's happening at the Washoe County Jail related to vulnerable human beings. When I first visited the jail in the 1980s, it was a very different place than it is in 2025. And the sheriff and his staff have leaned in remarkably in this area. I just can't overstate what a sea change I see in how human beings are managed at the jail when they happen to be in custody. The second is the public agencies. So sitting next to me is the Assistant District Attorney of the county, the number 2 in the District Attorney's offices, which is one of the busier offices in the state, and I would argue on the West Coast. And the fact that the District Attorney and his staff and the Assistant District Attorney have leaned in on this issue very vigorously is remarkable. You would not believe the number of hours this human being next to me spends on a fairly narrow cross-section of human beings who are among the most vulnerable and most high-risk, high needs in the county. In that same category is the public defender, Ms. Grosnick, and the alternate public defender, Ms. Hickman, both of whom appear regularly at competency court personally and take personal caseloads in that. And that, too, is a remarkable testament. The CARES campus, Lakes, NAMS, there is one person who you cannot not recognize, and she's sitting in this room, and that's Ms. Jennifer Raines. So Ms. Jennifer Raines is a chief deputy public defender who's worked in this headspace for the better part of 2 decades and does miraculous work. And I invite you all to walk up and shake her hand and congratulate her, because any of the success in this is due to these professionals, and all of the weaknesses are really due to me. So with that, I want to stop talking to all of you. I welcome any of your critical questions and comments at the ends, and I'll turn this over to Julia and Zach.
Thank you, Judge. So you've had a presentation on this. I'm going to move relatively quickly, but just sequential intercept model, it's a funny name. So just to remind you and the audience that the concept here is that there are multiple places within the justice system where we have the opportunity to interact with individuals who are experiencing behavioral health challenges. And when we say behavioral health, that is shorthand for both mental health and substance use disorders. One is, of course, that first call to 911, our law enforcement response. 2 is that initial detention or those first court appearance. 3, now you're deeper into the justice system, you're in front of a court, you're perhaps going through a trial. And 4, you've now finished your time, you are doing reentry, and then 5 is you're under supervision. Later in the model, they added 0, which we've talked about a lot, which is the crisis response system, which is an effort to make sure that folks who are having a behavioral health crisis don't interact with the justice system at all unless there is a public safety challenge. So not going to go through all of these bullets. We'll just focus on the last 2 that are the significant progress that we've made on the sequential intercept initiative. We have currently mapped all of the justice side deflection and diversion initiatives, things that we are currently doing, not just at Washoe County, Reno, and Sparks as well. And in doing so, that has given us an assessment of how we're doing in each one of those initiatives. It has also identified our assets and our strengths, as well as some of the gaps that we need to fill. From that, we took those gaps and really created a draft strategic framework, looking at what could be the initiatives that we might want to pursue in this space so that we are more aligned with best practices across, recognized best practices across the nation. And where we currently are is that last bullet is that we are taking that strategic framework and we are shopping it across cross-jurisdictional meetings. So we've met with, for instance, our most recent meeting was with the city attorneys. We've met with the court systems. We're meeting with the law enforcement partners from each jurisdiction to test our strategic framework and to narrow down the list of initiatives. So going to the mapping and just at a very high level, where did we land? Each of those triangles represents the intercepts, and the scale is on a scale of 0 to 10. How are we doing in comparison to the best practice national model? And so you can see that we are doing relatively well in terms of Intercept 0, the crisis stabilization process that we've been working on for a number of years. Intercept 1, we have some good things happening in our initial law enforcement response, particularly training that we're doing through our CIT programs, as well as our MOST teams and HOPE teams that are doing specialized responses. If you get to Intercept 2, that is that initial diversion, so those first few days in jail, that first appearance in court, and potentially the possibility to divert and deflect before getting it deeper into the system, that is an area where we have less assets in our community and some opportunity for exploration. Then you get to 3, now you're getting deeper to the courts, and you can see that is our highest ranked area, and credit where credit is due to our court systems, our DAs, and our public defenders, who have been working in the specialty court area for many, many, many years and making meaningful impact in people's lives in that space. Then we go on to 4, which is, of course, the primarily the work that is happening in the jails. And we're about in the middle, as Judge alluded to. There's some incredible work happening there and some more work to be done. So that's just a general high-level assessment, a roll-up of a deeper document that you'll see in the near future. So from that process, we came up with initially 26, and some of our conversations, we've now narrowed it down to 24 initiatives across all of those. They range from training to increased program capacity to implementing some new processes. Our partners include a much longer list of that. We shouldn't have even put that bullet on there because there's so many people that are left off of that partner list, but so many partners across the community that are working, potentially will be working on these initiatives. I'm going to let me just pause here for a second. Just to be clear, we are not going to tackle 24 initiatives in the first year. That would be. Yes, we are. Be the definition of insanity in a project that is working on behavioral health. So we have a core team that includes the judge that will be forced to narrow those down to the most strategic ones that will make the most impact in our community in the near term. With that, we decided not to try to share with you all of those initiatives because we're still in the prioritizing stage. And so instead, we wanted to give the opportunity to just have a little bit of insight into one of the meaningful initiatives that has happened since we have, and when I say we, a much broader we before I was even in the picture, have kicked off, and that is Competency Court. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Young, who's going to take us through.
Good morning. Zach Young, on behalf of the DA's office, I'm Mr. Edwards' counterpart in the criminal division. For purposes of this presentation, I'm here really representing all of the agencies, all the people that are exerting their efforts in the competency court arena. It's 7 minutes. I was told I have 7 minutes. That will fly by. So as a threshold, I will happily answer any questions that anybody has at any time about competency court. I believe strongly in it. I feel I can speak on behalf of the other key stakeholders that they likewise will answer any questions should the need arise. But competency court, part of the criminal justice system, and the goal of it has been to improve the efficiency, improve the effectiveness of those cases where competency concerns of charged offenders has been raised. We look at ways to seek just results, sometimes creatively, and it's really an out-of-the-box approach that we've taken versus the historical approach we've taken when competency has been raised, which I'll briefly address. So by way of background, as the judge said, competency court falls within Intercept 3, the court's system. So typically, an offender commits a crime, is arrested, and at some point in the criminal justice process, either at the initial arraignment, maybe as early as the bail hearing, or sometimes later in that process as the case tracks along, competency concerns are noted. Typically, not always, typically by the defense attorney because they have the most interaction with that offender. But it could be raised by the presiding judge, it could be raised by the DA, but some way or the other, competency is raised. And when I say competency, that's not a derogatory term, that there's a legal definition of what an incompetent person under Nevada law means. It's not unique to Nevada. Every state in the U.S. has similar laws that due process prohibits the prosecution of an incompetent person. So in 2023, February of 2023, we started competency court. So we're just shy of 2 years. We have incredible.
Sorry, just really quick, Zach.
Yes.
Do you want to advance your slides? We have them, but the public can't see them. Thank you.
I sure do. Thank you, Chair. We have seen some great successes. I don't have the time to go through any or all of them, but we have seen some great successes. We are certainly aware there's room for improvement, there's room for growth. And that leads into what are the goals of competency court. We identified 5, one of which is the standardization of the criminal justice system's competency process in a fiscally responsible manner. When we're talking about government, fiscal responsibility is always of paramount concern. But talking about standardization, in the past, when competency was raised, that case and that issue could go to any of the district court judges if it was a felony or gross misdemeanor, any of the lower courts for the district court level. Competency court routed all of those cases to Judge Walker with rare exception. So you're seeing consistency in approach, consistency in communication, a better grasp of what are some of the resources that are available. The second goal, timely access to competency restoration, mental health, or rehabilitation services. As appropriate. You'll hear me say a couple times as appropriate because no case is the same. We individually assess every single case that comes in. That includes from our office contact with the victim where there is a victim. That includes the treatment team looking at what are actual feasible treatment results. Is treatment going to be a feasible option? But with timeliness, anytime we're talking about the criminal justice system, we're talking about defendants, we're talking about victims, we're talking about the public's expectation of us, timeliness, again, very important. Advancing community safety and reducing recidivism. Certainly for the DA's office, that's a paramount concern. There is obvious benefits that we'll talk about to charged offenders who get into competency court and receive treatment. But we have to balance that always with public safety. We have to balance that with recidivism. We have to balance that with victim concerns and victim rights. And so we look at what is the best just outcome on an individual case-by-case basis, making those considerations. Partnerships with identifying and providing treatment. We'll talk in the next slide a little bit more about kind of what that looks like, really where the main thrust forward for competency court has come. But we are always developing, growing, expanding who can help us, who can participate and make this competency court a great success for the offender, for the public safety, for victims, and the like. And then lastly, promote transparency, efficiency, and improve communication between stakeholders. If there's one thing I've learned in my career, everything that's a success or failure starts with communication. So we have improved that to the extent we can. That includes the courts to the DA, PD, APD. That includes CARES. That includes treatment team. That includes, Commissioner Andriola, you mentioned the VA in the prior presentation. I'm happy to announce that the VA has committed to being a partner here. So we're looking at that because we do have veterans who find themselves in competency court. So what are some of the results? So like I mentioned, due process prohibits an incompetent person, and again, that's a legal term, there's a legal definition, from being prosecuted. So where competency concerns are raised, the court will order 2 evaluations from qualified psychologists or psychiatrists to evaluate competency. So since February 2023 through December of last year, 246 cases came through competency court. And going back to my prior report of the consistency, up till February 2023, those 246 cases would have gone to all different judges, and there would not have been that consistent, cohesive approach. But of the 246 cases, 68 of those offenders were found competent, and those are just immediately returned back to the appropriate court for continuation of the prosecution. 2 orders were vacated, so that leaves us with 176 defendants who were opined incompetent by the evaluators. Here is the greatest jump in what we have accomplished. Historically, what would happen with those 176 defendants is we would just blindly send those people to Lakes Crossing. There would not be a consideration of what the charge was. There was not a consideration of their mental health history, incompetency history, victim input, what is the quote-unquote just outcome. We just did it. And again, I say that not embarrassingly. That was how the practice was, and we have significantly grown in that respect. Of the 176 defendants who were opined incompetent, we have agreed to do mental health treatment as an alternative to prosecution in 49% of those cases, 86 defendants. Now, going back to as qualified, if it's appropriate, what I mean by that is there are some cases where an alternative is simply not appropriate. To take an easy example, we have murder defendants who find themselves in competency court and are opined incompetent. That defendant is going to Lakes Crossing in the normal course for competency restoration treatment. But you have a lot of individuals, and I don't have the time to go through specific examples, where we look at the case, we talk to the victim. In every case there's a victim, our office makes the victim contact and gets that victim input. We look at the criminal history. We look at the mental health and incompetency history. We look at the facts. Are they driven by crime, or is it driven by mental health or incompetency? And 86 of those 176 people, we agree to an alternative. Where that leaves us is putting them into a treatment plan. The case remains. I want to be very clear. We don't dismiss the case at that point. When I say we, the district attorney's office does not dismiss the case. The case remains active. So we put them into this plan. There's a collaboration from treatment folks of what is the best plan for that. Housing, medication, treatment, court oversight. We continue to have court processes. They might go to Deanie Townsend for inpatient treatment. They might go to an outpatient plan. There have been some that have started out with a substance abuse inpatient facility. And so we look at what is the best treatment plan for this offender, again, balanced against community safety, victims' rights, recidivism. And the goal being, if we put these individuals into a position for success for themselves, that will help public safety, that will help recidivism. And it doesn't always work, there's no guarantee it always works, but again, we have that case there that if it is a failure, they can always go to Lakes Crossing. We've had a couple of instances where they've gone to Lakes Crossing, and we go about the normal course. But this is an individualized approach on an individual basis for, again, benefit to the offender and ideally benefit to the community. The last of the 176, the other, whatever that is, 88 my math is poor, but the others who went to Lakes Crossing, again, they were not suitable. It was not appropriate for them to go to this alternative track. Of those individuals, 40 were later found competent, either through restoration efforts at Lakes Crossing through the state, or the JBTP, again, I don't have time to address it in length, but the jail-based treatment program, a relatively new approach at the jail through NAFCARE with enhanced treatment, and sometimes they're not restoration efforts, but the treatment allows them to regain competency. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the agencies involved, we joke sometimes that what started as a handful of people in our meetings and an estimated 4 to 6 cases per week have grown to over 20 agencies and people within those agencies. And we're having upwards of 25 to 30 cases per week. So the growth is still there, and there is more room for growth. Lastly, and I'll be brief on this, but going back to goal 1 of the fiscal responsibility, and again, on behalf of the PDs and APD's office, our office, the court, I know the county provided some resources and personnel when competency court began. We needed that. We absolutely needed that. And the question is, well, the goal being betterment of the offender, betterment of society, betterment of public safety. But there is a fiscal note to that in interest. So of those 86 individuals that we allowed an alternative to, looking at that 5,800 total days where they were not in the hospital, in the jail, taking that off. The Par Boulevard, obviously, everyone here knows the regional jail facility. We took a $500 kind of median estimate of what that would be per day to house an individual with mental health needs, because that individual requires more than the person that does not require that. Nearly $3 million in savings between February 2023 and December of 24. So I'm very comfortable in saying that the investment that the county gave to our offices for this has returned wholesale. And again, I don't want to underestimate what the fiscal importance is, but beyond that, it's the value to the community, the value to the offenders, betterment of the offenders, betterment of public safety, and reducing recidivism. That is the real goal. But obviously, the $3 million savings is something that everyone should be proud of. So I hope I hit my 7 minutes. There are, as Judge mentioned, a lot of partners that have been a part of this. I've worked with Jen Raines the most in terms of my defense counterpart. It's been a privilege. It's been a privilege for me to be a part of this since its inception in February of 23. I'm real proud of some of the growth we've made. Again, there's a lot of room for improvement, but the goal being betterment is something that cannot be underestimated, and justice still being the guiding light. I feel like we're hitting that. So thank you for your time.
And then just to make a quick closing comment, to connect some dots. So with 24 initiatives, we are, in our current budget environment, working under the assumption of using existing resources to move those forward, but just want to acknowledge that some of those may require investments as we move farther along in the strategic framework. And just to point to a little bit of fragility in the sequential intercept model process, the jail-based mental health program, for it as an example of something that was referred to, where those individuals who were not initially diverted or deflected are ending up, Lakes Crossing is where they should be, but unfortunately Lakes Crossing often has a waiting list, so many of them end up sitting in the jail, and they are now in the jail-based mental health program. That is a grant-funded program that does not appear to have been included in the state's budget for the upcoming biennium, and so we are working collectively on that. And just as another example, the STAR program that you've heard about from alternative sentencing is also a grant-funded program that is one of the places that we need to catch some of these folks more broadly, behavioral health more broadly, not necessarily just individuals who have been deemed incompetent. And that is part of the challenge is we're doing some really great things. We're doing a lot of it with categorical funding, grants, and being scrappy. And then finally, just next steps, we're going to finalize that strategic framework. We're going to identify which of the key initiatives to move forward. We are also now initiating an effort, so we've mapped the justice side. One of the challenges is the behavioral health side. And if you do divert and deflect individuals, do we have enough behavioral health services in our community to catch them? So we're starting that assessment now. And then we do want to, Zach just shared some great data, but we need more. So we do want to start identifying key data and metrics that we can demonstrate progress. And with that, I'll stop. I think we have about 4 minutes for questions before we need to move on to the regional. Sorry, Erica, if you wanted to say that.
We got a little more than
Okay, we have 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Looking to see if there's any questions on this side.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you so much for sharing even just one, right, of the models in terms of outcomes. So being that I have history with working with Judge Walker, when he says all 24, watch out, Miss Ratty, because he seems to be able to somehow work magic with twisting of arms in a very not physical way, let me be clear. But I do have a question specifically for Judge Walker. Last year, you had an ask, and you made that very clear at the beginning of your presentation that you had an ask. And we fulfilled your ask actually over and above, not just a part-time supportive person, but having an FTE. And I'm wondering if you would be so kind to share that outcome. You mentioned it in the beginning of the presentation as a whole, and I'm wondering if you could drill down a little bit, maybe at a high level of what that looked like with the supportive resource with having somebody help.
Well, Julia Ratty needs no introduction by me, let me be clear. But if there is a person in Northern Nevada who understands big R or big P and little p politics, it is Julia Ratty. And the one genius move the county made was to hire Julia Ratty in the position that she now occupies. I have not met a more detailed, thoughtful, nuanced professional in my career, and thank you for filling that FTE with her. All of the credit in any success we make belongs to the professionals next to me, and no small amount of the credit, particularly in mapping the county, belongs to Julia. That is an incredible task. You all will recall, my history with this goes back to the 1980s when I attended Orvis School of Nursing, and we had a little blue book for resources in the county, which, you know, as soon as you publish it, becomes outdated. So the mapping we've done, or the mapping Julia's done, is not that kind of mapping, but to understand a system as complicated as this county is genius, and Julia has the capability to do that. And so the FTE you gave me is sitting next to me. Make no mistake about it, and it's the best money the county has spent, in my opinion. Another key thing has been county, through the county manager's office, breaking away some funding for some strategic planning. So SEI is a corporate entity that's given us in the background a lot of strategic planning to help move sort of my dream and other people's visions forward. And make no mistake, those dollars pay manifold dividends. You know, the one statistic you've seen, remember, I know you know this, is just one statistic. Mm-hmm. We haven't even yet teased out, have we affected recidivism? Like, what are the victims we've prevented by making people healthier and safer in our community, healthier and safer? And those dollars are incalculable. So I hope I'm answering your question. I am accountable to that FTE, Madam Commissioner, and I want you all to know I'm accountable. I told you I would be accountable, and I'll be accountable going forward. If you want to know where the dollars are spent, I'll tell you how they're being spent, and I'll tell you what your return on investment is.
Thank you. I appreciate that summary. I had a feeling that Ms. Ratty, if I asked her, she may not have been.
She's too polite and self-effacing.
You're polite too, though. Let's.
Madam Commissioner, if I could just
yes,
add one
sure.
thing. I do want to give credit where credit is due. So the county, with our reinvestment dollars, thank you to Gabrielle Enfield for the work on getting the money available to support SEI in that first year. But I also want to give credit to Northern Nevada Public Health, who has included the sequential intercept model in their community health improvement plan and will be funding the second year. And so just wanted to make sure that Chad and the Health District got a shout out.
Thanks. May I have a follow-up,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
Obviously, again, just time permitting, going over all 24 of those initiatives, I think it would be helpful down the road to understand what those 24 are, just in terms of what those strategic benchmarks are, and maybe even like a grid, if you will, to look at possible timelines. I think that would be helpful. But my question is much broader, and it's specifically addressed to whomever, or maybe all three, in terms of, how will the Washoe County Behavioral Health Center be a resource to the sequential intercept model, and what does that look like at a high level in terms of moving forward? I know that we're going to have more information on this, but I'd like to have an opportunity, if you would indulge me, just to share from, especially with the sequential intercept model and the 24 initiatives. Not that you have to go over all 24, but.
So with regard to the 24 initiatives, that number may come down as we're finishing. So it's our sincere hope to have a strategic framework published for not just you, but of course the community as a whole. So thank you for the question. We're hoping to have that done within this quarter. And then from our last meeting, Commissioner, we do have another summit. It is going to be scheduled for the afternoon of April 25th, and that strategic framework would be released at that summit to be able to share the progress of the work, not just with the folks who pay attention to these meetings, but to the community who would be invited to that summit. So the grid will be there. It is in progress. With regard to Washoe Behavioral Health Center, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to table that to the next presentation on the Behavioral Health Center, and I'll weave in where the opportunities are to support the SIM project as part of that
Just
agenda
queuing
item.
you up.
Thank you so much.
Queuing you up, but I have to say, I was specifically going to ask when we were going to have, that was my last question, when we were going to have another behavioral health summit, the one in January that I attended, along with many other people in the community, is still resonant in terms of really seeing the connection and how much information, and seeing where that was then to where we're at now is exponential, in my opinion. To, Mr. Young, obviously, you giving us and gleaning the savings of, if you will, in terms of a calculation. Sometimes it's hard to quantify that, right? With $2.9 million. But the reality is, what are the other savings? And as you know better than I, when there is this type of situation, whether it's mental health illness, it affects a whole family. I mean, it is wider than just the individual. And so, with all due respect, even looking at that calculation that you did, that is just one savings if we were looking at fiscal dollars. But what are we saving in terms of even someone's life, their future, being productive, and not having taxpayer resources continuing to be supporting that individual and or that family. So thanks to all of you for your hard work, and thank you, Judge Walker. It is always a pleasure seeing you, and to everyone. And thanks for giving Miss Ratty all of the gold or platinum standard. I don't know what club we're in at this point. Thanks for all your hard work, and the entire team of Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. I'm just curious on the intercept ratings, why 5 is not on the ratings.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. I should have covered that earlier. 5 supervision is a combination of county efforts and state efforts.
Right.
And so we chose to focus on the things that
We
our
can control.
local regional partners could control first. There's an abundance of work to be done in
Right.
this space, so it was a
Okay.
narrowing factor that we will hope to get to 5 in a subsequent year. But right now, we're really focused on 0 through 4, and the Sequential Intercept Model Coalition is focused on 1 through 4 because we have 2 wonderful coalitions working on Intercept 0.
Okay, and then the 24 initiatives don't cover 5.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And they don't cover 0, or they do?
Correct.
Okay.
The 0 is covered in our other efforts.
Okay, great.
So the 24 initiatives are focused on 1 through 4.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Garcia?
Along the same lines on the mapping, it's clear that Intercept 3 is really an area that we've shined with our specialty courts and our jail, all the hard work that's been done for years in those spaces. Are the 24 projects or potential projects going to target the Intercept 2 where we're lacking or rated lowest?
The 24 initiatives, and I did misspeak earlier, and so I'm glad that you just corrected me, that 3 does really include both the courts and the jail. and 4 is more just the reentry portion. So thank you for giving the jail credit as well, because I think I only gave the courts credit earlier. So the 24 initiatives are spread across all 4. And I think it's probably fair to say that Intercept 2 is the area, because we have historically had less effort in that intercept, it's the area that will start with the most exploration. And so I think the initiative literally says explore, how we can do a little bit more there. We need more time to dive into that space and to be contemplative and to make sure that we're doing meaningful work.
Can I jump into that? So to that end, as an example, just to give you a teaser, we met with the Justice and Muni Courts and the city attorneys from Reno and Sparks. So you all are aware that the Justice and Muni Courts are really the first line in public safety issues, and they are responsible for the Muni Code misdemeanors. And as an example, Intercept 2 sits really squarely in their bailiwick in many ways. And so one of my personal missions is to apply best practices at Intercept 2 by coordinating among the courts. God forbid that the courts would actually talk to one another.
Well, that is what's so exciting about this, because you are bringing a huge group of stakeholders together to see real fiscal outcomes for the county and changing people's lives. So it's really exciting, and we appreciate the work and look forward to continuing to support it however we can. Okay, we'll now move to your next piece.
Thank you so much.
And Madam Chair, as we do that, Julia, if I may, we had an opportunity, my team and I, to go visit the jail-based mental health treatment program up at PAR. If you have not had a chance to see it, we would strongly urge that you go. And I think Julia can make that happen. I'll volunteer her for that.
I would be happy to get Chief Selferino to help me make that happen. Yeah. All right, so moving on to the Washoe Behavioral Health presentation. Great. I would invite Ryan Gustafson and Dave Solero to move closer, just in case there are questions. I did get nominated to give you the speed presentation. Just in an efficiency, we could share this, but in efficiency and trying to respect your time, I'm just going to move us quickly through this presentation. So, as you are all aware, the outcome is we want to give you an update. We want to give you a presentation on our progress to date, and then with new information that we're bringing forward on this, look for some guidance moving forward, particularly on the preference of, we have some scenarios and some models that we're going to share with you, and we're looking for where the energy and momentum is on this particular project. So, as you will recall, we bought a behavioral health hospital. And that behavioral health hospital, for the purposes of making this quick, there's a north side, which is in pink. There's a south side, which is more the orange and greens. And then there's some administrative and clinical space that is off to the left. For the purposes of today's conversation on the orange, that always is the same answer. So it is going to be some children's programming known as a psychiatric residential treatment facility. And so the options are really about what happens with the pink side of the building as we move forward. And as you are well aware, we have done a significant amount of community engagement, particularly with the provider community and those who refer and send people to behavioral health services broadly, about what are the most significant gaps in our community and what would be the highest and best use of this county investment to make sure that we have the safety net that we need when it comes to behavioral health. So that includes, this is what has been shared with the community broadly, a psychiatric residential treatment facility for children, specifically making sure that we can serve both pediatric and adolescents, and also recognizing that we need to make sure that it is a facility that can serve youth with some of the highest challenges, because some facilities in our community, those children have not been a match to their milieu or the treatments, the services that they offer, and therefore end up not having anywhere that they can go locally. And so we're working towards that on the psychiatric residential treatment facility. Also, crisis stabilization and respite, and so I know you've heard from Ryan Gustafson in the past about the challenges some of our foster care and adoptive families face when they need respite, particularly when things have escalated. They perhaps just need a time out. And so we need a facility that can accommodate that. And then in our crisis response system efforts, we need a facility that if and when a child can't be stabilized in their own home, that there is a place for crisis stabilization. We also are hoping to meet the needs of a very small but population that really needs our support, and these would be children who have been victims of child trafficking. What we need in that is a short-term receiving center so that they can be assessed, evaluated, stabilized, and then moved on to the best placement for them. We have talked a lot about an adult treatment, live-in treatment program, and so Commissioner Andriola connecting the dots here. It would be the adult live-in treatment program that would have the highest and best use for serving some of the folks, being able to catch, if you will, some of those folks who are diverted and deflected from the justice system as part of our SIM efforts, but also making sure that we have a good place for some of the folks who are living with us at CARES or Our Place and have significant behavioral health needs and perhaps need a different setting. And then finally, the 5 is we know that a barrier to service in our community is the ability to get an assessment. Sometimes you will wait months for a actual being able to begin your treatment because you can't get your assessment. And so we want to make sure that we have assessment services available in this facility. And finally, we're very excited about the opportunity to partner with the university and make this a place where growing professionals in our community, really addressing the workforce shortage, that there is a place for folks to get some of the residential experience that they need, or residency experience that they need as they are going through their process to become behavioral health professionals. So that's super quick, but that is what we have talked about as the needs that we will meet in this and shared with the community in many, many forums. So what has the process been to date? This is slide that we put together just to make sure that everybody understands the timeline and what we've done so far. So in July of 2022, the Washoe County Capital Project team performed a facility condition analysis. Let's just use the term loosely, inspection. This was really about the building, its functioning, roofs, windows, electrical systems. I'm not the right person to be talking about this, but generally, what is the existing condition of that facility? Between July 2022 and October 2024, extensive stakeholder engagement, lots and lots of community meetings. There's a spreadsheet that has closing in on 200 folks that were talked to. We've also presented at community forums and conferences. We have many folks on the Washoe County team that actively participate in coalitions where we gain feedback from some of those coalitions specifically working on behavioral health. So I'm I have a high level of comfort that we have asked the community many times in many ways what this building should be. In January of 2024, they released an RFP process to select the construction manager at risk for both this and the tuberculosis clinic. So that step has been taken. The property purchase was finalized in February of 2024. We moved very quickly, and when I say we, I had nothing to do with this, but we, the bigger team, to put together the ask to the state for the $14.5 million ARPA award, which was based on the facility condition analysis and what was going on with the building as a whole. In May, design was initiated by H&K Architects, who were selected from a pre-qualified list. That PO got issued, and what's important here is within that contract is the ability for us to work with a consultant who specifically works on behavioral health facilities, has experience with opening hospitals, managing hospitals, because we don't necessarily have that expertise internally. And so from July to the current time, we've been working with that professional to understand some of the less building issues and more licensing, accreditation, programmatic needs to be able to bring this up to a building that we could all be proud of in terms of serving the behavioral health needs of our community. They delivered some detailed analysis in November of 2024, which allowed us to develop the options that we are going to put before you today. And in January, Plendium Builders was contracted to perform an in-depth investigation. So again, we've done inspections, we have rough order estimates, but that detailed work starts now. So that's the process to date. Okay, so through that process, we were able to identify 4 highest community needs. These came up in so many conversations that were had in the community. So one is the need for pediatric acute psychiatric beds. These are for children who have serious emotional disturbance that is up to the level of being acute. They need to be in a hospital setting, and we do not have these beds in our community. So many times these children need to be sent out of community. The reason we don't have these beds is because fortunately, there aren't a lot of children under the age of 12 who reach that level, but when they do, they really need this care, and they need it where they can be close to their families. So that has come up over and over again, the need for pediatric acute psychiatric beds. Again, the psychiatric residential treatment facility, but with that an added piece of a facility that has the ability to accept challenging cases, which largely has to do with a staffing model. Subacute psychiatric residential treatment for adults. So what we are seeing is that somebody is acute, seriously mentally ill, they get in an acute bed, they get stabilized to the point where they no longer meet the acute criteria, and so now they need a step-down option. If they are individuals who are experiencing homelessness, they would be released to the CARES campus or our place, but they may not necessarily have gained the stabilization and the ability, so they're no longer acute, but they may not be able to they may require significantly more intensive behavioral health services. And this is missing in our community. It is missing statewide. It does not exist in our current licensing standards nor our current Medicaid service manual to be able to have a viable option for moving forward. But it is the thing that folks have landed on that is missing and forces people to continue to cycle between, and again, trying to connect the dots to the SIM, our homeless shelters, our justice system, our emergency rooms, and then back into acute beds. So ideally, it would be both a step down, but it could also be, let's never get them escalated to acute, and it's just the right level of programming. And then finally, something that comes up, which you have heard about some in public comment today and we'll hear more about later, is supportive housing. Always comes up. And in this space, what we could consider for West Hills would be transitional supportive housing if we decided to go with one of the earlier options. So these are the needs that we've heard about in the community. Financially, we had $4.5 million from county ARPA to purchase the building. We raised $14.5 from state ARPA for $14 million going to a remodel, $500K for operations. The county recently, thank you to your efforts, put together another $3.2 million of our county ARPA dollars, leaving $17.2 million for the design and construction of the West Hills facility. Some of what we are bringing forward to you is probably not a surprise. It is that this project is going to be more expensive than was initially indicated, and these are some of the things that are driving those additional costs. Unfortunately, the building has experienced some vandalizing that has affected the operating systems. Because the facility ceased operations, we are now required to meet current licensing standards. We need to be able to attract an operator. So we do not intend to operate this building on an ongoing basis, but rather are looking for somebody else who will come in and operate it, and it needs to be a building that is capable of attracting an operator through an RFP process. There are many enhanced safety features that are needed, including anti-ligature and making sure we have the right FF&E. There are ADA enhancements required. We would like to invest in more separation between youth and adults if we go with one of the options that includes adults in the building. And then there are some program enhancements that I think any reasonable person would say, we want our classrooms to be good, we want our playgrounds to be good, we want to make sure it's a good environment for children who are going to be in the building. So that is driving the additional costs. So to take you through it quickly, we've put together really three versions for you, three potential options that are outlined in this graph. Just to orient you to this table, option one is the baseline. So this is getting the building back up to being a good building. This was the initial work that was done by CSD, and that number is still in the $14 to $17 million range to get the building back up to a meeting basic code. Option two is to have the CARF accredited PRTF on the south side, and again, that stays the same for all three options, and doing what we're calling a CBLA, a community-based living arrangement, is a licensing category that exists in state. These exist in our community today. So this is more the transitional supportive housing model. And it has a delta in our funding at this point to get to that place of $6 to $11 million. If we went with that route, kind of trying to connect to your earlier question, Commissioner Andriola, there would be a supportive housing option that may be helpful for some of the needs from the sequential intercept model population. If you go to option 2, it would be a PRTF again it would be a PRTF across the entire facility. So we would stay focused primarily on children. The delta is $5 to $10 million, and that would allow us probably to look at some more specialized programming for children, given the number of beds that would be available. And then if you go to option 3, which is the option that we believe best matches the information that we receive from the community about the highest and best needs. It is the PRTF on one side, and then we are building out the north side to meet acute hospital standards. That would allow for us to place pediatric acute, to have those 5 acute pediatric beds, but would also allow for initially having acute beds for adults, and over time for us to work with the state to develop that subacute model and know that the building would meet the standard, because those standards are not articulated at this point, and so we would know that we were at the highest standard, therefore we should be able to meet any standard. And finally, just by way of comparison, just to make sure that, because we're talking about meaningful dollar amounts, what would it cost to do a tear down and rebuild? That is the last line for you, just so you have that as a point of reference. So going very quickly through these, option 2A, which is the PRTF and the CBLA-like program for adults. On the pro side, it's a flexible accreditation. There's less design criteria that we need to meet, which is why it's then less expensive. It has a sustainable reimbursement model for the PRTF side. So for the children's side, we have a relatively high level of confidence that we can cover operating costs. On the adult transitional supportive housing, it aligns with the sequential intercept model and some of the needs. Unfortunately, as you will see on the con side, there is no sustainable ongoing business model for this. So it does put the county in the position of trying to figure out how to do the operating funding for that portion on a go-forward basis. And it does not fill the critical strategic need for subacute residential psychiatric services for adults or pediatric acute beds for children. If you go to the second one, the main thing that changes here is on the pro side, you have sustainable reimbursement model for the entire building. So you get, because we're focused on children and there is a payment model for that PRTF, you get the ongoing payment model, so you're not so worried about how are we going to pay for the operations on the go-forward basis. And it does give us the opportunity to consider some specialty services. On the con side, no adults. So it would not connect to the SIM model or help with the CARES and Our Place campus at all. And then finally, when you get to the third option, all beds are likely to have a sustainable reimbursement model. So we can bill for both children and adults in this model. It meets the critical needs for pediatric acute beds. It gives us flexibility for adult programming from acute to subacute, and it will be less for us in ongoing costs. The cons, it's the most expensive model, and which I'm sure you have noticed. And we do not have the existing accreditation and licensing for that subacute model, so we might have to start acute and then work towards that subacute model over time. Our considerations are the community needs and what is a strategic investment, one-time costs versus ongoing costs, the construction timeline, and that there are some deed restrictions with this property that need to be considered. With that, that's the presentation. And if you have questions, I'm here, as well as some phone and friends should I need them.
Thank you very much. So you are looking for some sort of direction on these options today? is what I'm
Energy and
hearing.
momentum around the option that you would prefer that we pursue.
Okay, great. Looking to the board, Commissioner Garcia.
I have both energy and momentum on most days. Not today, I'm feeling a little under the weather, but, this is really important to me personally. Last year, we were sitting at the workshop and we gave the direction for the county to lean into this space, to take a lead role, and I think you've shown that you've done that successfully and executed. But on a personal note, as a foster mother and an adoptive mother, during the global pandemic when all resources were gone and stripped away overnight, I can tell you that we need things in this community that help serve those who need the most help and they aren't served anywhere else. And I think that option 3 is the one I'm very excited about because it is behavioral health for those who have nowhere else to go. And that is critical. We can build the other options, but we're still going to be struggling in a state that is lowest for youth behavioral health, lowest for adult behavioral health. We're not going to have that nice connectivity with the SIM model. And we're just going to be spinning our wheels 10 years from now, 20 years from now. There's another adopted mom down the road that's struggling just like I did. I don't want to do that. This is one of the main reasons why I stepped into this role. I was excited that the county was taking the reins in this space, and I commend the staff on, purchasing this asset. I think we need to build a facility that isn't going to be in direct competition with the other providers in the region. And I'm not afraid of the shortfall. I believe that this is a very generous and resourceful community. And I think, with the private donors that are out there, private foundations, local hospitals, our managed care organizations, there's so many folks in the community that will benefit from this that I don't think going for that ask to fill that gap, $26 million may scare a lot of people, but I think that this is probably the best return on investment that Washoe County can have. And I'm just going to leave it there. There's my energy and excitement.
Love it. Commissioner Andriola?
Thank you. I think I'm going to put Judge Walker on the spot. Don't mean to, but he's smiling, so maybe I should. Would you be so kind? After the presentation and in being respectful that the plan of having this topic right after was clearly welcome. So if Judge Walker could come here, please. Thank you. I believe in transparency, and after your previous presentation, I walked back and said, I don't know that Judge Walker has ever been in this kind of a situation without an ask. And I asked him, what is your ask? And he pointed to the table. I'm just asking to confirm that I did all of this. Maybe
I'll make it easy.
you go for it. You go for it.
Beds.
That's what he
I
said.
need beds.
That's what he said.
Liz needs beds. Liz, I'm pointing to Liz Flores. When I was responsible for juvenile services, I'm now responsible for adult guardianships. We send between 50 and 100 human beings every month out of state for acute psychiatric treatment.
Can you say
50
that
and
again?
100 human beings every month.
50 to 100?
50 to 100. And the price per is $10,000 to $20,000
Per person?
per person. So to send a kid to an RTC out of state is an extremely expensive task. And it's easy. I need beds.
So thank you for sharing the quick conversation I had with you, and I appreciate it. The investment in terms of the SIM model and what you just presented is clear. I think that there's several things. One, this is the only facility of its kind, if you will, and how it's being approached in the entire state. I think that there's opportunities, hopefully, that the state would recognize that with funding. I do think, to Commissioner Garcia's point, that looking at fundraising in terms of helping to stand this up is, I think, a viable opportunity. We've seen that in the community with Hopes and many other. Even the CARES campus had private funding that came in, and I think there are philanthropic efforts that can be explored to help. The point is that this is the number 3, option 3 has the sustainability model, and that's really important. I think it would be irresponsible to not look at what has sustainability built into it. And so I really appreciate you bringing that up. I think that from a taxpayer message, I think it's important that we are sharing that option 3 is certainly, from my perspective, one that we should be moving towards. But I think that we can actually, again, reach out to the philanthropic community and not put the burden on taxpayers for this. But you just heard, and I know you probably already know, but for full transparency, again, you heard from Judge Walker. I did not know those numbers. I am really mean with a calculator, but I can't do that in my head. I don't know what that dollar amount is on an annual basis, but it is a lot. And to not do it, in my opinion, with all the investment of SIMS, I think option number 3 seems to be the best in moving forward. And I know that we're all committed to doing what we can with the mental health crisis, but we all know, as an example, you know, the Kids Cottage is not the place for children in terms of mental health situations. And there really isn't an option, which was already articulated. So I really appreciate all of the hard work by you and everybody to put this together, because I know it's just a graph that probably took a lot of time to put in, but I think that moving towards option 3 and seeing what those philanthropic opportunities are, whether it's the Community Foundation of Western Nevada and private funding and you know, really approaching those entities. I'm sure you're already ahead of that. But I certainly appreciate the fact that we have a model that we've proven from 1 year. Look at the results. And we have partners from all over the community that are dedicated, whether it's children, youth, or adult, in this space. And I think option 3 will have a long-term impact for our community and help to save money in the long run, to be honest, and change lives. So thank you.
Any other board members have comment? Commissioner Clark?
I've got a few comments. Thank you, Madam Chair. There's no question that we need this. The question in my mind is, how do we pay for it? We just had a briefing at the county commission within the last month about how tight everything is at the county. I think it was the day before that meeting I met with you. And then I hear how tight everything is with the county, and these are just facts of life. So we had a presentation about this last year, and I kept the packet, and it said the initial operating costs, let me see, are for the facility are going to be 4.8 to purchase the property, and approximately $13 million to bring it being secure to bring the facility to operational conditions. I wish that were true. Where do we sign up for that one? That was a year ago today. So with those numbers, we're looking at between $25 and $26 million, and then another $26 million to bring it up. So now we're looking at, it was going to be the $13 million to bring this thing into operational, and now we're looking at $51 or $52 million. So that's the get-go, and I'm not finished yet. So the questions that I have is, first of all, I agree we need this. We met with other counties about this. Similar to the CARES campus, we've got folks from other counties, and we build a nice brand new facility. Is this going to be restricted to folks from our county, or is this going to be people from Northern California, people from the other counties in our state? You know, we just approved for the sheriff, he's going to receive extra money for holding people from out of the area for the Fed. So I'm wondering how we can, you know, share this cost of this with folks who might be using the facility. Then I look at, you know, not that long ago, the city of Reno had to redo their police station. And again, they took an old building and tried to retrofit it. And I hear it's, you know, $50 to $70 million to do that. You know, it's almost as if we could have had a brand new facility for the cost of what we're going to have into this. And now with the new police facility, you know, they still got plumbing problems and other issues over there. When we put all this money in it, what other problems are we going to have? Also, last night I read the appraisal. I have the copy of the appraisal for when we purchased this. I think the appraiser did a good job on that. But at that time, the scope of work was limited to just the appraisal. The scope of work should have included, what is it going to do to make this a facility being able to be licensed? What kind of, you know, did we know that going in? And if we knew it, was it fully disclosed? Again, just questions for the universe out there. The scope of work should have included, what does it take to reopen a facility that's been closed? And I understand the bedrooms or the rooms are not to standard to be licensed, so all of those are going to have to be done. So there's just a lot. It isn't just, here's $26 million and away we go, in addition to the money. So there's lots of other things. We have the TB clinic that's going to be built there. We also talked about, as a commission and other meetings, about selling the old medical examiner's building to help pay for the TB clinic. Did that ever happen? I'm asking the staff to let me know about that. Do we still own the old medical examiner's building? I also brought up the fact that the county owns lots of surplus properties. I misspoke last week. I did get a copy of the list of surplus properties. What about selling some of those to finance this? Selling some of those properties and getting them on the tax roll. So you get a twofer. You get the income from the sale of these properties, and then you've also got them on the tax roll, which will help pay for this. And then lastly, you know, we've got a bunch of other departments in this county that are strapped for staff. We've got 7 elected departments here, and I've talked to most of those folks, and they need extra things for the existing departments that they run. These are the 7 electeds, where folks have put people in office and asked them to do the job, and the county is tight for money, so some of these folks are getting the short shrift. So those are just all considerations. It isn't just, you know, we're all interconnected. This is an economic infrastructure that we're all involved in. It's an ecosystem that we're all involved in. There's other county departments. There's a lot. The pie is only so big. How do we do this? And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. There was a lot in there, so I'm going to try to address a couple of your comments, and then I will hand it over to Assistant County Manager Solero to take a few of those. I just did pull up this slide again just to make sure that we had the numbers readily available to us. So the option that we're 4 lines up under option 3, the total cost for the project will be $38 to $43 million is the estimate at this point. And to your point about what could we do if we did a full new construction, we did want to explore that, and I thank you for bringing that up, that the ground-up construction would be in the range of 66 to 73. So we still think that the fiscally responsible solution is to go for option 3 because of something else that you brought up in your comments, which is the ongoing operating costs. So I think, to your point, that we recognize that this project competes with other departments for other priorities on an ongoing operating level. And so to open the building to something that we think will be financially sustainable for the long haul, hopefully takes into consideration the overall economic needs of the county and not just the needs of this project. So we have this one-time, one-shot issue that we need to solve in terms of how are we going to raise the money. We have a relatively high level of confidence about the philanthropic effort that will be initiated to get this done. However, I appreciate some of your brainstorming about other ways that the county could approach it, and I'm sure that we'll take that under consideration. So I think those are, based on your comments so far, I think that's what I'm able to address. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Solero.
Great, thanks. For the record, Dave Solero, Assistant County Manager. And I think, as we go through these strategic planning processes, you mentioned last year, this actual discussion started before that even. And I think that's where, staff, your staff takes strategic direction from this board. And I appreciate the vision that allows us to go down these paths that we are maybe not used to in other aspects of what we do. I would say that the direction of this board was to get into this space, and that's what we are doing. We are doing it in a very strategic nature on what properties we're looking at, the opportunities that come up, how to leverage existing properties. Really appreciate that comment. You're absolutely right. I hope to have an item before you on February 25th to discuss the disposition of the TB clinic and what to do with potential funds that come out of that. I've got some ideas. I think you started to go down that path. But I do think that the other piece of, the cost of the facilities and all of those things, this is a dynamic, construction world that we are working in. And while we understood at the time in 2022, I believe, is when we first looked at the facility, we knew exactly what it was going to take to buy the facility and to rehab the facility to be able to open the doors. As we get into the space of understanding exactly what the needs of the community are and not trying to compete with the other providers in the community, that starts to change the actual outcome of what it is we ought to be doing. That is part of the strategic nature of what it is we do. I'm not going to sit here and say we are perfect every time we go out and look at a piece of property and we look at a building. I can tell you, though, we could continue to do what we've been doing in the past, which is building more beds at the jail, building more courtroom space. We can continue down that path, which is very unsustainable. We are trying to remember from your strategic direction, move this back so that we solve a problem before it becomes a problem in our community, because it's expensive. Everything we do, all of that safety net that we do for our community is expensive. So appreciate your comments, and we will definitely take all that into consideration. But as we move forward, you will all have a chance to provide direction further to staff as we bring items specifically related to this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers. I'm not opposed to what we need here. I mean, the question is, how do you get there? And we need to go in with this with our eyes open, and that's what I'm suggesting. That's what it's really going to cost, and cost overruns and government go hand in hand. It's just a given. It's rare that somebody comes back and says, "Oh, here's an extra $5 million. We didn't really need it." They'll find a way to absorb that into whatever they're doing. That's just human nature. That's the way it happens to be. But again, the questions about folks from out of the area using the facilities. I think that by definition, homeless people have no address. But when other counties around here admit to busing people to our Washoe County facilities, and maybe I'm premature by even projecting that may happen, but I think it has the ability to happen if we have this premier facility in northern Nevada and the other counties don't. How do we look to get some reimbursement from those other counties? And lastly, I want to address the CARES campus, front page of the RGJ last year. The property, having the CARES campus, they're devalued properties in that neighborhood. Do you envision this facility devaluing properties in the neighborhood that the property is going to be located? And again, I acknowledge we own the place. We're stuck. We're in flypaper. We got to figure out how to make this work and make it work where it makes sense for the county and the potential patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate the questions. I will start with, I hope that we're in honey as opposed to flypaper, drawing the good things to our region. What I will say about the regional question is a complex question, right? We need to acknowledge that we are the urban center for Northern Nevada. And I think that the way that healthcare works in our state is that realistically, there is limited health care in particularly the frontier and rural counties. Better off in Carson City, obviously, better off in Elko, but we serve as the regional hub for health care for Northern Nevada. So on an ongoing basis, the cost, I would anticipate that most of the folks that we will be serving in this facility will qualify for Medicaid. And Medicaid does not come out of the county's budget, and I will kick it over to Ryan Gustafson because there's some nuance there. There are some Medicaid expenses that do come out of the county budget, but for the most part, the funding source for Medicaid is a combination of a state contribution that is generally around a third and a federal contribution that is generally around 2/3. I'm oversimplifying Medicaid, but the ongoing payer source for the individuals who will be in this facility would primarily be a combination of federal and state resources through the Medicaid system because it is a healthcare facility. So I do not want to say that we will not occasionally be serving somebody from Fallon or serving somebody from Yarrington. Help me out with another rural community. Susanville, perhaps. But then, if that were happening, it would be California's state Medigap. their Medicaid program that would be paying for that patient. So I think we will be conscientious. I think because the county owns this facility, because we will be releasing the RFP for the operator, that we can be careful to make sure that the families, the adults that we are serving already in our systems are getting access to care in this facility. So we have more leverage here than we would have in any other behavioral health care facility or any really healthcare facility in our community. So I'm trying to balance those for you. I don't want to just say, oh, it's going to be all about the county, because we're a regional center for a region that has rural communities that rely on our healthcare regionally. But I think we have more leverage and more influence because we own this building and we will own the RFP.
Sure. And when I ask these questions, it's not to put anybody on the spot. It's just throwing out, these are questions that are going to come up in the community. How is it being paid for? How is it working? What's going on? The taxpayers
Sure.
have these kind of questions.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner. I think it's a good question. I don't feel put on the spot. I think that's the reality of how where we are located and the position we play in our region and as part of the state of Nevada.
Sure. And as I said, the taxpayers have these questions, and other department heads who need something in their department are going to ask the same question. How, I've been waiting for 2 new employees in my department, and I can't get them, and here comes a new facility out of the ground, and they move to the head of the class. So those are the kind of questions that I'm getting already from other department heads. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Commissioner, and I will just end on, again, we are trying to be 100% sensitive. You all, as the governing body, fully understand the difference between a one-shot capital improvement cost and a ongoing operating cost. And it is our intent that the way we fund this project will not impact the ongoing operating costs and hopefully not be competitive, not only with county departments, but also with our private partners who do healthcare in the region. So that's why I think you see so much emphasis in the presentation on let's get this done as a one-shot as opposed to having it be an ongoing expense for the county.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much. I know we're here today to give you direction on what kind of facility we want to build, and that's the direction that you need. And more than anything, it's what kind of landlord do we want to be moving forward. And I think you've done extensive outreach with our community. There is nothing that you didn't fail to look under a rock. You've talked to everybody in the region that these are the populations that are not being served. These are the folks that have nowhere else to go. So I'm very confident that when you do go out to look for philanthropic support, this is not being done here in Northern Nevada, and it's essential. And I thought you were also really clear that this is a billable, sustainable pathway for us as landlords, not operators. So our staff are not going to be dedicating time and energy in this space. This is a hospital that's run just like any other partner in the region. And I think the beautiful thing about option 3 is that it allows us the flexibility to go subacute, which is really, really key here. So I'm very comfortable with this direction, and I'm really excited to see that we can start to bolster these resources. We've just been last for too many decades, and I think that this is a great starting point for us. I know it's a scary time to launch this as we're having all these fiscal conversations, but again, this is philanthropic dollars that we're going to be seeking, correct? Okay.
Any other board members have comments? Okay. No, all right.
If I could just make one closing comment, I always like to end on gratitude, and I just want to recognize the Human Services Agency team who's put a tremendous amount of energy into this, and the CSD team, who you haven't seen as much today, but they have really done yeoman's work to get us to the place where we are today. So thank you to both of those departments.
Absolutely. And when we went to the legislature to ask for funding, the interim finance committee specifically asked if we would accept our rural neighbors. They gave us $14.5 million, and we said yes, because this is not something that exists in the state of Nevada. And so we need to be good partners, and I think that that's part of the funding that we took in. Additionally, we have seen that the county can fundraise. We raised $6 million with the CARES campus, and I think we can easily raise double that with a facility that serves children. And so I'm looking forward to supporting how we can do that, and I am also in support of option 3 for the record. Any other board member comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. So with that, we will be taking a break for lunch, but we were scheduled to start at 1 o'clock, but
Why don't we start at 1:30? Some of our panelists are still en route, so.
great. So 1:30, we'll see everyone back here. Thank you. Yes. Well, welcome back, everyone. It is 1:32, and I will call this Board of County Commissioners meeting back to order, and we will be starting with 6E, and I turn it over to Manager Brown, please.
Item 6C is a discussion of regional housing availability, affordability, inventory challenges, and best practices used to stimulate additional housing, which may include engagement in the private and nonprofit sectors. And today we have with us Taylor Adams, CEO of EDON, and Eric Rowan, EDON a board member.
Welcome. Thank you so much for coming out to share your expertise with us, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Manager Brown. Thank you so much for having us. It's great to be with you today.
Yes. Feel free to.
And may we begin?
Yes, you may.
Well, we'll start by introducing ourselves here in just a moment, but just to talk about what's coming here. We're primarily today talking about the opportunities that may be in front of the county and the commission as it relates to the use of public-private partnerships to advance critical infrastructure needs, specifically around housing, public use, and we would hope to get to use around infrastructure expansion as well. Without bearing the lead, it's our belief that there are things that the private sector can solve for the county faster, more efficiently, and at lower cost than we can solve on our own. And so we're here today to present potential roads forward that we hope creates new opportunity for the commission and for our citizens. With that, I'll let Eric introduce himself.
Okay, I'm Eric Rowan. First of all, privileged and proud to be here and to help everybody, and and very much look forward to assisting the community generate all sorts of opportunities and fulfill a lot of needs without having to pay for it in a big picture way. There's a lot of opportunity that hasn't been realized or that is laying fallow that the county has access to or has the ability to allow to be used that can facilitate so many things that the county is looking for. And we're really, like I said, very proud and happy to be here to hopefully help that. All right, so for me, I've had tons of experience with economic development. I have been on the board for the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation since 1993. From 2003 until a year ago, or 2 years ago, I was the general counsel for the EDC. And for 2 years, 1998 and 99, I was the board chair. So I have a ton of experience dealing with economic development and working to facilitate things. One of my pet projects for the LEDC was the P3 projects that we do. So let's put it this way, I'm certainly not the person who would be documenting it all and putting all the T's and I's together, but I know enough to be dangerous, so I can help out here a lot. We also did a number of great projects and at least proposals, some of which happened, some of which didn't, unfortunately, in my opinion, for LA County. And that was Martin Luther King LA County Hospital, UCLA Harbor Medical, and West Adams Affordable Housing Projects. I also am a lawyer, and I've been a lawyer at very, very major law firms throughout my career. I've coordinated real estate litigation, and I'm a litigator, so just so you understand, I go to court all the time. And I coordinated Jones Day's West Coast real estate litigation practice. I was vice chair of real estate litigation for a law firm called Paul Hastings, which is another very large law firm. And for the last 18 years, I've been chair of Greenberg Trorig's real estate litigation practice. And in the middle there, I left to run a company for Apollo for about 5 years that we ran a real estate aggregation business and sold. So I have a lot of background both in P3 and how to use real estate in a variety of ways. And anyway, that's my background.
And so, most of you know me as the CEO of EDON, but a few things that you maybe don't know about past work of mine. So, prior to being here, of course, I think most know that I was the deputy city manager over economic vitality for the city of Virginia Beach. But it's important to know my first job there was I was the city's first chief procurement officer. And so I actually structured all of the public-private partnerships that the region took on for the first 3 years that I was there. And then when I moved into the deputy CFO role, I continued to oversee that group. And then as the economic developer, I was responsible for executing all of those public-private partnerships. So all told, that's well over $1 billion worth of projects that we ran through, public-private partnerships that were successfully executed during the 8.5 to 9 years that I was in that role. Prior to that, as the chief administrator of the city of Starkville, Mississippi, also was their chief development officer and chief procurement officer. And there, in a community with a total population of right at 25,000 at the time, we initiated and executed not just a rewrite of their zoning code, but and development code, but $350 million worth of public-private partnership, including a new convention center as well as headquarters hotel and a number of projects that has created a opportunity for the private sector to still thrive in that community. And so in the midst of this, I somehow got talked into serving as the chair of the governing board. I'm the immediate past chair of the governing board of the National Institute for Governmental Procurement, which is the professional association that holds basically all of the public procurement practitioners in the country that write these solicitations and administer them on a day-over-day basis. So also to say this is not ground that is new for me either, and so we're delighted to be here to talk about what might be possible. You want to take this one?
Well, I think most of us know what a public-private partnership is, and that is a collaboration between the government and private enterprise in a way that's going to allow the government the ability to provide desired public services that are planned, financed, executed by EDON, in this case, for the county and with the private partner. So in other words, the point being that the private partner, that the whole onus of everything to be done ends up getting foisted upon the private partner. And the private partner is not doing it for free or out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it because there's a profit motive and there's an opportunity for them. However, what we're getting them to do is something that couldn't be done without the county's involvement and without the county participating in ways that enormously benefit the county and its constituents. So you end up with a circumstance where, for example, you take some land or a dilapidated building or some kind of asset that the county has, which very frequently is not so much of an asset as it is a liability, because you got police services that have to go there, fire services, maintenance, all sorts of things with respect to a lot of this. And you turn that into something that is not sucking money out, but actually bringing money in and providing you with the service or the facility that you wanted. And it can be workforce housing, government installations, we've discussed the courthouse, infrastructure, waste treatment facilities, for example, virtually any type of project that has the ability to generate revenue.
And the reason we include these projects is so obviously my organization has a vested interest in understanding the priorities of this commission. So we know that housing for our workforce is a critical issue that's approaching us. But in addition, we would say, and I don't want to get ahead of Maurice, who's behind me, but also not just for our workforce, we know that there are senior resources that are needed in our community that the private sector can develop and deliver to us. We know that that goes beyond housing, that's not just housing, that those are amenities and facilities that can ensure that our citizens are able to spend their entire lives with us, beginning of their career, through their career, and then into retirement. And so we believe that public-private partnership is a great tool in that space. Secondarily, we mentioned the courthouse here. I only mentioned it because it's the oldest building that we could talk about in downtown Reno. But the truth is, we know that there are portions of that building that are at end of life, and that there are potential solutions in the market that could deliver a better, more modern outcome that allows us to improve service delivery in that capacity as well. And so Eric did a great job of sort of summing up really what's on this slide, but we wanted to put some thought to what are the real advantages. And so I won't read this to you, but one of the critical things that we see here that really, in my experience, allow for a successful public-private partnership is the proper assignment of risk. That is because in the development world, risk equals cost. And the better we do assigning risk to appropriate places, the better potential outcomes we can drive for this commission. And so, in addition to that, I would say that the economic growth and job creation, obviously, this is about tax base. And so again, understanding the issues that are facing this commission, we obviously are following conversations around public budgets in the future, not just here, but across the entire region. And we would be remiss if we did not mention that every project, I won't say every project, but the vast majority of projects that we would bring forward under any potential partnership would be a generator of net new tax base that we believe the region needs to continue delivering service at the level our citizens have come to expect. Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, let me just add that the tax base is not just property taxes. We're also talking about creating jobs and creating, stimulating the local economy. One of the beautiful things about a P3 partnership, especially in a dilapidated area or a building that is, underperforming for whatever reason, county's got it and we're spending a fortune trying to maintain it or do what we're doing, is that when you change it and you make it into something special, new, all of a sudden, the guy next door, he's going to do it himself because now he's got higher end customers who can come to his store. And then that expands and expands and expands. They call it the halo effect, or an umbrella effect, whatever it is. You are creating a whole community enhancement around a single project that the county has done. And so, again, while this project might not generate a ton of property taxes for the first X amount of years because that was part of the deal that had to be done in order to get this thing built. The property tax base around it, the sales tax from the people who work in it, all of the different opportunities for generate revenue by the county are yours to have. And again, you're taking something that not only isn't making money, but is taking money, and you're turning it into something that is a revenue generator. And by the way, when I say that it might not generate property tax, that's in the life of that project, that'll be a very short time period. That's right. Because eventually it ramps up and kicks in and boom, these guys have to make it happen as if they were, which they are, a private enterprise.
I'll add one last point as we advance to the next slide, and it's the last bullet here that says enhanced accountability. Don't think of that as just accountability for the private partner, although it is, because we have an opportunity through the solicitations that we will develop in the public processes that still have to be followed to ensure that the county and the people are protected with whatever project we bring forward. But also, accountability is a piece of this accountability is in the removal of barriers to entry as they presently relate in our market. So, let's say it's housing. By creating better housing options that perhaps stabilize a household and allow us to focus on transportation, we're able to bring people into our economy in a way that's meaningful and allows them to grow and enjoy the cultural pillars that make this place great. And so a big part of the accountability that we bring forward here is also the removal of barriers to entry as it relates to entering our economy and thriving within it. And so we think it's a critical part of what could come out of this. Again, more things that I won't read to you, but obviously we've provided those for your review. And just to speak to the fact that the benefits here are fairly broad and really offer us an exciting road forward. So I won't read this to you either, other than just to offer. What you see here is basically a summary of something that our organization is willing to do. And by that, we recognize that what we are talking about is relatively new to Northern Nevada. Although it is fairly commonplace in around our country, it is something that we have not seen broadly utilized within our own community. So to the extent that you were willing, I would just offer that EDON is here to be a partner with both expertise at the board level and at the staff level to help in the administration of these potential opportunities, however the commission might need us. And without going any further, I do want to stop and see if there are any questions for us or any thoughts as it relates to what we've shown you today.
Any questions from the board at this point? We're saving them till the end.
So I think that is our last slide.
Okay.
So I'm at the end.
Well, any additional, okay. I'm wondering, does this require bonding for most of these projects? Is that what's envisioned? Because we were told don't bond by our financial people recently, well, in our breakout sessions.
So a clarification on bonding. Bonding
Yeah.
as it relates to construction sureties or bonding as it relates to the city's capacity, or excuse me, the county's capacity to issue debt? Because I think two separate and distinct
Well,
answers.
maybe give us both of those things, just so we have a better
So-
understanding on it. Because I guess for this board, we've been told numerous times, that we need to tighten the belt and not don't do anything but what we do. And so I think it would be helpful to understand kind of how this partnership potentially could leverage the dollars we have with the situation and the 5-year fiscal cliff we've been told about.
So what I would say is construction bonding, meaning somebody bonding, for example, completion of a particular project. They put up a bond that would back up the cost to complete, so that if there was a default by the contractor or private party, then there would be a bond standing there. We could substitute somebody in, and there would still be the money to finish it. Okay, that's a performance bond or a completion bond, depending upon the kind of project. That would not be the county's responsibility. That would be the developer's responsibility. I think what you're more talking about and what you've been warned against, and I would say that the warnings are good if you don't know what you're doing. If you do know what you're doing, bonds can be very beneficial. For example, but again, let me just right off the bat tell you, P3 projects generally do not anticipate or contemplate any bonding by
That's
the
helpful.
county at all.
Okay.
However, what I will tell you is that there are community facility districts, and these are adopted in many different states and many different communities. And what those are is the opportunity for some developer to pick a new area that they're going to develop that requires infrastructure. So, for example, it needs sewers, it needs curbs and gutters and lights and utilities and all that kind of thing, right? Independent of, just in order to put the lots in for the 100 homes or 200 homes that they're going to build, right? They need infrastructure. Normally, the county, they say, oh, we're in the county, bring us the facilities, right? Well, that's expensive. So what you can do is you can take that area of land and call it a community facilities district, a CFD. And if you create that district, then that district becomes responsible for the cost to build the infrastructure. In other words, what typically happens is that each lot is separately assessed in addition to its property tax for the cost of carrying the bonds. And the county specifically, or any governmental entity specifically, is not on the hook for any of that, okay? So you never have general funds at risk. Now, I say never, but of course, if everything goes to hell in a handbags kind of thing, and the community's having a huge problem, you might want to step in, but it would all be voluntary. Again, the facilities district would be its own animal, and it would have its own responsibilities to pay back those bonds. Sometimes that's a lot of money for each individual lot owner, but that's how those get built.
So like an SID?
Yeah.
It would be
SAD?
It would be exactly the same concept as an SID.
But
as
for
well.
commercial, or is it just,
Could be
that's a
used-
different term?
Could be used for commercial or for residential and
Okay.
under this, and I'll give you another example. So as Eric said, generally a public-private partnership would not contemplate use of any of the jurisdiction's bondable capacity. But I'll give you an example of a place, of a time where we did, because it made sense for this, and it was an urban revitalization project that I did in the community that I served before I came here. We had a great project that it's actually under construction now. At completion, it's going to be about $450 million worth of net new capacity in that community, or net new construction in that community that is paying taxes. We left the real estate tax alone, but as that was a mixed-use retail, we grabbed the but-for taxes to pay for the parking. What did that allow us to do? It allowed us to overbuild the parking to create the halo effect that Eric was just talking about, which is creating real lift around it and improving tax base throughout that entire district. Now, we ended up using a tool called industrial revenue bonds to in that space, because one, those industrial revenue bonds did not count against the city's general obligation capacity. They were specific to the revenues that were projected basically by the bonding authority, and it worked. But in that case, the county's, so here, if we had done that here, the county's capacity, general obligation capacity, is untouched in that transaction. The great thing about using those industrial revenue bonds is it buys down the cost of financing for the private developer and allows us to get a better project at the end. So to answer your question, it is, and as Eric said, it is totally at the county's discretion as to how we would structure these deals.
There's
And
other tools than bonding.
there are broad tools available here, and yes, and I can't agree more with Eric. In the space of bonding, I would never encourage the county to not have certainty with their general contractor. And so when you're talking about a bond that the general contractor buys to ensure
Of course.
that
Yeah,
you
it's
get
different.
completion, absolutely. But as it relates to utilization of the county's general obligation capacity, again, we certainly understand why you would be advised to stay away from that.
It's a
And
project by project.
it is, and we, and as Eric said, the vast majority of these would require no bonding at all. But in the event that you did, it would be very specialized, and there are tools available that would keep us away from general obligation capacity.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, just one last thing to comment on, because I don't want to make it sound like the county would still be putting up money. The bonds are sold to private entities. So in other words, all the money that's generated for that CFD or that SIR, whatever it is, okay, those are generated from private purchasers of government-issued bonds, okay? Those government-issued bonds are backed solely by the district and the property in the district and the infrastructure that they create, and the revenue that's generated by use of that infrastructure, right? And so you're charging each one of these users, okay? And those users' money comes in off of your property tax bill as a separate line item, and that gets paid over to the bondholders, okay? You really have nothing to do with it except kind of intermediary with money flowing out that you've never paid in, you didn't have to put up any money, and you don't have to pay the money either. The money is solely tied to each of the projects. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Thank you. And Commissioner Garcia, and then Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question first. Thank you for educating on this, us on this. We have 2 slides here of the different benefits of public-private partnerships. I'm curious, in your experience in the other jurisdictions that you've lived in or served, what were some of the hurdles that you came across? And as county commissioners, hurdles maybe at the county level, hurdles at the city level that we should be aware of?
Want me to take it? Go
Sure,
ahead.
go on. No, go on.
All right.
I'll follow up.
So the biggest challenge that I think any public-private partnership faces is a procedural challenge. It's about getting the request right. And what does that mean? It's the solicitation that you put out, basically where we're telling the market what we want, needs to be accurate. The better that document is, the better our chances of success will be. Because where I have seen these fail is if we were nebulous in our request, if we weren't clear with what our intent was, if we didn't know what the public agency participation or desire was before we initiated the project. I think it's critical that we go through what would be a very intentional process to understand how, should you decide to go forward, to understand how this commission defines success, because that is critical. It is critical to understand what we're setting out to do, because if that's fully understood on the front end, then we're able to utilize all of the tools in the market to deliver. However, as I mentioned before, if we are nebulous in our request, then the responses we get will be equally nebulous, and it will also make it much more difficult to evaluate the quality of the responses that we get and the quality of the people providing them. And so, for me, where I have seen these things go sideways is when we were not clear about what we were about our intention and what we were trying to accomplish. And so, for me, that's a critical first step, and I think it's something that we need to make sure that we're intentional on if we were to move forward. Eric?
So my experience steps it back one from there. Yes, of course, the RFP or whatever we're doing has to be explicit about what we want. It doesn't have to tell them what we're offering in terms of how we're going to get it done or not get it done. That's a negotiation to be had. Okay, but it does need to be explicit about what we want, because generally speaking, you're going to want this developer to be a design-build contractor. It's going to be their deal, their building, their engineer, their architect, and their responsibility to complete at a cost that they're going to tell you is, their guaranteed max or whatever the number is, so that we all have a complete handle on what that is about. What it takes for the government in terms of how we have to enhance the deal because it doesn't pencil out unless there's some, incentives that are given, is a negotiation, right? It depends on what you're willing to do. And actually, what I would say is that it shouldn't even be a question about what you're willing to do, because for the most part, you're not giving up anything, right? You've got a parcel of property that's a vacuum, right? It's taking your money. And it will, when it's done, produce a ton of money and a lot more jobs and all sorts of other things that are huge benefits to the community. How few of those things you have to give away is really what the thing is, because maybe you can get some extra property tax, or maybe you can get some of this or some of that. It doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, you're going to get what you want and all that stuff. So 100% agree with Taylor on the process once we move out of politics. So my experience is that politics is a very difficult road to navigate, and that we often have conflicting priorities among different commissioners or council people or areas of the community. One doesn't feel like this one should have the first project or that one should have the first project, and we end up getting bogged down in looking at the weeds rather than at the forest. And so my perspective is that one of the beautiful things that EDON brings to the table is neutrality. It's looking for the best way to accomplish the goal as fast as it can. Yes, this group will get theirs if they have property that's available and that's surplus and they're ready to use it. But this one might be more needy or might be easier to accomplish. So in other words, a lot of this depends, especially in the very beginning, about low-hanging fruit, right? You want to do what you can do. So if you can get something done and demonstrate to the community the benefit of these incredible opportunities, you want to go for it. And you can't, you have to try to push politics out of it and stand up to constituents and stand up to groups, and a lot of special interests that are pushing one thing or another. And in my opinion, in fact, in my experience, especially in LA County, where you have 88 cities inside the county and the county itself, and so you have supervisors and you have city, all over the place, you have a lot of push and pull. And so I think that the county here has a much better opportunity because it's homogeneous and you can actually come together and say, yeah, we need this housing. doesn't necessarily matter where it goes. Sure, it's going to help this community a little more than obviously the ones way over here, but way over here we're going to do next, or we'll do something, along those lines. And the goal is to provide a list, if you will, of surplus properties that the county is willing to put into some kind of a program like this, and then let experts figure out what's the best way, where do we start, what's this, maybe the sequence, how we do this. So it gets pulled out of politics and into the hands of EDON in this case, to figure out how we do this. Not by itself, not without consultation, or maybe even better, forget about consultation at the end, but maybe direction in the beginning, like a very concrete, we want this, 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 and this. You can use any of those properties, we don't care, but we want X, and see if that happens. And then, then you move into the RFP process and all the other stuff. So again, my biggest hurdle always was politics. And then the RFP process is really, it's very important. It's not that difficult because you'll have experts, you'll have people who come in and do this stuff. And then I've already talked with Taylor, but I know one of the preeminent P3 partnership folks who represent government regularly in these kinds of projects, and they can tell you almost to the penny. They'll run, they're accountants basically. They run these giant pro formas on these development projects, and they'll be able to tell you what the county needs to do, how do you kick in to get this particular project. Do you want a 4-star hotel? It's going to mean this, this, and this. Do you want a 3-star hotel? It's going to mean this, only these 2 things, or whatever it is. Do you want, the Taj Mahal for your courthouse, or do you want, a beautiful but functional property? I mean, different types of properties that you're willing to accept and different things that you're looking for will require different negotiations and different terms, so to speak.
Commissioner Andreola.
Thank you. Thanks for coming and spending time sharing a lot of information. I know that looking and optimizing what resources are available and prioritizing the county's needs and the community's needs is essential, but we already have tools that are already legislatively in place. I have shared with many people that I don't like calling them special assessment districts because the acronym stands for SAD. And I would like to think that everything we do would not fall into that category. But there are special assessment districts in place legislatively, special improvement districts in place. And the fact is that as jurisdictions, all of us as community-wide are looking at, a flattening of C-tax and some possible adjustments that the legislature may or may not look at in terms of property tax. How funding comes in to local jurisdictions needs some work, but that's outside of our purview. So we have to do with what we have. And more importantly, I think that we have to think differently in how we approach that. And the fact is that we have, a part of our state that actually has been using some of these resources extremely successfully. There's a saying, it was actually used throughout today and used throughout any conversation when you're talking about development, projects, development pays, right, for infrastructure, but there's a lag in that too. And so I think we have to think about that differently. It wasn't that long ago when you used the word design build in the construction industry or any type of project, I say that long. I mean, 20, 30 years ago, design build there was very few contractors that actually did design build. There was a trepidation about putting what you had described with the trust and the expertise. There were many folks, companies or whoever it was that wanted to have their hand in every piece of it. And I'm not suggesting that you just turn over something blindly, but I think to your point, Mr. Adams, of having very, very clear, and yours too, Mr. Rowan, on very clear process of what the project is. So I think that we have the ability right now to not wait and to look at what we can do. I also think there's a little thing called the legislature's in session, or soon will be, and what that comes, we don't know. But the reality is that housing is on the top of everybody's conversation, and what that looks like. I know we're going to have a presentation. But I do think the fact that there's potential funding that's going to come from the state. I think that there's tools and resources legislatively that we already have in place. I think, Mr. Rowan, you hit the nail on the head when you said the politics of things. I would say it's also really important for us as a county, as we enter into these discussions, to educate folks. I know that we've done a great job in trying to educate what that looks like, because people feel the pain. They feel the pain of traffic. They feel the pain, and how is this, you're building before the infrastructure. But to a certain extent, I think that we are missing opportunities that are right here now. And I think the more that we can do collectively to help in that education process, so that the citizens and constituents that we serve actually have a clear understanding of what that looks like. I think EDON has a place in that, in terms of being neutral and looking at bringing in jobs, bringing in the future. So long-term, our children, grandchildren can live here and afford to live here. And so I know that you have all the statistics on what that looks like, but really, it's not really, it's attainable housing in various different categories, whether it's vulnerable populations or workforce, the missing middle, whatever you want to call it. There's more than one category that's missing. So I'm looking forward to the continued dialogue, but I do have to say this. I would be remiss if I let this opportunity go, Mr. Rowan. Your credentials in terms of MLK and the hospital, there's a little thing called the West Hills. It used to be. Now it's called the Washoe County Behavioral Center. Did you hear about it? Today, there's a fundraising opportunity for you. There's a fundraising opportunity right here for you, sir. And if you'd like to actually learn more about it, I'm sure that I certainly would be happy to speak with you. But my point is that is another perfect example where there's a crisis in our community. We're being recognized as being the only one in the state that's really going to have the resources we have. We're not using taxpayer dollars to actually fund this project, and we're looking for opportunities to bring what are the resources that are necessary that touch all of our lives, right? All of our lives, and has a public safety infrastructure piece. So I'm going to stop, because I will be happy to connect you with the finance folks if you'd like to make that first contribution. No, I'm teasing. Not really. Did I say that I have a fundraising background? So I'm not putting you on the pressure, under pressure, but I just wanted to say that's a perfect example of you having that kind of expertise, right? You built a hospital.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is there a hospital in that?
Well, I think that there's a great opportunity.
Sorry, everyone. You guys are getting off the agenda.
I know, but I'm
We're
just
talking about
saying.
housing here.
Yeah, but
We can brief you on
there is an opportunity to have a discussion later.
Later, but not right now.
Not right now. I'm done. But anyway, thank you very much.
Commissioner, thank you for that. Appreciate all your thoughts on that, and we couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Thanks.
And thank you, DA Edwards.
Thank you, DA Edwards.
And Commissioner, what I would say is that, to keep it on topic, the hospital complex that we were talking about in Los Angeles was proposed to be self-sustaining also, through medical office properties and others that were private, that would be housing private doctors and allowing them to earn a lot of money, a lot of rent, and that would all pour into the ability to fund whatever the, in that case, a hospital, and actually a medical school. Charles Drew Medical School is in that, right next door, so, which had a lot of problems as well. So, and 145 acres was going to be this gigantic opportunity zone. But in any event, we can talk about that later.
All right. And Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The public-private opportunities that I've been involved with in my career, where there are many companies out there that build post offices. They build the post office, and then they lease it back to the government. So that's public-private. We've got a contractor, we've got his investors, we've got his lenders. They come together with a plan that the government likes, the square footage. And so in our case, in our county, and I'm talking about possible courthouse, if we could come up with a builder, developer who would build the courthouse, the judges would be involved with the design. They would have their architects design the courthouse. Then we would be the tenant of the building. So the owner of the building would build the building. We would lease it. They would be in charge of maintaining the property, maintaining the roof, maintaining everything around, and we just lease from them. And that's a public-private way that's a lot simpler than bonds and this, that, and the next thing. And that's something that maybe we should be looking at and find a company that could build us a courthouse, and we lease it from them, and we're involved in the design process. We have a long-term lease with them. We don't have to give them tax breaks because they own it. We've got a facility that we can use and be proud of. Our name is on it. Somebody else owns it, somebody else maintains it, and somebody else pays the property taxes that continues to grow the community. So that's the kind of public-private investment situation that I'd like to see the county involved in.
So
Thank you.
again, that's an example of a public-private partnership that is a potential concept, but you guys are for housing, public-private partnerships for housing on the agenda. Am I wrong? Are you not on 6E?
We're approaches to public-private partnerships for capital projects?
On the agenda.
So,
I'm sorry.
so I'll
It's not confined to housing, but.
The agenda is discussion of regional housing availability, affordability, inventory challenges, and best practices to stimulate additional housing, which may include engagement of private and nonprofit sectors.
If I can speak on housing, so certainly what I would offer, Commissioner, is that it's a well-known public-private model in use for housing and a number of other public uses, schools being an example, which are commonly adjacent to housing, that you would find that yes, a private partner could build the facility independently, and a lease back to a public agency is a well-known tool, and certainly low-hanging fruit within the world of public-private partnership. That is known nationally and would likely be very successful in this market.
Sure. And I wasn't trying to, I got into this because we were talking about Martin Luther King Hospital down in Southern California, which I'm very familiar with, coming from that part of the world. And so I know how that works, but public-private is where we get, in the simplest form, not the Wharton School of Economics form of a definition of this, is somebody else builds it, and somebody else leases it back or uses it. Somebody that leases it or uses it, in this case, the county, if we own the property, we would have the ownership of the ground, and we would have a lease involved with this organization, but we wouldn't be responsible for maintaining that. And if we had the thing that we had earlier here this morning, I don't know if you were here, but it looked like a Keno board with all the different checks and balances and what works and what doesn't. But part of that was putting new roofs on and maintaining it and painting it and fixing it and those kind of things. Sometimes you want to be a tenant. Sometimes you want to lease that car. Sometimes you don't want to buy the car and have to worry about putting the tires on and everything else. I'm just trying to simplify this. And that's where I'm going with this, is find a simple way for the county to get a nice new facility and let somebody else collect rent and maintain the property.
So we agree that lease and operate by a private partner of a facility that they built, was purpose-built for county use, would be a very attractive use of the tool here in Washoe County.
Anything else, Commissioner Clark?
That's it.
Okay, just really quick, and I know we have to be moving on to the next item. We're like right at time right now. But the part of your presentation, and I won't say courthouse, but how does workforce housing generate revenue? I understand the outside, that's where I'm having, and we probably need more discussion as a board and more time to this topic. But that's where I'm not quite understanding the financial, how this works financially.
So Commissioner, it could be as simple as as Eric mentioned earlier, that you designated a piece of property that was surplus.
Right.
And then that was marketed to a private developer for the specific intent of building housing. And you have tools as it relates to the value of that real estate that allow you to bring the per unit cost down and let the market deliver for you better housing than you have in the moment, in the place where you want it, that is hopefully close to where some of these people would be working.
Right.
And so in that space, we have an opportunity to deliver that new housing to the market at a fully competed on by those in the private sector, but at a number that dramatically increases opportunity, but also your tax base, because as the commissioner just said, as this is a private developer basically building a project, you would see that we would anticipate that project would come onto to the tax rolls at completion.
Okay, and I guess the other thought on that housing piece and generating revenue is, speaking to developers, they will tell you, well, I've heard from developers through the years that now the new economic reality is even if you give them the property, that's not enough. And so I'm just, especially with workforce housing, because it's layered.
So we would offer that the stickiness in the 10-year treasury is affecting the financeability of deals in the short term, but I'd be remiss if I couch that as anything other than a short-term calculation. And so as markets stabilize on the back end of the election, we anticipate that condition changes pretty quickly.
Well, very interesting. So sounds like we are going to have some further discussions, and really appreciate that EDON being a nonprofit partner that works with all the jurisdictions and has, Commissioner Garcia's has a seat on that board, and as well as the other jurisdictions would want to support this and do a new thing for EDON is kind of exciting. So let's just see if we can have some further discussions on what that would look like.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. So, Madam Chair, the next step will be, we'll continue to have discussions with EDON and perhaps bring more information back to the board that you can respond to.
That sounds good.
Around the P3s.
Thank you.
That includes capital projects.
And that includes, yes, it
Yes.
does. Okay.
Manager Brown, back to you.
We're still on the same agenda item, right?
Yes.
But we move to Part B, which is, and for that, we'll invite Mr. Maurice Page, who's the Executive Director of the Nevada Housing Coalition, to come forward. Maurice, thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we jumping right in, or? All right. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board Commissioners. Hope everyone is doing well. Thank you so much for allowing the coalition to be a part of these conversations. I was very grateful to be involved and hopefully provide some insight and some outlooks as to what we can do in regards to housing. So with that being said, it looks like our presentation was switched up a little bit, so forgive me a little bit. I have my copy, and it looks like we're a little bit different over here. So.
Nope, this is just an intro slide to make sure that we're clear
Perfect.
about what we're trying to get done with this conversation, which is making sure we get discussion and direction, sentiment from the board related to land use resources for attainable housing.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you, Erica.
Yours is next. There it is.
Oh, there we go. All right. All right. Thank you. Okay. So just a little bit about Housing Coalition. Of course, I'm pretty sure we're very well informed about who we are. We're a 501c3 nonprofit member-based coalition, and so since 2018, we have provided direction and guidance and advocacy around affordable housing and throughout the state of Nevada. We currently have over 350 members throughout the state, and so the information I bring to you is information that we have been able to pull and pull from our coalition members. Again, these are your residents, these are your people that live here in the community, and this is information that they would like to see or outsources that they would like to be able to look at how Washoe can grow moving forward. I'm sure you're very familiar with the housing situation and the lack of affordable housing here in Southern Nevada. One thing I would like to point out that when we talk about these numbers, it's really about affordable housing versus housing affordability. And I think that's where the conversation really needs to start. When we talk about affordable housing, it refers specifically to housing being designed and priced to be affordable for low to moderate income households, which are often government subsidized or regulated to ensure that they remain affordable over time. When we talk about housing affordability, that is the broader concept that refers to the overall ability of households across all income levels. So it encompasses how economic and market forces affect the cost of housing relative to income. And so when Manager Brown reached out and said, hey, what do we want to do, or please provide the suggestions on what strategies can be imposed, I think we want to be able to look at, housing affordability overall. We know that affordable housing is desperately needed, and we do not want to ignore that whatsoever. But overall, we want to be able to manage and be able to provide housing for all Nevadans and not just one segregated population. So some of the challenges that are facing Washoe. As you know, the current population is over 500,000. You're projected to grow at a 0.81% annually, reaching 600,000 by 2024. In regards to housing shortages, you have 40 affordable rental homes available per 100 low-income households, which is worse than the national average. And then you look at the median home sale price has increased 4.7%, and over 50% of Reno renters spend more than 30% of their income on rent and utilities. When you look at the housing affordability, again, looking at the top end, an individual or a family has to make over $108,000 to be able to afford a 4-bedroom home. On the low end, just to be able to afford a studio, a person has to make over $42,000. Again, with rent affordability at an all-time low nationwide, this is affecting middle-income renters who usually make anywhere between $30,000 to $50,000. And with Nevada's median gross rent being increased since 2010 over 70%, and is outpacing median household income, which is at 58%. So again, numbers that you're probably very familiar with, but again, hasn't been addressed effectively. Again, even when you look at home ownership, the challenges, we ranked 6, or Nevada ranked 6 in cost burden mortgage holders, and second highest among Western states after California. The gap between income and home prices has widened since 2013, further limiting access to home ownership. And again, I think, that has always been the American dream. We're all of an age where when we was raised, the American dream was to be able to grow up, have an education, a great job, get your own home, marriage, 2 kids. That was always the sentiment and the thought. And I think that when we look at today's generation moving forward, that is not what is being taught. It's more or less about survival. And it's either you're going to be at the end of the road or you're going to be at the top end. There is no in between. And for us, and with the growth of Nevada over the last 15 years or plus, we have lost track of how do we move forward in regards to that middle income, middle person, middle family. Again, when you talk about cost burden, renter households, again, another major issue. And the challenge we face extend beyond individual projects. According to HUD data, a staggering 186,115 households in Washoe County are considered cost burden, where they are spending more than 30% of their income on housing. Among them, roughly about 15,000 units, or 10%, underscore the urgency of efforts to bridge the affordable housing gap and provide affordable housing options where we have the greatest needs or greatest deficits. And again, when we look at overall affordability, there is only 36,187 homes that has been documented. Again, that number was taken in 2022. We are working with the Housing Division to see where those numbers are at currently. And also, we have to realize and understand that due to HMNI, the Home Means Nevada initiative, the $500 million that was brought into our community, we are developing 2,800 new units over the next couple of years, and 1,800 of those units are for homes that are making anywhere between 50% AMI and below. So again, although we are we have made some inroads and we have had some success, we have a long way to go. If you go back to the very first slide on housing, being short almost 100,000 units, that was just a drop in the bucket of what was going to be produced and developed over the next couple of years. The other thing you want to take a look at is at the 30 to 35% AMI, where there's showing only 1,118 units. And honestly, I do know that that number has dropped to below 1,000 statewide. And so, and again, it's, you know, it's a reality of tax credits closing in, and so we're unable to preserve those units, or they're not being well kept, and so they're being condemned and not being taken care of. And so that is, again, an area of concern that we definitely need to address. So as we move forward and we talk about, you know, successes and things that we're doing, we would be remiss not to, you know, talk about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that Washoe County has created back in 2019, which enables private sector contributions. And the funds were exclusively dedicated to supporting affordable housing development, and that has been a huge success in putting that together. But again, we can also create and do more with that as well going forward. Also, you have AB 310, that was a bill that the Nevada Housing Coalition created back in 2023 led session that was approved by the governor, which was a one-shot deal of $32.2 million that will go towards supportive housing development through these new projects that are coming online. And so the idea and thought behind that is, number one, we want to be able to show that when individuals have the support and the network around them to be able to maintain their home, that they will be able to be more successful. The goal is to be able to attract and get data so that in the next ledge session in 27, we could possibly go for a permanent funding source for that. So again, victories that we have been able to accomplish over the last few years, HMNI, the Nevada Supportive Housing Development Fund, but again, the Washoe Housing Affordable Trust Fund, but again, there's still more that can be done. So some of the things that I will jump into now will be talking a little bit about, you know, opportunities for us to be able to create more funding opportunities for development and preservation. One of the things we want to touch on is the supplemental government service tax. And that purpose was to fund infrastructure improvements for higher density, missing middle, and attainable housing in unincorporated Washoe County. The benefits of something like this offsets costs on off-site improvements for housing projects. And again, some of the target areas would be near high-density communities in Sparks and Reno. And then we could allocate funds to difficult-to-develop areas to leverage LIHTC credits. So again, I'll take any questions right now if you do have before I move on.
Any questions from the board right now? I think we're going to wait till you Get to the end.
Get to the end? Okay, no worries, no
No, I'm not
worries.
telling you to
no,
do
no,
that.
no.
I'm saying we'll wait until you.
No worries, no
You're
worries.
doing great. We're doing great on time.
Excellent. So some of the other research that we have been able to go back in and look at is when we talk about housing, we're really talking about the supply side interventions. And so we want to be able to increase the availability around that. And what I found was in Minneapolis, Minnesota, they created their housing plan, which is Minnesota's 2040 plan. And their goal around that was to be able to accelerate housing production. And so the idea or the concept behind that was in 2018, Minnesota enacted several supply side policies that encourage construction regardless of affordability considerations. And so that led to the elimination of all single-family zoning and the removal of parking requirements for multifamily buildings. You don't have a slide on this. I'm just going to talk about this. So the pace of the construction in Minneapolis accelerated relative to other Midwestern cities. And then the consensus was that by providing additional resources across the state, especially in mitigating perceived financing gaps in the construction of explicitly affordable units, this would be very beneficial in addressing the shortage of these types of units. So this is something that's been very successful over the year. They have seen growth in their housing and the affordability of housing. And so, again, this is an idea that we could possibly target here in our community, in this community. Again, we want to talk about the Public Lands Management Act. We know that Senator Rosen aims to reintroduce her land bill, her federal lands bills for suitability in building affordable housing. And so again, it's going to be critical for jurisdictions to be able to work with our office to ensure that we're all on the same page in what we're looking to present. And we also know that the governor is pushing for the federal agencies to be able to release land so that this way we're able to build. One of the other ideas, again, that we need to explore is a statewide land inventory plan. We need to be able to conduct a comprehensive land inventory to categorize by land ownership, zoning, buildability, infrastructure needs, and development suitability. Clark County is currently going through a similar process that they implemented about 18 months ago. But I think for Northern Nevada and Washoe County in general, this would help with identifying opportunities and constraints and also helping to reduce whatever costs may come moving forward. We also know with Governor Lombardo's housing priorities, $1 billion has been allocated for attainable housing units and development incentives. Support, we talked about the P3 partnerships to leverage incentives and increase housing production. And then ultimately being able to provide some inclusive housing solutions through all of that. So again, we're moving in the right direction. I think overall, when you take a step back and you figure out, okay, what is the next steps that we need to do? Again, there's actions, there's conversations being had, but again, the implementation process is going to be critical as we move forward and as we look at the growth for Washoe County over the next 15 years or so. Another idea that has come about is public facilities corporations. Now, PFCs are nonprofit corporations created by local government entities, such as counties, cities, or housing authorities to support public purposes, including affordable housing development. They function as a conduit for partnerships between public entities and private developers. So under this model, ownership structure will be the PFC holds legal title to the property. The tax exemptions properties owned by the PFC are generally exempt from property taxes, significantly reducing development and operating costs, which will allow developers to provide affordable rents. And then affordability requirements in return for tax exemptions, the developer would agree to maintain a percentage of units as affordable, usually targeting households earning below 80% AMI and that can vary. This has been very successful in Dallas, Texas, where they have developed mixed income housing for workforce individuals in their communities. Right now, in Oak House, Texas, they just established a 289-unit mixed income development property. And again, they are shown that is one of multiple projects that has been developed over the last few years, and they're looking to do more with this. Also, I would say, before I finish up, because I think the next slide is going to be me thanking you for the time, but again, we also want to look at zoning reform, ADUs, and impact fee reductions. Those would be other considerations for us to be able to expand on housing affordability moving forward. And again, these are also conversations that has been had with the governor's office when we talk about developing and preserving housing here in Northern Nevada. So with that, thank you very much. And I will, since we are at the end, I will take questions.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair Herman. Is your mic on?
And nobody's been able to tell me what affordable is. To me, affordable, if it's workforce housing, the person has to be able to afford to pay for it.
Absolutely. No, there is no true definition. I could give you the political answer, but affordability is going to be different for you, for me, for everyone at this table, right? And so, and even when we talk about workforce housing, I have to be reminded at times, we look at affordable housing as individuals that are above 80%, and we stretch it, we stretch it up to 120, and in some instances now we've even discussed stretching that to 150%. But workforce housing is everyone who has a job, right? It's our workers at McDonald's, it's our workers at Walmart, it's our workers at Target, it's those individuals who are making low income, and so they are struggling. And I have a 22-year-old who makes, minimum wage, and he has to go in with his roommates just to be able to make his rent, and he lives in an affordable housing complex. So those are the issues that we have to maintain. There is no real true definition to what affordability is because whatever we deem and whatever our income is and whatever our family, however our family is built, that will deem what is affordable.
We haven't done very well here so far.
We used to. We used to. Two folks in the service industry could buy a home in Sparks.
Absolutely.
I grew up here, and it is a different situation now, so.
Absolutely. I mean, I moved to Nevada almost 24 years ago, and we had starter homes, for $150,000, $125,000. Those homes no longer exist, right? And so your average cost is $460,000 for a new home. And even if you get a condo or a townhome, maybe you can get them for about $380,000. But again, you have to make almost $100,000, $120,000 to be able to afford or be able to manage to get a down payment for that type of home. And so those, again, are the issues that are critical. We need to be able to provide more assistance to our residents so that this way they can achieve the dream of home ownership.
Absolutely. Commissioner Garcia.
I have a question. Thank you so much. Not only is affordable a term that's used kind of interchangeably all over the board and can have different definitions, a livable wage is also up in the air nowadays. And I think about the students who graduate from Washoe County School District. They go to college, they get that bachelor's degree to become a social worker, a teacher, and then they enter the housing market. And they're, the aspirations to buy a home is just so far out of reach. But I know that there's programs out there, and the only one I'm aware of is one specifically for first-time home owners for teachers. Are there other sectors that are receiving additional, like a leg up or support in that, in a similar light?
Yeah, you have programs through some of our unions, our culinary unions that has programs. Again, our housing division has some other home ownership and down payment assistance programs for like, nonprofit workers, case managers, social workers, things of that nature. It's not enough. Our fire workers, police, there are opportunities for them, but they're very limited because due to funding.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriolo.
Thank you. D. Edwards, I'll stay on topic. Thank you for sharing the information. I really think it's important to kind of, reiterate some of the things that you've mentioned. And a shout out to the staff at Washoe County for looking at clearing the path with code ordinance changes to address that. I think we also have to be careful of the balance of market forces and supplementing falsely some things. So there's some fundamental economic 101 that I think has to be balanced. And what I'm really referring to is the fact that we have the incentives that we could help to close that gap in terms of your point of your 22-year-old, pooling resources in order to have a place to live. Here's the reality. The demand is there. The demand to purchase homes is there if the supply was there, right?
Correct.
So it's a supply-demand economics 101. And I think Washoe County, in terms of this being a strategic planning session and looking at continued direction of trying to do everything Washoe County can to simplify permitting, simplify opportunities for development so that we can essentially, again, economics 101, if you have a supply, you're going to fill their demand, you're going to fill that with supply, can bring housing prices down. I think the governor during the State of the State was very clear in terms of his conversations with the current administration and the release of federal land. We're behind only one other state when it comes to a large ownership of federal land, and having that released, I think, will give us opportunities. So I really want to thank you for the continued efforts that you do statewide. And you have some great board members too, and
Absolutely.
folks who support you, maybe one of them behind you. But I really think optimizing, again, the resources that we have, trying to do everything we can, being ahead of it is really important, thinking differently than we have in the past. It's not always business as usual.
Absolutely.
So I think that as you discover, which you spoke about, the Minnesota, I was looking for the slide too, so thanks I was writing
No
notes
worries.
as fast as you could. And Dallas, Texas, and some of these other opportunities to keep local jurisdictions like Washoe County so we can actually be ahead of that. I think it's really important. If we have an opportunity to see some land freed up, that opens up a great opportunity for housing. I also would just add, I know that you have the public facility corporations on your slide, but you're probably aware there's a nonprofit, and I can give you the information because I can't remember right now, who actually is looking, and they've done this in Southern Nevada. They're doing one in Sparks and one in Reno. The one in Reno is going to be specifically for workforce housing and senior in Sparks, and it's a private family foundation.
Okay.
They are literally, I met with them, and they're literally looking at the opportunities that their family has been given in terms of having success, created this family foundation. And I asked them, how many more of you are there?
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And they're looking at what is a trend nationally, and housing is it. So guess what they're doing? Like I said, seniors is in Sparks, workforce is in Reno, and then they've got two projects. One they've already completed in Southern Nevada, another one in Southern Nevada that they're doing specifically for workforce, and they're looking at teachers. So you fit well within that, and I'd like to connect you later on with that organization if you're not aware of them already. So it makes me wonder how many other family foundations there might be nationally that are either looking at what their mission is and trying to maybe see if there's an opportunity to capitalize on that. Because in this case, they own the land.
Right, absolutely.
And they're paying for the entire building of it, the whole thing. So
yeah, I would definitely love to be able to contact with them.
I'd like to
familiar.
connect you with that. But thank you again for all the work that you do.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Clark. Okay. Well, thank you for this great presentation. There is a lot to chew on here, and I am going to probably bother you with an email for follow-up on
Absolutely.
some of these particular programs that are really interesting that you have shed some light on today. And thank you for your commitment to housing and Northern Nevada and Nevada in general, and thank you for fighting for us as well at the legislature. I know you're looking for opportunities to
Yes, I
see
am.
how you can continue that incredible Home Means Nevada, grant that you created, and how we can find opportunities to support our working families in Washoe County.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for taking
All
the
right.
Time.
Absolutely. Yes, we do.
Wonderful. We are now on to 6F. Okay, Manager Brown.
6F is a presentation on permanent supportive housing and discussion on Washoe County's role in the supply of permanent supportive housing units and accompanying services. This will include an update on the current number of permanent supportive housing units in the county and how many are needed. This item will also include a discussion of the diversion efforts designed to assist individuals experiencing homelessness to obtain and remain in permanent housing.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Are we on?
You're on.
Okay. I'm Dana Searcy with Washoe County, and I have with me Brooke Page. We'll introduce her in just a minute. We're going to start with a quick couple of slides on a very targeted topic so that we can reconfirm that we are moving in the right direction. So this is related to preventative and diversion tactics, and what I was going to do here is take you through 3 different strategies that we are currently using at the county and what those look like. So on the slides is an example of what we would call true diversion. So this is someone approaching the shelter. We would like to do anything that we can to avoid that individual from coming into the shelter and into homelessness. So if we can look at things like family reunification or immediate application fees, that type of thing, that's what we're going to do before we bring someone into the shelter. That is an example for in real context. So if we were to purchase a flight or a bus pass at a $500 rate, then that would cost the same as about 8 days in the shelter at the CARES campus. So for us, that is better for the person and better for the county. The second tactic here is rental assistance. Much of the rental assistance that the county has had came through the emergency rental assistance grant that we have had. That is going to be completed this year, so we'll show you what those numbers look like. Currently, there is rental assistance at Reno and Sparks. And the story here is that very, very consistently, demand surpasses the resources that we have. What this normally looks like, and it varies from program to program, but you usually can receive a deposit and a few months of rent, and you can only receive that support every 2 years. And then the third one here is our new program that we are trying, and this is specific to what we want to talk about today. But the idea is that instead of building more shelter capacity, that we look at how can we house individuals outside of the shelter. So this program takes individuals currently at all of our shelters who are on the Housing Authority wait list and houses them. We pay the subsidy while they're on that wait list. And the idea is that this is, again, less expensive, better for the individual because they are housed. And then once their name comes up on the Housing Authority wait list, then that voucher or benefit kicks in and takes over that subsidy. So this is an example, again, a shelter, if you're just looking at our rate of just taking our complete budget and dividing that by every bed is about $66 a day for the CARES campus. Over a year and a half is about $36,000. If we take one person who is renting a studio at $1,000 a month, that person is on SSI disability, which means they receive $943 a month. So in this situation, the county would be paying $718 a month, and the individual would pay 30% of the money that they are receiving through that disability payment. Over a year and a half, that's about $13,000, and we threw in the case management cost in there too. So that totals close to $17,000 to get someone out of the shelter for a year and a half. So again, this is a big benefit. In this case, we are saving dollars, we are housing an individual, and we are freeing up a bed in the shelter, which right now is very desperately needed. So this is a new program, and we're looking forward to sharing some positive results when we have those. And so this is adding up all three of those examples of how we divert people out of shelter, and looks at the total number of funds that we have had over the past several years. And really the story here is that next year that total is going to drop off quite a bit. So we will not have rental assistance. Our partners at Reno and Sparks are great partners, and they do support people in unincorporated county at the city of Reno. But again, those funds are fairly limited, and there's never enough. So we wanted to just highlight this so everyone is aware of a pretty big challenge for us moving forward as we're seeing a lot of our COVID-era relief programs coming to an end. And then the question for the board on this topic is, where we have been coming from is that we do not want to build more shelter beds. No one wants more shelter beds. And that we would rather use funding needed to go towards these types of programs where we are helping people who need support, but outside of the shelter. I'm going to turn it over to you guys.
Okay, any questions on our current programs and what we are doing for Ms. Searcy? Oh, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the previous slide that you had for the summary of funding for diversion and preventative housing, and you've got this matrix in terms of year over year, and then you just mentioned, obviously, how many people what's the number of people being served in each one of these years?
Yes, so we included the ERA grant number. They are very small there, but you can see there are about 2,000 households that were housed through that funding, to give you an example. That's okay.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
It is very small.
And so thanks for the AMI. I see it now. Can you share, I know you have the AMI there, but what is the demographics? Is there, I recall during previous presentations, you spoke about I think it was 55% are seniors that are currently at the CARES campus. I could be wrong on, or a high percentage, I'll just do it that way, we're 55 and over. Maybe that's where I'm remembering the 55. I'm curious how many seniors are in this particular household distribution.
I do not have that with me, but
Okay.
we can get it for
Okay.
you. And yes, we have shared 43% at the shelters are age 55 and above right now. And
Okay.
55% roughly have a disability.
If you could follow up with,
Yes.
I guess, giving all the commissioners that opportunity to see what the breakdown of the demographics of this are, because if there isn't funding, obviously, that you just mentioned, just what kind of impact that has, I think would be helpful. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner questions? I think, I would say, well, we have talked about this, Ms. Searcy, the seniors that are coming into the CARES campus due to the running out of this ERA funding you are seeing this real time on the ground today, correct?
We are.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's where we're in a rough, I mean, thank goodness we have the CARES campus because there's some place for these folks to go, but we are in a rough place. And I do commend the team on the shallow subsidy. I'm really excited about, I think you're going to have great outcomes with that while people are waiting on that list and who can take care of themselves, just don't have that additional money. And if they're on SSI, we know that they're seniors or they're disabled or a mix of both. So it's really vulnerable people who have worked in their career, just haven't made enough. So yeah, I can't wait to hear that. But it's obviously not quite enough to fill the need as you're seeing it today.
Yes, and in our next set of slides, you'll see the shelters are very full. We have a very long wait list right now. We continue to add cots and that type of thing. And so really what we're asking today is for your support instead of building more shelter beds, because we need them, to try to use any funds that may become available towards programs like this that are looking at how can we get creative with supporting people outside of the shelter. As we're looking for that permanent housing option.
Well, great. If there's not other questions, oh, yes, Vice Chair Herman.
There is a shortage, and that is a very good point, Commissioner. I think that is one of our major fears with our subsidy program, that on paper it makes great sense, but our ability to take that many individuals and find housing at a rate that we can afford to subsidize at the county is a serious concern. So we are looking forward to bringing that all back to you on how that goes, which leads us right into our next topic, which is more housing is needed.
Any other board comments? All right, I would say continue on.
Okay. Well, so now I would love to introduce Brooke Page, who's here with me from Corporation of Supportive Housing, and I'm very pleased to have you with us. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Well, good afternoon, Chair. I really appreciate this opportunity, and Commissioners. My name is Brooke Page. I am a Nevada native and been working in the field of homeless services and addressing housing solutions for people with complex needs now for 6 years at CSH, but before I worked at Clark County addressing this issue also at the county level. So really glad to be here to have this conversation today.
Great. And you've been contracted, because I know that folks on the CHAB board, Commissioner Clark and I have seen you before on your presentations, but you've been contracted also with the county to do a needs assessment as well, just as background, but go on.
Yes. So Corporation for Supportive Housing is well-renowned across the country, and as we started looking into addressing homelessness and housing, especially at the 30% AMI and below, which we'll talk a little bit about, and supportive housing, who may be a good partner. And when we were speaking to other counties and communities, Corporation for Supportive Housing continued to come up. So we've been working with Brooke for a really long time about what exactly do we need, what type of housing, and how much do we need and how much does it cost. So Erica, I don't know, would you like to step in here or do you want me to keep going? Okay. All right. So a little bit of level setting. As Maurice said, what affordable means is very different to every person. It's very individual. But generally, when we're trying to come up with numbers as to who fits into which category, affordable is spending less than 30% or at that 30% level of your gross income on housing costs, including utilities. That's what we're looking at. And this is a very busy slide, but we have shown this at many different workshops, so we wanted to throw this back up with this board and show you a couple of real examples in Washoe County. You can see those numbers there. If we're talking at the 30% AMI level, that is about $27,000 a year. That's $16 an hour. That is our folks that we're taking care of at CARES who are on disability, and also at our place and across many different county programs. But that is also our hospitality workers. Over at the 30 to 60% block there, that is a first-year teacher's salary. So you can see that puts them at a 50% AMI household. So as Maurice was just saying, you go to college, you get that bachelor's degree, and you are still looking at something under 60% AMI. At the 60 to 120, you can see that it's about $100,000 a year. This is getting a little more comfortable for us, but this is still difficult to find in our region, and these are our registered nurses and our sheriff's deputies and that. So we, again, just lay of the land. We today are talking about very specifically supportive housing. This is just a snapshot of the shelter. We wanted to reiterate why this is so important. Between our place and the CARES Campus project, the county tripled shelter beds. This is an enormous number. This does not include anything that we do for winter preparations. This is everyday beds with full case management and services. You can see that little teeny tiny line of yellow at the top of this big blue square. Those are the empty shelter beds over the past 2 years. And you can see there's 50 open in July of 23 and 35 last summer. Those are the peaks when we've had the most beds available. So for the most part, shelter beds are full. That's the dashboard. I know it's really small, but you guys have that, and I'm happy to provide it to you. How many beds do we have? We also added an enormous amount of overflow winter beds. It's about 125 beds and cots. And as of this morning, we have a wait list of 95 for the CARES Campus. So those individuals are in warming and in cots until we can get them a bed. So very, very full, lots of need. This is a graph about recent housing that has been developed with subsidies that currently exist in our region. These are a little bit more specific. These lists came from what we know is going on at the county with projects, what Reno has, and what Sparks has. And these are projects that are getting some funding through either the HUD home dollars or sewer waiver programs, that type of thing. So again, current existing subsidies. The point here is that you can see most of this development goes to 60% or above. It's very costly to build lower than that, and most affordable housing subsidies, you can be at that 60% AMI or above, and so that's where most developers go. So we encourage lower development than that through prioritizing and making those needs known. It's also worth noting this is a total of about 4,000 units. Many of these were funded with the large amounts of funding that were put forward through Home Means Nevada initiative and a couple with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the AB 310 grant that you just heard about. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brooke to take us through our assessment.
Okay, thank you so much, Dana. So as Dana mentioned, we're here to talk about supportive housing. And as you all know, that the cost of healthcare, the cost to incarcerate a person can be staggering. And because of the data that we were able to capture in the supportive housing needs assessment, we know that 8 days in the hospital is cost the same as 4 months in jail, and both of those equivalent to housing somebody for 1 year in supportive housing. And so being able to have that data to understand the cost that we're talking about has been really important. This comparison, it highlights the potential for significant cost avoidance and improved outcomes through supportive housing. So today, I'm going to present some of the data that we captured just so you can kind of see where this data came from and the importance of why supportive housing can be our solution to some of our challenges. So not to belabor the point, but the affordable housing, as Dana mentioned, as Maurice mentioned, you know, it's relative to who we're speaking to, but the folks that are in need of supportive housing, we really want to be clear about who we're talking about. And so supportive housing is an evidence-based intervention. And for over 30 years, this intervention has been proven to be effective. And when we talk about supportive housing, we really emphasize the importance that tenants are not paying more than 30% of their household income on their entire housing expenses. Because we know that when that happens, folks are then compromising their food, they're compromising medication, and just the day-to-day ability to manage their lives. And so one of the key aspects of supportive housing is that tenants have choice and the ability and the autonomy to identify what are the services that they need to have the agency in their individual lives to thrive. And so having the ability to wrap folks, as you see that bubble around the affordable housing, that bubble that then meets the tenant where they are is really important. And to have a tenant service specialist that's helping folks get into a home, to stay stably housed, those are the key ingredients that really make supportive housing effective for the population that needs it. And so who needs this intervention? And this is really important to kind of articulate because, again, that affordable housing spectrum is vast, depending upon who you're talking to. So supportive housing, it serves individuals in the community who face some of the most significant barriers to being stably housed and require that wraparound support. And so when we think about, for example, many older adults that are living on fixed incomes, who have complex health conditions, without that affordable housing piece, a lot of seniors are maybe inappropriately in an institution where they could actually be in our community, but for an affordable place, but for those wraparound supports. Additionally, we've got families that are involved in the child welfare system, that but for an affordable place to live and some case management supports to support that parenting structure, we've got children that are inappropriately in our child welfare system. Additionally, we've got people who are experiencing chronic homelessness, that because they may not have access to the affordable place to live and may be having health conditions, mental health concerns, and are having to address that in the freezing cold temperatures or in shelter, those health conditions exacerbate when we don't have a permanent place to house them. Also, people that are discharged from institutions. And if, we know that some of our housing units may have high barrier policies that keep people from being able to access those units. And so supportive housing, which is low barrier in nature, and tends to ensure that folks can get access to a home once they've done their time in a jail setting or in a prison setting, that they can reintegrate back in the community and stay stably housed, as well as out of an institutional setting if they're coming from a psychiatric stay or, and this housing is just critical to know that there's folks that need both affordable place and the wraparound supports. So one of the things I want to emphasize is the impact that Washoe County is making on this issue, which I think is important, and especially somebody coming from a different community on this topic. So I want to just kind of highlight for you all. Washoe County has been addressing this issue of supportive housing and addressing the need of homelessness, especially with the establishment of the Housing and Homelessness Services Agency. There's been a lot of important gains. One of which, from 2021, the data piece. Data is really important in order for us to understand the need and in order for us to understand how we tackle the need. Going from a 40% compliance in the homelessness management system to now at 90% compliance is important. Just context, because now we got more providers that are contributing to the data and help illuminating what this need is. Additionally, the Northern Nevada Continuum of Care has been investing, again, in this comprehensive needs assessment, but also the capacity building. We can build all day long, but if we don't have the service provider community to meet the need, if we don't have person-centered, trauma-informed property managers that are willing to address this need, and the infrastructure to address this need, then we're still going to be leaving folks behind. And so that capacity building to train and educate is really important. And then lastly, this slide, you'll notice here, this is fresh kind of within the last couple of weeks, the annual homelessness assessment report that is provided to HUD shows that nationally, there's been an 18% increase in homelessness nationwide across the country. And the darker the color, the more increase in homelessness there has been. And in Nevada, you'll notice that we're one of the darker states here, that we've seen a significant increase and rise in homelessness during 2023 to 2024. But what's important to note that in Northern Nevada, it's only been 4% increase. And so what you all are doing here, it's working. People are accessing shelter, they're accessing services. It's a matter of, kind of increasing the resources to ensure we can continue this important progress. The other thing I'll mention, I had Maurice mention the Nevada Supportive Housing Development Fund, or AB 310. there was recently a funding allocation of service providers that applied for the service funding for that resource. In Nevada, there was 12 applications that were considered. Of those, only 5 applications met high quality threshold. And of those 5 applications, 4 of them came from this community. And so knowing the infrastructure that you're putting into place, knowing the amount of capacity building and support that you're putting into place, it's working. The data that we captured in the supportive housing needs assessment showed that here is kind of the hard numbers. Northern Nevada needs 1,284 supportive housing units for individuals, 21 of those units for families, at least 1,644 slots for individuals, and 81 slots for families. In addition, to support the infrastructure that you all are creating with diversion, to have 752 resources to prevent an individual from ever entering the homeless response system, or 32 for families, is an important data point to support already the infrastructure that you're creating around diversion. The other important data point here is utilization. So as Dana reflected in that bar, to see how much your emergency shelters are being utilized, it's very high utilization for both individuals and families, and that's articulated here. And this raises an important question that folks are in this important emergency crisis response setting, but what happens next? Where do these families go after that? Where do the older adults that need this important, affordable place to live with the wraparound supports go if all we have really is the infrastructure for crisis response and emergency shelter? Supportive housing, as you can see, is also highly utilized. A 93% utilization rate for individuals, 94% utilization rate for families. And despite this, there's just not enough units, as the last slide mentioned. But one of the things I want you to point out is the transitional housing piece. And this shows lower utilization rates amongst individuals and families, 82% utilization for individuals and only 22% utilization for families. So this data point suggests that although we know we have interventions for transitional housing that are important for certain populations, but it's not something that actually needs to be prioritized, right? Our resources and funding moving forward, this isn't going to get us to where we need to go, right? We need to get families out of an emergency situation, and we see that supportive housing is highly utilized. Kind of shifting that investment, ensuring that we're thinking about permanent housing solutions is a really important piece. And so before I get into the cost, I just want to reiterate this slide because it's really important to just see how, cost-effective and this intervention, not only for outcomes for folks' health and their personal well-being, but to know that this is an economic decision that can be made to support our community when we know that 8 days in the hospital is the same as 4 months in jail for a person that's cycling in and out of these high-cost systems, is the same as housing them for 1 year with supportive housing. So our calculations show that the total need for supportive housing, rapid rehousing, and diversion resources, it amounts to roughly $50 million a year to address the need in this community. And there is also that one-time cost to build what we need to build and to provide those diversion resources, about $281 million of one-time cost to create the infrastructure. And so while all of these figures, they may seem substantial, it's important to also keep it in context.
We're already paying for it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're already paying for it.
But it's even more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even more, and exacerbates when we don't do something, right? And so this is just really important landscape. This investment is manageable, especially when considering the national rise in homelessness. If we don't do something, then those homelessness numbers just increase. And so I'll before I pass it back over to Dana, I just want to emphasize just the outcomes. Research shows that when we implement quality supportive housing to fidelity standards, tenants are likely to stay housed. This stops the reduction of the cycle into emergency crisis response. People report higher levels of satisfaction with the housing that they're in and the services that they're receiving. Tenants increase their income, and or they gain access to employment opportunities. Supportive housing leads to improvements in physical health, mental health, and tenants have a greater sense of community and social connections. In addition to that, there's the economic and community benefits. When we house people, tenants, again, we're reducing the crisis response costs. Also, we are addressing, helping tenants re-enter the workforce. Supportive housing generates economic benefits. Now we've got a taxpayer that's contributing to our community, that's helping to generate resources. That's an economic benefit. Also, supportive housing provides the throughput. We've got a high utilization of emergency shelter. Now we've got a turn in getting people out of crisis. So it's a win-win, a cost benefit, and so I'll turn it back over to Dana.
Thank you, Brooke. And actually, we changed all these slides on you, so I'm going to hand it right back to you. But to reiterate, we have asked Brooke to start off with the COC at the regional level, doing that assessment to answer, again, how much do we need and what does it cost? And then, of course, the next phase of that is to come up with a plan. So if you could please take us through our plan. Again, this is what the COC is working on, which is that regional group of partners working on homeless services.
Thank you so much. So the needs assessment concluded with all of these great recommendations. And so to then bring the continuum of care together and the community, people with lived experience, the representation of the community here to really think about how do we operationalize the goals and the strategies, the recommendations in this report. And so that's what led to, we have an action plan that we've actually got some preliminary action items that the Northern Nevada Continuum of Care said there's 3 things that we've got to do right away if we're going to execute this strategy. And so in addition to all the capacity building support that's been happening, one of the top priorities is to develop a supportive housing development plan. And so with the supportive housing development plan, it's essential for meeting the housing need because we actually have to understand how do we develop this? How do we do this? How do we prioritize these efforts? And so the plan will start by bringing together a group of dedicated individuals who are passionate about addressing homelessness and housing issues, and essentially create a committee to hold the community accountable to getting this done. Next, the committee will establish clear goals and guidelines for how the committee will operate. And then work with community stakeholders to create a strategy that will outline those goals and steps to sort of have a very transparent process for the community to understand what's happening. And then the plan will focus on strengthening the capabilities of community-based organizations through the capacity building efforts that are really important, as well as leveraging our existing infrastructure and understanding the landlord engagement strategies that are needed to leverage existing housing. And so essentially this supportive housing development plan will ensure that that number of 1,200 so folks that need this intervention, that there's a housing pipeline to get them actually housed. The next goal is to identify the funding. So that number that we mentioned, although relatively significant, how do we ensure that we understand how do we get these resources funded? And so the process will start by analyzing all of the various different potential funding sources that exist and really identify what is the process to getting those resources into the community. And then developing a plan to apply for those funds, if there's grants, if there's public-private partnerships that we need to forge, actually developing the steps to do and get those resources in the door. And then look for ways to make the most of the existing resources that we already have in the community. Are we not maximizing our existing dollars and having a conversation about what that looks like? And then the work will require exploring innovative practices and lastly, helping to align the existing funding landscape, because it's really helpful if the funders that are funding this work are all coordinated and they're funding at the same time, they're putting out the same priorities, because then we can ensure that the resources are aligned. And so this vision is to have all 3 legs of the supportive housing stool identify the funding for capital, operating, and services. But we know that we need sort of like a champion to help seed these efforts, because without the champion, everyone can kind of say, oh yeah, that sounds good, but who's going to do it? And so that's a really important role. And then lastly is develop a diversion program to build upon the existing infrastructure that's already in the community. And so the goal is to ensure that the community members are diverted from ever entering the homeless response system. And so there'll be a committee. The committee will start by strengthening the capabilities so that way our community organizations understand what diversion, prevention, problem solving is, and we're all speaking the same language. The committee will conduct an assessment to understand the current landscape of what are the service needs and the gaps that families and households need to be diverted from homelessness. And then define the core functions of the program, how it will work, how it will operate, how folks can access these resources, and then focus on improving the economic security of individuals, especially if they just need additional income. And so those are the 3 priorities that this group from the CLC initially developed. So I'll turn it back over to Dana.
Okay, and then to bring us home, we just wanted to reemphasize all of the work that the county has already done. We started with establishing the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and shortly after that, it was funded with $2 million of ARPA funds, and those funds were dedicated specifically for permanent supportive housing. After that, we purchased a 5-acre parcel from the Housing Authority at the CARES campus, and at the time it was discussed that we would also be prioritizing that for permanent supportive housing. Our team was awarded $22 million to build that housing building at the campus, and we're very grateful for that opportunity through Homings Nevada. And we've also applied, and I'm very happy to announce that we are one of the awardees of the AB 310 grant we just found out. So that is a full 5 years of funding. It's incredible, and we're pretty excited to be a part of taking people who have very high needs and are using our system across multiple different departments and agencies, and showing how through this care we really can reduce costs, and we can create a better community, save us funding, and then also improve that individual's life. So great news there. And then those efforts have resulted in 117 supportive housing units across 3 different projects specifically. The Sutro Senior Sanctuary was funded with the the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The Line Drive apartment, 50 units, that is also funded with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and that is our partner project that is being built at the CARES campus that will round out to 120 units when it is all said and done. And then also, of course, the Nevada CARES campus permanent supportive housing, 50 units also. So what we are looking for today is to have a conversation about support that this board would like to be giving to the permanent supportive housing needs, and also what does our role at Washoe County look like. So that looks like 4 different things, and it can be any combination of these things, but we know that legislation is critical. Addressing Medicaid and making sure that that can help support supportive services in the long run is absolutely critical. As we mentioned, a lot of this funding came through state opportunities that recently have come through legislation. Collaboration, this is most of what the COC is going to do to look at those funding opportunities, and are we aligning timelines and application processes and all prioritizing the same thing so that that can be streamlined. Also, P3 partnerships and opportunities, as you guys just discussed, there's lots of opportunity with land and developers that are interested in partnering with us. And then also allocating county dollars when it comes down to it. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the board.
Thank you. Great work. Looking to the board to see if there's additional comments or questions. Commissioner Garcia?
I have a question. On the Medicaid and supportive housing, can you talk to me about that? Is it funded? Is it not funded? Is there potential to be funded?
I am definitely not a Medicaid expert. We will get you more of a detailed summary of what is funded and not. There is not a lot, I will tell you, in the homeless service realm and the supportive housing realm that is covered through Medicaid. And so where we see holes, right, that's where we started with the shelter and why we're buying the West Hills facility, as we continue to see these giant holes in our community and how people fall through those holes and then have nowhere to go. Those are usually where the funding streams and those capital stacks and all of it that you guys continue to hear us talk about is not lining up correctly to support those programs. So that's where we're coming to you and asking that we fund behavioral health programs and medical services at the CARES campus and staff at the CARES campus, behavioral health staff that we never anticipated funding because these services cannot sustain on the current structure. Yeah. But we're happy to follow up with, you want to go ahead? Yes.
So it's a great question, too, and thank you, Dana. I think what's also important is the Nevada Supportive Housing Development Fund resources. The intent of that legislation, as the Housing Coalition designed it, was to ensure that we could pilot and demonstrate the effectiveness of what these services can do for our community members as a test case to making the argument for a permanent benefit for Medicaid. And so knowing that we've got now an awarded project here in Washoe County that's going to be one of those pilot sites, the intent is to see the benefits of that in order to make that argument to Medicaid.
Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything? And Commissioner Andriella.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to piggyback off of Commissioner Garcia's question and then your elaboration of this test case and the award, and congratulations for all the hard work on that. Are there, in terms of best practices, are there housing providers or providers for permanent housing that you're talking about that actually have a model that they can stand up, if you will, and look at the reimbursement piece of Medicare or Medicaid, whatever the particular subsidy would be? Is there anything in the nation that has such a model where they actually essentially run the facility, do all of the billing, do all of the operations essentially for this sector?
So it's a great question. Thank you for asking it. And as a national nonprofit organization, CSH has been tracking this really important fund source across the country. And one of the things that we have is a map that I can share with you all about the communities that are intentionally having like health-related social need waivers and tenancy support service waivers to be tracking that directly into housing. And because it's kind of like a newer model, I think we're testing it to see. Washington State's foundational community supports benefit has been really important to leverage Medicaid dollars in housing. So we can send you some examples of where states are leveraging Medicaid for this. But in terms of like evaluating it and having that rigorous control trial, I think we're in the infancy of tracking that. Nevada will be an important place for us to do that evaluation.
Thank you. And obviously, the next steps that you put in place in terms of that committee and filtering through, I'm sure we'll be looking at all of that. But I was just curious if there was anything. And I think as we continue to wrestle with terminology and using affordable, to Commissioner Herman's point, there's some places here that are not affordable to me or some other folks, like beautiful places in Tahoe that I'd love to live in. They're not affordable for me. I think as we progress in this space, even at a national level, we're going to be maybe kind of honing in on terminology. To me, this space is dignity housing. And I think that looking at the governor's initiatives in terms of looking at attainable housing as kind of an umbrella, and then the target groups of various, including affordability. But I think dignity housing is something I'm going to just kind of adopt, but I didn't come up with it. I just want to be very clear. So I think that as this progresses, whether it's legislation in terms of board direction, supporting the collaboration, certainly looking at the P3 opportunities I think are great, looking at those best practices that may be in place, and not having Washoe County or government, if you will, having to be have a commitment long-term for having to continue to subsidize this, that there may be opportunities with other vendors, if you will, or other folks who actually do this that are willing to support it. Looking at the properties that you've identified or the county land, and I think that you guys are all well equipped to go down that path. But having us in the loop would be helpful. Certainly the dollars that you put in front of us, as you put it, are significant. As the chair pointed out, we're paying for it anyway. But I do think there may be an opportunity at some point to look at what we are saving. And I'm going to go back, I know it's not on the agenda, but I hope I don't get in trouble, but I'm going to go back to what we previously had spoke about, where Mr. Young actually looked at the, when we were talking about the intercept model, the sequential intercept model, and looked at what the savings were, which was equated to $2.9 million. And I think looking at that and putting that in perspective, when you're looking at a significant 280 million plus one-time costs, what does that mean? And if we are paying for it, what are we paying over time? So I know that there are a lot of wonderful folks who have the expertise in this space. But I think I would encourage that those types of presentations are helpful as we look at how we're going to move. I also have a bigger question at a national level, if I may. You shared with us the increase in homelessness nationally is at up 18%. Washoe County is 4%. Why? Why are we seeing this increase? And I know it's complex, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but given your work, I was wondering if you could share with us why those increases are spiraling up.
Yeah, it's really a daunting spiral, and we see it happen in different pockets. But where we find that the increases have not been as significant are in communities where there's been investment and an intentional effort to address this housing need. And I think the lack of affordable housing, the housing shortage is why this, and then the cost of housing is skyrocketed, especially after COVID. There's just been an exacerbation and inflation. People are cost burdened, and these things are exacerbating why we're seeing the rise in homelessness. And I think, in LA, for example, they had a very small increase in homelessness as well, but there's a very important infrastructure and resources investment that's happening in LA around this issue. So that's kind of where I would look at it as an investment proposition.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Sharing those trends, I think, are helpful in terms of why. I think, obviously, it's a complex subject. It really is a complex subject on what a person, an individual, a family. I think it's a complex subject. So I wasn't trying to necessarily put you on the spot. I hope you appreciate. I'm trying to just understand myself out of curiosity. But I think your point about those jurisdictions nationally that have invested have actually seen a smaller increase in that. But your original description I wasn't born in 1920, but when the Depression hit and you see some of those pictures, there was a direct correlation for no jobs, right? And the stock market and various economic conditions that have somewhat been put in things in place to prevent that, whether it's the Fed or, the FMOC looking at interest rate. There's all kinds of complexities here. But the reality is that I think we have to be very cautionary as a county. Again, I'll just state to not look at, homelessness is like unemployment. It's never going to be zero. I mean, it just isn't. There's always going to be, Adam Smith said 3% unemployment, and he wrote that a long time ago, that those of you that are econ folks, that 3% is what would be normal for unemployment. Homelessness will always be, but getting that down, and more importantly, having families or individuals move to be in a productive state. I think the standing up of the Washoe County Behavioral Center is going to help. I think looking at these public-private partnerships, these P3s are critical. I think opening up land, I already said this earlier, but I'll say it again. I think of us not thinking about things the same way is really important. And so thank you for all your hard work, but more importantly, I think if you can give us regular updates, I think that would be helpful in terms of how we're moving through, because I didn't see these slides before, and I was sitting down when I saw the 280 million plus. I didn't want to fall off the chair, but that was like, wow, especially when we're all faced with some things that local jurisdictions can't necessarily correct, right? In terms of how the funding comes in. So enough said on that, but thanks for answering our questions, and thanks. We'll look forward to supporting the legislation, looking at supporting collaboration, what those P3 opportunities, and then what kind of investment, but what is the return on our investment? And I think that's really important, and that's what I'm asking for. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, I'm really excited we're moving forward with many of these initiatives, and I think that it shows the county's commitment of the accusations that we have received previously by community members is the warehousing of homeless folks, and we are not doing that. We actually are seeing how we can get folks out of the shelter and get them to, as Commissioner Andriola said, to be productive members of our community. So I think there's a lot of optimism we should have about the work we've been doing, and we are sticking out nationally as a model. And so we just have to, you can't really let your foot off the gas, sadly. You can't hope that things will just correct themselves. They didn't when the county didn't step into the homeless space, and look at, after 4 years, how much we've done. So thank you for being such a great partner, Ms. Page, and thank you, Ms. Cersei, for leading, I would say, world-renowned housing and homeless services program. We've got a lot of work to do, but it's really exciting to be part of it and be on your team. So thank you. Okay.
Did you get what you needed?
Did you get what you need? I think we're close.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we comfortable with everything? We're not asking for a $300 million
No,
check.
no.
But are we comfortable with everything on this slide? Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And regular updates, Commissioner Andriel is right. And I think that honestly, that highlighting to the community the need, the cost savings, and the dramatic improvement to individuals' lives, as well as back to the economy and our downtown and our businesses, that all is really important to come back to the board with. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And we have one last item. We're going back to 6C, our cabs. And I'm just looking to the board. Do folks need like a 10-minute break, or are people okay? Yeah. So let's, I know we have community members who have been waiting so patiently. Thank you so much for your patience. We will come back at, okay. Well, let's say 3:50. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 3:50.
Boards. Summarize input received from commissioners at the September 10th, 2024 board meeting and from the community at the December 19th, 2024 community forum, and identify opportunities for improvement and enhanced communication and outreach. The item will also include a summary of the plan to bring an item forward for action by the board at a future meeting in either February or thereafter. This discussion will include, but is not limited to, town hall meeting formats, meeting frequency, commissioner participation in CAB meetings, and topic-based meetings.
Thank you very much. Are you giving this presentation, Manager Brown?
I am.
Okay,
Madam
great.
Chair. So,
It's page 34 of your packet if you're racing through on that. Okay.
so the CAB update, first of all,
No. We can,
test.
there you go.
Okay, so the CAB update, first of all, based on the feedback received by the Board of County Commissioners at the September 10th BCC meeting, clearly we heard from the commissioners that the CABs should be continued as a key element in obtaining feedback from the community and providing information to the communities on Washoe County activities. We also heard a call for more topic-driven meetings when possible. We've seen that when there are relevant, compelling topics, the attendance of these meetings is better than in those meetings where they're not. There weren't any requested changes to the CAB boundaries or locations at that time. It was requested that we conduct a CAB community forum to solicit input on potential changes and concerns from the CAB communities themselves. So moving to that, on December 19th, we had a community meeting. It was hosted here at Northern Nevada Public Health, consistent with the commission feedback. The sentiment overwhelmingly was, let's continue the CABs. Again, topic-driven meetings were preferred. Where appropriate, have town hall format meetings to address specific topics of interest to the community. And in those instances, if we could avoid the open meeting law requirements, there was a preference expressed to do that. Also request to bring development back to CAB meetings and to make sure that commissioners are regularly participating in CAB meetings. Based on those two meetings, I offer to you today staff recommendations for moving forward. We will continue the CABs. So for those who have speculated that the CABs are going away, that is not the case. The CABs are not going away. We do recommend looking for opportunities to have more topic-driven meetings. I will say from my attendance at CAB meetings, there are some CABs who are less topic-driven, and these tend to be the rural CABs where people want to get together and hear from maybe our public safety folks. But in general, where we can make decisions about compelling topics, that's a good thing, and that tends to drive attendance. To use the town hall meeting format where appropriate. And those decisions, along with the decisions about CAB frequency, how often the CAB meets, really should be made by the commissioners in consultation with the CAB chairs. Those are not decisions that we're recommending that staff get involved with. We support whatever decision the CABs and the CAB chairs come up with. We do recommend bi-monthly, just based on our observations over the last couple of years with regards to attendance falling off. However, again, we're preserving the ability of the chairs to work with their commissioners to decide how often they're going to meet. We are working on updating the CAB bylaws, which have not been updated in quite some time, to reflect the recent input. The legal team, led by Jen Gustafson, and I will be working on cleaning up the CAB ordinances, which are dated and need to be brought current, as well as the boundary maps for future consideration at a BCC meeting. We welcome other changes. If the commissioners have any other specific changes you'd like to see made in your CAB, this would be a good time, if not today, then in the next week or so, to let me or let the commission support staff know, so that we can make sure that as Jen does her adjustments to the bylaws and the ordinances, we get those all documented, and so that we can present it for you, present it to you, I'm sorry, hopefully at a February meeting. Madam Chair, that's my report.
Thank you very much. I'm looking to the board on, yes, Vice Chair Herman.
Add to it, we have to. I'm sorry. No, like I said, we accept your writings, and I'm sure there's going to be further talk about it.
In February.
Yeah, after I discuss this with all the cabs.
Great.
that I have.
Thank you. And Commissioner Garcia.
I'm supportive of the recommendations as presented.
Thank you. And Commissioner Andrilla.
Thank you. Thanks to Manager Brown for the update and for everyone. I'm glad to hear that everyone is hearing. For the record, the cabs are not going away. So just to reiterate what you already stated, I'll reiterate it as loudly as I can, that the cabs are not going away. That certainly created a lot of opportunity to speak with constituents with some of the activity that has now, that's clear. So thank you so much for that. I think that there's a great opportunity to revisit, and you mentioned that, so I'm supporting the review of the ordinance that I've spent a lot of time reviewing. So I'll do my best to provide the feedback that I can offer at a later date. In terms of the ordinance and the boundary maps, I'm really eager to see that discussion, and I want to thank the county manager for organizing some meetings to understand what those boundaries look like, so that we can all be better informed on what that will look like as we're moving forward with reviewing the bylaws and the ordinances that are in place currently. And so thanks to everybody for the hard work. Can I, in closing, mention that the cabs aren't going away? It's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm in agreement with my colleagues and really look forward to this coming back in February. We have a final public comment for community members, so I know that we'll get to hear from you who are here on this matter at the end of our wrap-up session here, just so folks know. Any other comments from the board? Oh, DA Edwards.
I just want to speak to that slide where there was the desire not to have the open meeting law apply on some of those CAB town hall formats, and whatever merit there may be in that, there's no opt-out clause in the open meeting law, so we're stuck with it.
Well, and that's where, especially if commissioners are attending these meetings, that's why it's onerous, I understand. But that is why we originally, when we changed the CAB format, in, oh my gosh, 2021, I think, or we stated we wanted to keep with open meeting law because we just had concerns about getting ourselves into some legal issues with something that is well-meaning, which we just want to make sure community members stay informed and understand what the county's up to, and we can also understand their point of view. So I hear you loud and clear on that piece. Any other board comments? I'm not seeing any. Now that we've finished a really extensive, big, I don't think I had any idea when I was looking at the agenda it would be this big, but thank you for everyone's endurance and engagement today. I'm just blown away. Thank you to the team. But Ms. Olson is going to do a little wrap-up for us.
And I just ditto that. Thank you so much. As we said, it is a strategic planning retreat, so what would it be if we didn't have a summary? And I hope that I can, I have my screen shared, so Josh, maybe we could flip to that summary if possible.
There we go.
Oh, fantastic. Let me just zoom in and see if we can make it a little bit bigger. Possibly. All right. Well, how's that? A bit bigger. So at any rate, I'm just going to hit the high points on the bold. The bullet points are not important right now. So again, I would just ask though for any commentary or clarification from the commissioners and also for Manager Brown if there's anything that I misrepresented. Again, we are looking for direction, sentiment, energy, not necessarily precision, so it's a little loose on purpose. So what I heard about capital project was with the first strategic topic that we're working on is we're on the right track. There's some follow-up items. Again, I'm not getting into the details of that, but generally speaking, we're on the right track. Commission loves the infrastructure scorecard. It is the coolest thing. Raise the grade, great phrase. Love that. Want to keep being informed and educated on how it works. I know there's a lot of detail behind it, so that's cool. What I heard about senior services is we're on the team is on the right track. Keep on the current path. Keep on the energy around senior services and programming, and there's cool stuff that was presented, and I heard nothing but support for all of that. For the SIM, again, a lot of great work there too, with a particular energy around the areas 1 through 4 in terms of where the county is really going to do some work, and I think we heard that from Julia and Judge Walker. As it relates to the Behavioral Health Center, I heard general support for option 3, doing what we need to do to be sustainable, address all of the needs that center addresses, and with respect to the fact that there is an expectation of philanthropy and to figure out how to close that funding gap. On the P3s, I heard interest in exploring the strategy further. There's a lot of detail to that, a double click in with a workshop to really understand how they work. But generally, let's have another conversation about it. That's what I gathered. Moving on to housing, prevention and diversion, the 3 efforts, 3 strategies that Dana presented, got a green light on those. And then the topic that we heard from Maurice and I've just blanked on her name. Dana and Paige. Thank you. Amazing presentation from all 3 of those. Supportive of those 4 prioritized permanent supportive housing initiatives. You want to see regular updates, and you'd like to make sure those updates include ROI and results. And there's a couple to-dos that you'd ask for throughout the day. We will absolutely get all of that back to you, as you know that the team will. And then you're supporting the recommendations from the CAB that Manager Brown just presented. Manager, did I miss anything, Manager Brown?
Commissioner Andrilla, if you want to state what you were saying.
Just add on the CABs, definitely supporting the recommendation as presented with continued review and feedback for future action.
You got it. Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Manager Brown, was there anything to underscore or call out that I missed?
All I'd like to say is thank you to the board for your engagement today. We got what we were looking for, which is feedback from our elected Board of County Commissioners on these major topics that are so important to the future of where we're going with this county. I think you can all see how the pieces are coming together in the safety net, whether it's the CARES campus moving on to the supportive housing projects on the campus, or the sequential intercept model, or the behavioral health center. All these things are pieces of the puzzle, and with the team that presented to you today, no credit to me, but to people like Julia and Dana and Ryan, we are in good hands. We will continue, given the guidance you've given us, and be good stewards of the resources that you allocate for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Olson?
Just in wrap up, again, thank you for the time. We really appreciate it, the amount of work from the team coming into today to structure strategic conversations, to move this county forward. The methodology works, and it works because of your attention and your time to these topics. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Commissioner Garcia.
I just wanted to say thank you to the team for the setup. I didn't know that wall could come down, and the wall is down, tables are up, so I just appreciate all the literal heavy lifting that went into today, so thank you.
Yes, these workshops take so much work, so thank you, Manager Brown, and for all of the team who did this, and really looking forward to continuing the dialogue, because obviously this is just the start, and we've got action to do as a board moving forward on all these items. Any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would say echo the thanks to everyone. Thank you, Ms. Olson, for all of the work. I think it's always interesting, and a past of being very involved in planning for strategic planning meetings, the work that goes into it versus actually the meeting itself is quite intense. So thanks to Ms. Olson, thank you, thanks, and really shout out to Assistant DA Edwards for using an opportunity to exercise his expertise in legal counsel today. I really appreciate that I gave you that opportunity.
We all did.
But on a very serious note, I think it's really important, especially to hold these on an annual basis so that we are all very clear on where we're going and moving forward. And as Ms. Olson knows, in terms of her professional acumen, having those benchmarks and outcomes and measurements and not waiting to the next year is critical to actually having touch points of where we're at, where we decided we were going to go, where we're at, any adjustment that needs to take place, I think is really critical. And so I'm looking forward to some of these follow-ups, maybe even on a quarterly basis, given the approval of the Madam Chair, just because even happening today brought up all the things last year that we were all talking about. So I think keeping that top of mind is important, and then seeing how those adjustments are happening and those measurements of outcome are important. So thank you so much for everyone doing a great job.
Thank you. Yes, we used to do that, and then they kind of fell by the wayside, I think because our meetings were getting so long. So I think this year we can. I know, we need more. But I think this year, I think we should try to get more updates as we come along, so thank you. And Vice Chair Herman. What were you going to say?
I'm going to say that we should just leave this like this for the next meeting.
She likes the setup for the next meeting.
Because you're going to need some down here for the joint session.
Oh.
Yeah.
Unless we're sardines. I don't know if
You
that's all
can't
been worked
crowd
out.
everybody,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay. I like that idea. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Well, DA Edwards, yes, go
I
ahead.
have one note, and it's if Erica could pull up the wrap-up. That's okay.
Well, do you need it up, or do you remember what you're going to say? Poor Erica can't get on there.
It's in the item on the Behavioral Health Center,
Uh-huh.
where it said general support of option number 3. My one note would be general support of future action on option 3.
Perfect.
That's it. So if that could be made, that would be my recommendation.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. We are,
Well, have it shared, but that's okay. General support, future.
Of future action on.
option. Yeah, because we had some fundraising work to do around here.
Yeah, that's all.
Noted.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other changes to the wrap-up and we all feel pretty comfortable with what's presented. All right. We will move into our final public comment. Manager Brown.
Item 7 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers, and the commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We have a very patient Terry Brooks up to speak
Oh my
first.
gosh, Terry Brooks. Come on up.
Good afternoon. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I'd like to address following politics to poverty in the case of homelessness. Some politicians say the reason that people are poor is because they don't have enough self-discipline to work, save, and invest more. They say poverty has nothing to do with lack of opportunity, while other politicians say that poverty is caused by lack of opportunity. So the politicians who claim that there is lack of opportunities then try to provide for the poor a variety of such opportunities. They try to provide to the poor more access to education, which could then lead to more access to occupation. When someone in poverty finds an occupation, that's like beginning a building with a firm foundation. Not only is that a relief for most of their frustration, but it can also be a relief from their fear of possible starvation. It not only helps them to fulfill their expectation, but it also helps them to reach their destination. And it might also provide them with the inspiration that can also be passed down to their next generation. An ounce of prevention can be worth a pound of cure, and such help from the government can prevent one from feeling insecure. When some politicians don't want to help the poor, it makes other politicians want to help them even more. So when politicians who don't want to help run against those who do help the poor, who do you think that such poor people will decide to vote for? Those who want to help more or those who want to help less? One thing I've learned about politics is sometimes it can be kind of a mess. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today and for helping the homeless people day after day after day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Thank you for waiting around. That was beautiful.
It was worth the wait.
Drew Rebar, followed by Lawrence Dodson.
Do we have a overhead
No
today?
overhead today.
Oh, that's no fun. Hi there, Drew Rebar for the record. That's kind of important. Anyways, I'm a candidate for Assembly District 40 for 2026 election cycle. So those of you that are going to be running again, I'll see you there. I thought I'd bring up some library public records that I've got that are very, very concerning. And I know that the board does not have the power over the library, but you do have power over the Board of Trustees and the Attorney's Office. You guys really help them out a lot. I've got a question for the District Attorney's Office. Your job is to protect our agencies and the public from violations of the law. So the District Attorney's Office gave this out in public records months and months and months ago so that they've known about the problem, but yet they did nothing to solve the problem. Why would that be? Why would they not solve the problem when they knew about the problem? Anyways, let me read part of the public records that I got. This is an email between Leah Burton and Library Director Jeff Scott with regards to public comments on the record. Could you please put my comments on the record verbatim? Thank you very much. So what Leah is telling Jeff Scott, she goes, or he, I don't know what the heck it is. DEI is dead, by the way. Thank you, Trump. I agree. And again, if the commenters knew their words aren't going to be memorialized in writing, it is possible they might stop making so many comments in the first place. One can hope anyhow. We have government employees plotting to take away people's First Amendment rights. to take away their right to have their word left on the public record accurately. We all get up here and speak. We may not agree. We can choose to disagree. Welcome to politics. Life is great. This is how our country works. We have a push and pull of what our thoughts are, a diversity of ideas. Yeah, diversity, I use that. No more DEI. It's dead. DEI's dead, baby. I do like the red, the MAGA red there, and I do like the Democrat blue there. I appreciate how you're all dressed today. Thank you very much. Did you see that Trump defunded things we put a pause for 90 days on federal funds coming to everybody? You guys can get rid of Jeff Scott. He's an at-will employee. Maybe hold a meeting next week and tell your board of trustees to fire his ass. That could work. Unless you just want to leave him there to, take away my comments, because he's put some things on the record that I never said. And as everybody knows, I do enjoy recording my stuff. I never said that I wanted to ban books. The librarians put on the record that I wanted to ban books. That is factually incorrect. They said that I was against Drag Queen Story Hour. That is factually incorrect. I wanted everybody included. I just didn't want children and I didn't want exclusion. Thank you, Drew Rebar, for the record. Assembly District 40, 2026. Let's go.
Lawrence Dodson.
Hello, I'm Lawrence Dotson with the Lived Experience Advisory Board here in Washoe County. I just wanted to reiterate what Dana and Brooke had talked about earlier. And one of our members, Echo, couldn't be here today, but she's here with in spirit. We're here to express our support for supportive housing in all its forms. Supportive housing is essential for helping people get back on their feet. Research has shown that supportive housing is significantly more efficient than alternatives. For instance, 1 year of supportive housing costs the same as 4 months in jail or just 8 days, just like they so eloquently pointed out. The need to make these comparisons highlights is a troubling reality in our society. It seems we would rather have individuals in jail or in hospitals than in spaces where they can nurture their growth. Everyone at some point needs a hand up rather than a handout, and supportive housing provides just that. It enables individuals to heal and become functioning members of society. One undeniable truth is that once someone has reached the depths of despair and crawled out of their predicament, they often become the most dedicated advocates for others facing similar struggles. Supportive housing creates the opportunity for this transformation to happen. I sincerely hope that the members of this board will carefully consider what my friends here in Washoe County are presenting today and take positive action on the solutions being offered. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all have a blessed day.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, thank you, everyone, again for a wonderful meeting. And with that, we are adjourned at 4:20.